1. February 2nd. Dragon raises its head. In the twilight, in a secluded place called Mud Bottle Alley, there was a lonely and thin teenager. According to the custom, he held a candle in one hand and a peach branch in the other, illuminating the beams, walls, and wooden bed. He used the peach branch to knock on the walls, trying to drive away snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and so on. His mouth was chanting an old saying passed down from generation to generation in this small town. February 2nd, candlelight illuminates the beams, peaches hit the walls, snakes and insects have no place to hide. The teenager's surname was Qin and his name was Pinghan. His parents died early. The town's porcelain was very famous. Since the founding of the dynasty, it had taken on the important task of supervising the burning and offering of sacrificial vessels. There were imperial court officials stationed here all year round to supervise the official kiln. The young man, who had no one to rely on, became a porcelain kiln craftsman at a very early age. At first he could only do some chores and rough work. He worked hard for a few years with a master who had a bad temper. He had just figured out the knack of making porcelain. However, things were unpredictable. The town suddenly lost the protection of the official kiln craftsman. The dozens of kilns around the town that looked like crouching dragons were all ordered by the government to shut down overnight. Qin Pingon put down the newly folded peach branch, blew out the candle and walked out of the house. He sat on the steps and looked up at the bright starry sky. The teenager still remembered clearly that the old master, who was only willing to accept him as half a disciple, was surnamed Yao. In the early morning of autumn last year he was found sitting on a small bamboo chair, facing the direction of the kiln with his eyes closed. However, people like old Yao who went to a dead end were in the minority. For generations the town's craftsmen only knew how to make porcelain. They did not dare to overstep the official kiln, nor did they dare to sell the porcelain in the storehouse to the people. They had to find other ways. The 14-year-old Qin Pingon was also kicked out. After returning to Mud Bottle Alley, he continued to guard this dilapidated old house. It was a bleak scene with 4 bare walls. Even if Qin Pingon wanted to be a prodigal, he had no way to start. After being a wandering ghost for a period of time, the teenager really could not find a way to make money. Relying on his meager savings, the teenager barely managed to fill his stomach. A few days ago he heard that an old blacksmith surnamed Ruan came to Dragon Rider Alley a few streets away. He announced that he would accept 7 or 8 blacksmith apprentices. He would not pay, but he would provide food. Qin Pingon hurriedly went to try his luck. He did not expect that the old man just glanced at him and turned him away. At that time Qin Pingon was puzzled. Could it be that blacksmithing was not based on the strength of one's arms, but on the good or bad of one's appearance? It should be known that although Qin Pingon looked weak, his strength was not to be underestimated. This was the foundation of his body that the teenager had trained from years of making porcelain. In addition, Qin Pingon also followed the old man surnamed Yao and ran through the mountains and rivers within 100 miles of the town. He tasted the taste of the surrounding soil and worked hard without complaint. He was willing to do any dirty work without any sloppiness. Unfortunately, old Yao still did not like Qin Pingon. He thought that the teenager had no understanding and was a blockhead who was far inferior to his eldest disciple, Zhou Xian. It was no wonder that the old man was biased. The master showed the door, but the cultivation was up to the individual. For example, the same boring and tedious task of pulling blanks, Zhou Xian's ability in just half a year was comparable to Qin Pingon's 3 years of hard work. Although he might not be able to use this skill in this lifetime, Qin Pingon was still like before. He closed his eyes and imagined himself with a slate and a wheeled cart in front of him. He began to practice pulling blanks. Practice makes perfect. About every 15 minutes, the teenager would rest for a moment and shake his wrists. This cycle repeated until his entire body was completely exhausted. Only then did Qin Pingon get up and take a walk in the courtyard, slowly stretching his muscles and bones. No one had ever taught Qin Pingon these things. He had blindly figured it out himself. The world was originally silent, but Qin Pingon heard an ear-piercing, mocking laugh and stopped walking. As expected, he saw his peer squatting on the wall with a grin on his face. He did not hide his disdain at all. This person was Qin Pingon's old neighbor. It was said that he was the illegitimate son of the previous supervisor. That supervisor was afraid of criticism and impeachment, so he returned to the capital alone to report on his work. He gave his child to an official with whom he had a good personal relationship to help look after him. Now that the small town had mysteriously lost the right to make official kills, the supervisor in charge of supervising the kills for the imperial court was unable to even protect himself. How could he care about the illegitimate son of his colleagues in the officialdom? He threw down some money and hurried to the capital to make some connections. Unknowingly, he had become an abandoned child, but his days were still leisurely and carefree. All day long he took his personal servant girl and wandered around the small town. He was idle all year round and had never worried about money. The yellow walls of the houses in Niping Lane were very low. In fact, the neighbor did not need to stand on his toes to see the scene in the yard. However, every time he talked to Qin Pingon, he liked to squat on the wall. Compared to the crude and tacky name of Qin Pingon, the young man next door had a much more elegant name. He was called Song Jisun, and even the maidservant whom he depended on for survival had a cultured name, Ji Gui. The girl was standing on the other side of the wall. She had a pair of almond eyes and was timid. A voice sounded from the other side of the gate. "Are you selling this servant girl?" Song Jisun was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the source of the voice. It was a smiling young man in brocade clothes standing outside the yard. It was a completely unfamiliar face. Next to the young man in brocade clothes stood a tall old man. He had a fair face and a kind expression. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man and girl in the neighboring yard. The old man's gaze swept past Qin Pingon without stopping. However, his gaze lingered on Song Jisun and the servant girl. His smile gradually deepened. Song Jisun squinted his eyes and said, "Sell. Why not sell?" The young man smiled and said, "Then name a price." The girl's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief like a panicked young elk. Song Jisun rolled his eyes. He stretched out a finger and shook it. 10,000 taels of silver. The young man in brocade clothes' expression was normal. He nodded and said, "Okay." Song Jisun saw that the young man did not seem to be joking. He quickly changed his words and said, "It's 10,000 taels of gold." The young man in brocade clothes smiled and said, "I'm just teasing you." Song Jisun's face was gloomy. The young man in brocade clothes no longer paid attention to Song Jisun. He shifted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingon. "Today, thanks to you, I was able to buy that carp. After I bought it, the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. I thought that I must thank you in person, so I asked Grandpa Wu to take me to find you tonight." He threw a heavy embroidered bag to Qin Pingon and said with a bright smile, "This is a reward. You and I are even." Qin Pingon wanted to say something, but the young man in brocade clothes had already turned and left. Qin Pingon frowned. During the day, he inadvertently saw a middle-aged man carrying a fish basket walking on the street. He caught a palm-sized golden carp. It was jumping around in the bamboo basket. Qin Pingon only glanced at it and felt very happy. So he asked if he could buy it for 10 coins. The middle-aged man originally just wanted to reward his 5 viscera temple. Seeing that there was profit to be made, he raised the price. He asked for 30 coins before he was willing to sell it. Qin Pingon, who was embarrassingly short of money, did not have so much spare money. He really did not want to give up the golden carp. So he followed the middle-aged man and coaxed him. He wanted to cut the price to 15 coins or even 20 coins. Just when the middle-aged man showed signs of loosening the price, the young man in brocade clothes and the tall old man happened to pass by. They did not say anything and bought the carp and the fish basket for 50 coins. Qin Pingon could only helplessly watch them go away. Song Jisun stared at the back view of the grandfather and grandson as they walked further and further away. He retracted his fierce gaze and jumped off the wall. He seemed to have remembered something and said to Qin Pingon, "Do you still remember the 4-legged snake in the first month of the lunar month?" Qin Pingon nodded. How could he not remember? It was simply fresh in his memory. According to the customs of this town that had been passed down for hundreds of years, if a snake drilled into one's house, it was a good sign. The owner should never expel or kill it. On the first day of the first month, Song Jisun was sitting on the doorstep and basking in the sun. Then a small thing commonly known as a 4-legged snake darted into the house under his eyes. Song Jisun grabbed it and threw it out of the yard. He did not expect that the 4-legged snake, which had been thrown into confusion, would become more and more courageous. Again and again it angered Song Jisun, who never believed in ghosts and gods. In a fit of anger he threw it into Qin Pingan's yard. Who would have thought that Song Jisun would see the four-legged snake curled up under his bed the next day? Song Jisun noticed that the girl pulled his sleeve. The young man and her had a tacit understanding. Subconsciously, he swallowed the words that had already reached his mouth back into his stomach. What he wanted to say was that the ugly four-legged snake recently had a bulge on its forehead, as if it had grown horns on its head. Song Jisun changed his words and said, "GQ and I may have to leave here next month." Qin Pingan sighed, "Be careful on the road." Song Jisun said half-truthfully, "There are some things that I definitely can't move. Don't take advantage of the fact that there is no one in my house to steal things without restraint." Qin Pingan shook his head. Song Jisun suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed at Qin Pingan with his finger and said with a mischievous smile, "Timid as a mouse. No wonder a poor family has no noble children. Not to mention being poor and being bullied in this life, maybe you won't be able to escape in the next life." Qin Pingan was silent. Everyone returned to their houses. Qin Pingan closed the door and laid on the hard wooden bed. The poor young man closed his eyes and whispered, "Broken pieces are flat, peaceful, peaceful, peaceful." Piece 1. A short story of nearly 200,000 words in the snow has been updated in WeChat. The WeChat public account is Fenghua 1985 PS2. More than 100 Alliance Masters have already been uploaded. You are mighty, PS3. Long time no see, sword come. 2. Qin Pingan got out of bed before the rooster crowed. The thin bedding couldn't keep him warm, and Qin Pingan had developed the habit of waking up early and going to bed late when he was a porcelain apprentice. Qin Pingan opened the door and came to the small yard with soft soil. After taking a deep breath, he stretched and walked out of the yard. He turned around and saw a slender figure bending over with a wooden bucket of water in her hands. She was using her shoulder to push open the door of his yard. It was Song Jisun's maidservant. She should have just come back from fetching water from the iron lock well in Apricot Blossom Lane. Qin Pingan withdrew his gaze and ran through the streets and alleys to the east of the town. Clay Bottle Lane was in the west of the town, and at the easternmost city gate, there was a person in charge of the town's traveling merchants and night patrols. Usually he would also receive and deliver some letters sent back from outside. What Qin Pingan needed to do next was to send those letters to the townspeople. The reward was 1 copper coin per letter. This was a way of making money that he had painstakingly asked for. Qin Pingan had already made an appointment with the other side to take over the business after the dragon raised its head on the 2nd day of February. In Song Jisun's words, they were born poor. Even if they were lucky enough to marry into the family, Qin Pingan couldn't afford to keep them. Song Jisun often said some obscure words that were probably copied from books. Qin Pingan couldn't quite understand it. For example, 2 days ago he said something about the chilly spring cold killing the youth. Qin Pingan didn't understand it at all. As for the cold days after the winter every year, the youth had experienced it firsthand. Song Jisun said that it was called the late spring cold, and it was as powerful as the return thrust on the battlefield. Therefore many people would die at the gates of hell. The town was not surrounded by city walls. After all, not to mention bandits, even thieves were rare. Therefore, although it was called a city gate in name, it was actually a row of old fences that were crooked from side to side. It was considered the town's pride to have a place for pedestrians and vehicles to pass through. When Qin Pingan trotted past Apricot Blossom Lane, he saw many women and children gathered around the iron lock well. The wheels of the well kept squeaking. After going around another street, Qin Pingan heard the familiar sound of someone reading a book not far away. There was a village school there. It was opened by a few big families in the town. The teacher was a foreigner. When Qin Pingan was young, he would often hide outside the window, squat secretly and perk up his ears. Although the teacher was very strict when he taught, he didn't reprimand or stop children like Qin Pingan who were freeloading. Later, Qin Pingan went to a dragon kiln outside the town to be an apprentice and never went to school again. Further ahead, Qin Pingan passed by a stone archway. Because the archway building had 12 stone pillars, the locals liked to call it the Crab Archway. As for the real name of the archway, Song Jisun and Xianxia said it was very different. Song Jisun swore that in an old book called the County Records, It was called the Great Scholar Square. It was the archway bestowed by the emperor to commemorate the political and military achievements of a high official in history. Lu Yongxian, who was a country bumpkin like Qin Pingon, said that this was the crab archway. They had been calling it the Great Scholar Square for hundreds of years. There was no reason to call it the Great Scholar Square. Lu Yongxian also asked Song Jisun a question: how big is the official hat of the Great Scholar? Is it bigger than the mouth of the Iron Lock Well? Song Jisun's face turned red. At this time, Qin Pingon ran around the 12-legged memorial archway. There were 4 big words on each side. The handwriting was strange and seemed different from each other. They were respectively: do not pass on the responsibility to others, hope to speak of nature, do not ask for external help, and fighting bull spirit. According to Song Jisun, except for the 4 words, the other 3 stone inscriptions had been smeared and tampered with. Qin Pingon was ignorant of these things and had never thought deeply about it. Of course, even if the teenager wanted to get to the bottom of it, it would be in vain. He did not even know what kind of book the local county chronicle that Song Jisun often talked about was. Not far from the archway, he soon saw an old tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. Under the tree there was a tree trunk that had been moved here by someone. After a little chopping, the 2 ends of the trunk were cushioned with 2 blue stone slabs. This section of the tree was used as a simple bench. Every summer the people of the town liked to come here to enjoy the cool breeze. The elders of the wealthy families would even fish out a basket of iced melons and fruits from the well. When the children were full, they would form groups and play under the shade of the trees. Qin Pingon was used to going up the mountain and into the water. He ran to the gate of the fence and stopped in front of the lonely yellow mud house. His heart was not beating fast and he was not out of breath. There were not many outsiders coming in and out of the town. Logically speaking, now that the money tree of the official kiln had fallen, there would be even less new faces. When Old Man Yao was still alive, there was once when he was drunk. He told Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang that their business was the only official kiln business in the world. It was the imperial porcelain for His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. No matter how rich the other people were, no matter how high their official position was, if they dared to touch it, they would be beheaded. That day, Old Man Yao's spirit was especially different. Today, Qin Pingon looked outside the fence and found many people waiting to open the gate. There were no less than 7 or 8 people, men and women, old and young. Moreover, they were all strangers. The town's local people rarely went in and out, whether it was to make porcelain or to do farm work. The reason was very simple. The road from the east gate of the town extended out, and there were no dragon kills or fields. At this time, Qin Pingon and those outsiders were separated by a wooden fence and looked at each other. At that moment, the youth wearing the straw sandals only envied the thick clothes on those people. They must be very warm and could withstand the cold. The people outside the gate were clearly divided into several groups. They were not in one group, but they all looked at the thin youth inside the gate. Most of them had indifferent expressions. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people's gazes had long passed the youth's figure and looked further into the town. Qin Pingon felt it was strange. Did these people not know that the imperial court had already sealed off all the dragon kills? Or was it because they knew the truth that they felt there was an opportunity? There was a young man wearing a strange laurel hat. He was tall and had a green jade pendant at his waist. He seemed to be impatient and walked out of the crowd alone. He wanted to push open the gate that had no lock. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the wooden gate, he suddenly stopped and slowly pulled back his hand. He put his hands behind his back and looked smilingly at the straw sandals youth inside the gate. He did not speak, only smiled. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Pingon inadvertently saw that the people behind the young man seemed to be disappointed, playful, frowning, and mocking. Their emotions were subtle and different. At this time, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair suddenly opened the gate and cursed at Qin Pingon. "Little bastard, have you fallen into the trap of money? You're here so early in the morning. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate and see your dead parents?" Qin Pingon rolled his eyes. The youth did not care about these harsh words. First, he lived in this rural place with only a few books. If he was annoyed by a few words, he might as well find a well and jump into it. It would save him a lot of trouble. Second, this middle-aged man guarding the gate was often the target of the townspeople's teasing. Especially those bold and shrewish women. Not to mention cursing him, many of them even hit him. In addition, this person liked to boast to children who were still in diapers. For example, he said that he had fought a good battle at the gate of the city. He beat up 5 or 6 big men until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and the entire road in front of the gate was like a muddy road on a rainy day. He said to Qin Pingon in a bad mood, "We'll talk about that later." No one in the town took this guy seriously. However, whether outsiders could enter the town or not, this man had the power to decide their life and death. As he walked to the wooden gate, he reached his hand into his trousers. This man, whose back was facing Qin Pingon, opened the gate. From time to time he would collect a small embroidered bag from someone and put it into his sleeve. Then he would let them pass one by one. Qin Pingon had made way for them early on. The 8 of them were roughly divided into 5 groups as they walked towards the small town. Other than the young man with a tall crown on his head and a green pendant hanging from his waist, there were also 2 children around 7 or 8 years old. The boy was wearing a festive red robe, while the girl was pink and tender like fine porcelain. The boy was half a head shorter than Qin Pingon. When the child brushed past him, he opened his mouth. Although he didn't make a sound, the shape of his mouth was obvious. He probably said 2 words that were full of provocation. The middle-aged woman holding the boy's hand gently coughed. Only then did the child slightly restrain himself. The little girl behind the woman and the boy was held by a tall and sturdy old man with a head full of frost. She turned her head to Qin Pingon and said a bunch of words. She did not forget to point at the boy in front of her. Qin Pingon did not understand what the girl was saying, but he could guess that she was complaining. The tall and sturdy old man glanced at the straw sandals youth. However, Qin Pingon subconsciously took a step back when someone glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. After seeing this scene, the little girl who was originally chattering like a little oriole suddenly lost interest in fanning the flames. She turned her head and did not look at Qin Pingon anymore. It was as if looking at him would dirty her eyes. The young Qin Pingon was indeed inexperienced, but it did not mean that he could not read people's faces. When the group of people walked away, the man guarding the door smiled and asked, "Do you want to know what they said?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes." The middle-aged bachelor was happy and said with a smile, "They praised you for being good-looking." It was all good words. Qin Pingon's mouth twitched. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The man saw through the youth's thoughts and smiled even more happily. "If you're not stupid, would I let you deliver the letter?" Qin Pingon did not dare to refute. He was afraid that if he angered this guy, the copper coins that were about to be in his hands would fly away. The man turned his head and looked at those people. He rubbed his unshaven chin and said in a low voice, "That woman just now, her legs could crush people to death." Qin Pingon hesitated and asked curiously, "That lady practiced martial arts?" The man was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the youth. He said seriously, "You're really stupid." The youth was confused. He asked Qin Pingon to wait and strode into the house. When he came back, he had a stack of envelopes in his hand. It was neither thick nor thin, about 10 envelopes. The man handed them to Qin Pingon and asked, "Stupid people have stupid luck and good people have good karma. Do you believe it?" Qin Pingon held the envelope in one hand and opened his palm with the other. He blinked and said, "We agreed that 1 copper coin for each letter." The man was angry. He took the 5 copper coins that he had prepared in advance and slapped them on the youth's palm. He waved his hand and said heroically, "I'll owe you the remaining 5 copper coins." The town was neither big nor small, with more than 600 households. Qin Pingon recognized most of the poor in the town. As for the rich families, the threshold was high and the young bumpkin could not enter. Qin Pingon had not even set foot in some of the wide alleys where the rich gathered. The streets there were paved with large pieces of bluestone slabs. On rainy days one would not step on them and splash mud everywhere. Those high-quality bluestone slabs had been trampled by horses and carriages for thousands of years, and had long been polished until they were as smooth as a mirror. The surnames Liu, Li, Zhao and Song were 4 big surnames in the town. The village school was paid for by these families, and most of them owned 2 or 3 big dragon kilns outside the town. The official residence of the kiln supervisor was on the same street as these families. Unfortunately, the 10 letters that Qin Pingon wanted to send today were almost all from the well-known rich families in the town. This was very reasonable. Dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and mice gave birth to mice and burrowed in the ground. A wanderer who could send letters home must have a good family background. Otherwise, he would not have the courage to go on a long journey. 9 of the letters Qin Pingon actually went to 2 places. Falu Street and Peachleaf Alley. When he first stepped on the blue stone slabs that were as big as a bedboard, the young man was a little nervous and slowed down. He actually felt a little ashamed and could not help but feel that his straw sandals had dirted the street. The first letter that Qin Pingon sent out was from the Lu family, whose ancestor had received a jade ruby from the emperor. When the young man stood at the door, he became more and more nervous. Rich families were very particular. Not only was the Lu family's house big, but there were also 2 stone lions at the door. They were as tall as a person and looked very imposing. Song Jisun said that these things could ward off evil spirits. Qin Pingon did not know what evil spirits were, but he was very curious about the round stone ball in the lion's mouth. How was it carved? Qin Pingon resisted the urge to touch the stone ball. He walked up the steps and knocked on the bronze lion door. Soon a young man opened the door and walked out. When he heard that Qin Pingon was here to deliver a letter, the man's face was expressionless. He used 2 fingers to pinch the corner of the envelope. After receiving the letter, he turned around and walked quickly into the house, slamming the door with the painted God of Wealth on it. After that, the young man's delivery of the letter was just as ordinary. There was a house at the corner of Peachleaf Alley that wasn't famous. The person who opened the door was a short, kind-looking old man. After he put away the letter, he smiled and said, "Young man, you've worked hard. Do you want to come in and have some hot water?" The young man smiled shyly, shook his head and ran away. The old man gently put the letter into his sleeve. He was not in a hurry to return to the house. He raised his head and looked into the distance. His vision was cloudy. In the end, he gazed at the peach trees on both sides of the street from high to low, from far to near. Only then did the seemingly senile old man squeeze out a smile. The old man turned around and left. Not long after, a cute little yellow sparrow stopped on a peach tree branch. Its beak was tender and it chirped softly. Qin Pingon left the last letter. He needed to send it to the teacher in the village school. On the way, he passed by a fortune-telling stall. The owner was a young Taoist priest wearing an old Taoist robe. He sat behind the table with his back straight. He wore a laurel hat on his head which looked like a blooming lotus. When the young Taoist saw the young man running by, he hurriedly greeted him. "Young man, don't miss this chance. Come and draw a lot. This poor Taoist will tell your fortune. This poor Taoist can help you predict good or bad fortune." Qin Pingon did not stop, but he turned his head and waved his hand. The Taoist priest did not give up. He leaned forward and raised his voice. "Young man, in the past, this poor Taoist would charge 10 coins for reading people's fortune. Today I'll make an exception. I'll only charge you 3 coins. Of course, if you draw a good lot, you might as well add 1 more coin. If you have good luck and it's a good lot, then this poor Taoist will only charge you 5 coins. How about it?" In the distance, Qin Pingon's footsteps obviously paused. The young Taoist priest had already stood up quickly. Striking while the iron was hot, he said loudly, "It's early in the morning. Young man, you're the first customer. This poor Taoist priest will be a good person to the end. As long as you sit down and draw lots, to be honest, this poor Taoist priest will write some yellow talismans. Can help you to pray for your ancestors and accumulate good karma. With this poor Taoist priest's ability, I dare not say that I'll definitely let you reincarnate into a rich and good child." Qin Pingon was stunned, and then he turned around and walked back to sit on the bench in front of the stall. A plain Taoist priest and a shabby young man. 2 poor people, big and small, sat opposite each other. The Taoist priest smiled and stretched out his hand, indicating the young man to pick up the lot pot. Qin Pingon hesitated and suddenly said, "I won't draw lots. Can you just help me write a yellow talisman?" In Qin Pingon's memory, it seemed that this young Taoist priest who wandered here had been in the small town for at least 5 or 6 years. His appearance did not change and he was amiable to everyone. Usually he would help people feel their bones, read their fortune, draw lots, and occasionally write letters for them. What was interesting was that the lot pot on the table was filled with 108 bamboo lots. For so many years, men and women in the small town had drawn lots. No one had ever drawn a good lot and no one had ever drawn a bad lot from the lot pot. It seemed that there were a total of 108 lots, and no one had ever drawn a bad lot from the lot pot. Therefore, if it was a festival purely for good luck, the people in the small town could accept spending 10 coins. But if it was really troublesome, no one would be willing to come here to be a sucker. If this Taoist priest was a complete swindler, he would be wronged. The small town was only so big. If he really only knew how to act mysterious and cheat, he would have been kicked out long ago. Therefore, this young Taoist priest's skill was definitely not in fortune-telling and divination. But there were some small illnesses and disasters. Many people drank a bowl of the Taoist priest's talisman water and quickly recovered. It was quite effective. The young Taoist priest shook his head and said, "I do things honestly. I said that I would charge you 5 coins for the divination and the talisman." Qin Pingon retorted in a low voice, "It's 3 coins. The Taoist priest laughed and said, "If you draw a good lot, then it's 5 coins. Qin Pingon made up his mind and reached for the lot pot. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "How did you know that I have 5 coins?" The Taoist priest sat upright and still. "I have always been very accurate in judging people's fortune and wealth." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and picked up the lot pot. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Young man, don't be nervous. If it's in your life, then it will be there. If it's not in your life, then don't force it. Looking at things with a normal heart is the best way." Qin Pingon put the lot pot back on the table. He looked solemn and asked, "Taoist priest, I'll give you the 5 coins. I won't draw the lot. I just ask you to write the talisman on the yellow paper better than usual. Is that okay?" The Taoist priest smiled as usual. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." On the table, the brush, ink and paper had already been prepared. The Daoist carefully asked Qin Pingon's parents' names, birthplaces and birthdays. He took out a yellow talisman paper and quickly finished writing in one go. As for what he wrote, Qin Pingon was at a loss. He put down the brush and picked up the talisman paper. The young Taoist priest blew on the ink. "After you bring it home, stand at the door and burn the yellow paper outside the door." The young man solemnly took the talisman paper and carefully put it away. He didn't forget to put the 5 coins on the table and bowed to express his gratitude. The young Taoist priest waved his hand, indicating that the young man should go about his business. Qin Pingon ran to deliver the last letter. The Taoist priest languid leaned on the chair and glanced at the coins. He bent down and reached out to hold them in front of him. At this moment, a small and exquisite oriole flew from the sky to the table. It pecked at one of the coins and quickly lost interest. It flapped its wings and flew away. "The oriole wants to take the flowers. The peach blossoms of the June family have yet to bloom." After the Taoist priest leisurely recited this poem, he deliberately waved his sleeve and sighed, "Life is 8 feet long but not 10 feet long." With a wave of his sleeve, 2 bamboo skewers slipped out of his sleeve and fell to the ground. The Daoist cried out and hurriedly picked them up. Then he sneakily looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Only then did he feel relieved and put the 2 bamboo skewers back into his loose sleeve. The young Taoist priest coughed and kept a straight face. He continued to wait for the next guest. He was a bit emotional. Sure enough, it was easier to earn money from women. In fact, the young Taoist priest hid 2 bamboo sticks in his sleeve. One was the best one and the other was the worst one. They were both used to earn big money. It wasn't necessary for outsiders to know. The young man naturally didn't understand these profound principles. He walked with light steps to the village school. The nearby bamboo forest was lush and green. Qin Pingon slowed down his steps. The middle-aged man's mellow voice sounded in the room. "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's fur is warm." Then a neat and clear young voice sounded. "The sun shines brightly, the lamb's fur is warm." Qin Pingon looked up. The sun was rising from the east, brilliant and magnificent. The young man was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, the child was shaking his head. For, if he hadn't been to Falu Street or Peachleaf Alley, Qin Pingon would never have realized how dark and narrow Clay Bottle Alley was. However, the straw sandals teenager didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he finally felt at ease. The teenager smiled and stretched out his hands. His palms just touched the yellow mud wall twice. He remembered that about 3 or 4 years ago, Qin Pingon could only touch the mud wall with his fingertips. When he reached his house, he found that the courtyard door was wide open. Thinking that he had been robbed, he quickly ran into the yard and saw a tall teenager sitting on the threshold with his back against the locked door. He was yawning in boredom. When he saw Qin Pingon, he stood up and ran to Qin Pingon. He grabbed Qin Pingon's arm and pulled him toward the house. He lowered his voice and said, "Hurry up and open the door. I have something important to tell you." Qin Pingon couldn't break free from the guy's grip and had to be pulled to the door. The teenager, who was 2 years older than him, quickly threw away Qin Pingon and tiptoed to Qin Pingon's wooden bed. He stuck his ear to the wall and listened to the foot of the wall next door. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Lu Xianyang, what are you doing?" The tall teenager turned a deaf ear to Qin Pingon's question. After about half an hour, Lu Xianyang returned to normal. He sat on the edge of the wooden bed with a complicated expression. He was relieved and regretful. Only now did Lu Xianyang realize that Qin Pingon was doing something strange. He was squatting inside the door with his body leaning outwards. He was using a candle that was only the size of a thumb to burn a piece of yellow paper. The ashes fell outside the door. It seemed that Qin Pingon was still murmuring something. However, Lu Xianyang couldn't hear it clearly because he was a little far away. Lu Xianyang was the last disciple of Old Yao, a long-established dragon kiln. As for Qin Pingon, who had poor aptitude, Old Yao didn't really recognize him as his disciple. In this place, if a disciple didn't offer tea to the master, or the master didn't drink the tea, it meant that they didn't have a master and disciple status. Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang were not neighbors. Their ancestral homes were quite far from each other. The reason why Lu Xianyang introduced Qin Pingon to Old Yao was because of an old grudge between them. Lu Xianyang used to be a naughty teenager in the small town. Before his grandfather passed away, at least there was an elder in his family to take care of him. After his grandfather passed away, he, who was as tall as a strong young man at the age of 12 or 13, became the devil incarnate that everyone in the neighborhood had a headache about. Later, for some reason, Lu Xianyang annoyed a group of disciples of the Lu family. As a result, he was blocked in the mud bottle alley and was beaten up. The opponents were all hot-blooded teenagers who didn't care about the severity of their attacks. Lu Xianyang was soon beaten to the point of vomiting blood. More than 10 families lived in the mud bottle alley. Most of them were low-level craftsmen who begged for a living in the small dragon kiln. At that time, Song Jisun wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he happily squatted on the wall to watch the fun. He wanted to see the world in chaos. In the end, only a skinny child sneaked out of the yard and ran to the entrance of the alley. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Someone is dead! Someone is dead!" Hearing the word dead, the disciples of the Lu family woke up with a start. Seeing Lu Xianyang covered in blood on the ground and the tall teenager dying, those rich teenagers finally felt a burst of fear. After looking at each other, they ran away from the other end of the mud bottle alley. But after that, Lu Xianyang didn't thank the child who saved his life. Instead, he came here every few days to tease him. The orphan was also stubborn. No matter how Lu Xianyang bullied him, he refused to cry, which made the teenager more and more angry. But 1 year later, when Lu Xianyang saw that the little orphan surnamed Qin was probably unable to survive the winter, he finally found his conscience. The teenager, who had already been apprenticed to a master at the dragon kiln, took the orphan to the dragon kiln located at the edge of Baoshi. Going west out of the small town on a snowy mountain road for dozens of miles, Lu Xianyang still didn't understand how the little guy who looked like charcoal and whose legs were as thin as bamboo poles walked to the dragon kiln. However, although Old Yao still let Qin Pingon stay in the end, the way he treated the two was really different. He beat and scolded his last disciple Lu Xianyang, but even a blind person could feel his good intentions. For example, once he hit Lu Xianyang's forehead so hard that blood oozed out. The teenager's skin was thick, so he didn't feel anything. Instead, it was Old Yao who regretted it. This taciturn old man was used to being dignified in front of his disciple. Because of his face, he couldn't say anything. As a result, he walked in circles in his house for most of the night and was still worried about Lu Xianyang. In the end, he called Qin Pingon and gave Lu Xianyang a bottle of ointment. Qin Pingon had been envious of Lu Xianyang for so many years. It wasn't that he envied Lu Xianyang's talent, strength and popularity. He was just envious of Lu Xianyang's fearlessness. He was carefree no matter where he went, and he never felt that living alone was a terrible thing. No matter where Lu Xianyang went or who he got along with, he could quickly put his arm around each other's shoulders, call each other brothers and drink and play finger-guessing games. Because of his grandfather's poor health, Lu Xianyang became self-reliant at a very early age and became the king of the children. He was skilled at catching snakes, fish and bird nests, wooden bows, fishing rods, slingshots and bird cages. Lu Xianyang seemed to know how to do everything, especially catching loaches and fishing for eels in the fields in the countryside. The teenager was undoubtedly the best in the town. In fact, when Lu Xianyang dropped out of school in the countryside, Mr. Qi specially went to Lu Xianyang's sick grandfather and said that he didn't need to take a penny. However, Lu Xianyang didn't agree no matter what. He said that he only wanted to earn money and didn't want to study. Mr. Qi said that he could pay Lu Xianyang to be his page boy, but Lu Xianyang still didn't agree. In fact, Lu Xianyang lived quite well. Even if old Yao died and the dragon kiln was sealed, he was chosen by the blacksmith in Dragon Riding Alley within a few days. He began to build a hut and a furnace in the south of the town. He was very busy. Lu Xianyang watched Qin Pingon blow out the candle and put it on the table. He asked in a low voice, "Do you usually hear strange sounds in the morning like?" Qin Pingon sat on the bench and waited for him to continue. Lu Xianyang hesitated for a moment and blushed slightly. "Like a cat meowing in spring?" Qin Pingon asked. "Is it Song Jisun meowing like a cat or GQ?" Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and stopped playing the lute to a cow. He put his hands on the bed and slowly bent his elbows. Then he straightened his arms. His butt left the bed and his feet left the ground. His butt was suspended in the air. He curled his lips and said sarcastically, "What GQ? It's obviously Wang Zhu. Song Jisun likes to show off since he was young. I don't know where he saw the word GQ and used it casually. He doesn't care about the meaning of the word. Wang Zhu must have done something wrong in her previous life to have such a son. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Song Jisun's side to suffer." Qin Pingon didn't agree with the tall teenager's words. Lu Xianyang, who had been maintaining that posture, snorted and said, "You really don't understand? Why is it that after you helped Wang Zhu carry the water bucket once, she no longer talks to you anymore? I'm sure it was Song Jisun, that narrow-minded person. He knocked over a bottle of vinegar and threatened Wang Zhu not to flirt with you. Otherwise, he would punish her according to the family rules. Not only would he break her legs, he would also throw her into Mud Bottle Alley." Qin Pingon couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Lu Xianyang's words. "Song Jisun isn't bad to her." Lu Xianyang flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know about good and bad?" Qin Pingon's eyes were clear. He said softly, "Sometimes when she's working in the courtyard, Song Jisun would occasionally sit on the bench and read his county records. When she saw Song Jisun, she would often smile." Lu Xianyang's eyes were dull. Suddenly, the thin wooden bed couldn't support Lu Xianyang's weight and broke into two halves. The tall teenager sat on the ground. Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and pressed his head with both hands. He sighed and felt a headache coming on. Lu Xianyang scratched his head and stood up, and he didn't say anything remorseful. He just lightly kicked Qin Pingon and grinned. "All right, isn't it just a small and shabby bed? I came here today to bring you a great piece of news. No matter what, it's more valuable than your shabby bed." Qin Pingon raised his head. Lu Xianyang said proudly, "After my master Wan left the town, he suddenly said that he wanted to dig a few wells by the stream in the south. He didn't have enough manpower and needed to call for help. I casually mentioned you and said that there's a short winter melon who's strong enough. Master Wan also agreed to let you go over by yourself in the next 2 days." Qin Pingon suddenly stood up and was about to thank him. Lu Xianyang raised a hand. Stop. I can't thank you enough. Just remember it in your heart." Qin Pingon grimaced. Lu Xianyang looked around. There was a fishing rod in the corner, a slingshot by the window and a wooden bow hanging on the wall. The tall teenager wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, he held back. He strode over the threshold, his boots deliberately bypassing the ashes of the talisman papers. Qin Pingon looked at the tall figure. Lu Xianyang suddenly turned around and faced Qin Pingon. The tall teenager sat on his waist, his feet never leaving the ground. After a few steps he threw a heavy punch. Then he pulled back his fist and straightened his back. He laughed loudly and said, Master Wan told me in private that I only need to practice this fist technique for a year and I'll be able to kill people. Xianxia seemed to be still not satisfied. He made a strange kick and laughed. This is called a good kick must enter the crotch. Kick a stuffy donkey to death. Finally Xianxia stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. He said arrogantly, when Master Wan taught me the fist technique I had some thoughts and insights so I chatted with him. For example, my understanding of Old Man Yao's unique technique, jumping blade. Master Wan praised me as a martial arts genius that only appears once in 100 years. In the future you just need to follow me. You'll live a good life. Xianxia saw from the corner of his eye that the servant girl next door had already entered the room. He immediately lost his interest in playing the hero. He said to Qin Pingon casually, by the way, when I passed by the old locust tree just now, there was an old man who called himself the storyteller, over there. He was setting up a stall over there and said that he had accumulated a lot of interesting stories about strange people and wanted to tell us. You can go take a look if you have time. Qin Pingon nodded. Xianxia strode out of Clay Bottle Alley. There were many rumors about this solitary and unruly young man in the small town. However, the young man liked to claim that his ancestors were generals who led troops to war. That was why his family had a treasured armor passed down from generation to generation. Although it was said to be a treasured armor, Qin Pingon had seen it with his own eyes. In fact, it was ugly. It looked like a scar on a person's body, but also like a scar on an old tree. However, Xianxia's peers didn't say that. They only said that Xianxia's ancestor was a deserter. He fled to this small town and became a son-in-law. He was lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the authorities. They said it with certainty, as if they had seen how Xianxia's ancestors fled the battlefield and how they wandered all the way to this small town. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. He squatted by the threshold and lowered his head to blow away the ashes. Song Jisun stood by the courtyard wall with the servant girl GQ beside him. He shouted, do you want to play with us by the locust tree? Qin Pingon raised his head. I'm not going. Song Jisun twitched the corner of his mouth. Boring. He turned to his servant girl and smiled. GQ, let's go. I'll go buy you a whole jar of peach blossom powder. She blushed and said, a small cricket jar is enough. Song Jisun put his hands behind his back and strode forward with his head held high. Our Song family has lived a prosperous life for generations. How can we be stingy? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our family? Qin Pingon sat on the threshold and rubbed his forehead. This Song Jisun didn't give off a bad feeling when he didn't talk nonsense. However, if Xianxia was here he would definitely want to smash the back of Song Jisun's head with a brick. Qin Pingon leaned against the door and thought about tomorrow's scene. It would most likely be like today and the day after tomorrow would be like tomorrow. This cycle would repeat. Qin Pingon would continue to walk like this for the rest of his life until he was similar to Old Man Yao in the end. A man eats dirt his whole life and dirt eats him once. In the end, when he closed his eyes and opened them again, it might be a matter of his next life. The youth lowered his head and looked at the straw sandals on his feet. He suddenly laughed. The feeling of stepping on a bluestone slab was different from stepping on a muddy beach. Xianxia left the alley. When he passed by the fortune-telling stall, the young Daoist beckoned him over. Come, come, come. I see that your complexion is like burning oil. It's not a good sign. However, don't be afraid. I have a method that can help you avoid disaster. Xianxia was a little surprised. He remembered that this Daoist used to read people's fortunes. Although he wasn't sure if it was accurate, he had never taken the initiative to solicit business. Almost all of his customers were willing to take the bait. Could it be that now that the dragon kiln was closed by the imperial court, this Daoist was also unlucky? He would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go? Xianxia laughed and scolded, your method is to spend money to avoid disaster, right? *CK. You want to cheat money from my pocket? In your next life. The young Daoist wasn't angry. He shouted to the tall youth, I hoped that everything would be prosperous this year. Who knew that there would be disaster in my life? If there is no disaster, I won't pray to the gods. If I want peace, I should burn incense. I should burn incense. Xianxia suddenly turned around and ran quickly to the fortune-telling stall. He rubbed his hands and shouted, "Burn incense, right? I'll burn your stall first." The Taoist was obviously frightened. After he got up, he didn't care about the stall anymore and ran away like a rat. Xianxia stood beside the stall and looked at the sorry figure of the Daoist. He laughed loudly and glanced at the bamboo pot on the table. He casually reached out and pushed it over. The bamboo sticks slid out of the pot and formed a fan shape on the table. Xianxia pointed at the Taoist who stopped in the distance. "I'll beat you up every time I see you." The young Taoist cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Only then did Xianxia let it go. The young Taoist waited until the tall youth was far away before he dared to sit down again. He sighed. "The world is hard. People's hearts are not what they used to be. It's hard for me to make a living." At this moment the Taoist's eyes lit up. He quickly closed his eyes and said loudly, "The pond is full of frogs. It's the heart that pierces the stomach. This place is called duckweed on the water. It's only suitable for the wind to move in all directions." The young boy and girl obviously heard the Taoist's words. Unfortunately, they didn't have any intention of stopping. The Taoist opened his eyes slightly. Seeing that he was about to miss out on business again, he slapped the table and raised his voice. "The Zhuangyuan is a child among men. The Prime Minister is no more than a man of the world. The name of a learned man moves the city. He's proud of his spirit." Song Jisun and the servant girl GQ just continued to walk. The Taoist was disheartened. He muttered softly, "I can't live like this." The young boy turned his head without warning and threw a copper coin to the young Taoist. He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words." The Taoist hurriedly caught the copper coin. He opened his palm and frowned. It was the smallest copper coin. However, the young Taoist gently placed the copper coin on the table. In the blink of an eye, an oriole landed on the table. It lowered its head and pecked at the copper coin. After that, it held the coin in its mouth and looked up at the young Taoist. The oriole's eyes were lively, no different from a human's. The Taoist said softly, "Go. It's not good to stay here." The oriole flashed and disappeared. The young Taoist looked around. Finally, his gaze stopped at the tall archway in the distance. It happened to be facing the plaque with the words, "Chi Chong Bol." He sighed, "What a pity." Finally, the Taoist added, "If I could sell it outside, it would be worth at least 800 taels of silver." "5. Song Jisun brought the maidservant GQ to the old pagoda tree and realized that the shade of the tree was packed with people. There were close to 50 people sitting on the benches and chairs that they had brought over from their own homes. There were also children dragging their elders over to join in the fun one after another. Song Jisun stood side by side with her at the edge of the shade and saw an old man standing under the tree with one hand holding a big white bowl and the other hand behind his back. With an impassioned expression he said loudly, "I have talked about the general direction of the dragon vein just now, so let me talk about the real dragon. This is really amazing. About 3,000 years ago, an amazing immortal appeared in the world. He first focused on cultivating in a certain blessed land and proved the great Tao. Then he traveled the world alone with a sword, showing off his sharpness. For some reason this person did not get along with the flood dragons. For a whole 300 years he killed flood dragons wherever there were flood dragons. He killed until there were no more true dragons in the world before he stopped. In the end no one knew where he went. Some people said that he went to an extremely high place of Tao and discussed Tao with the Tao ancestor. Some also said that he went to the Buddhist kingdom in the far west to debate the scriptures with the Buddha. Some even said that he personally guarded the gate of Fengdu hell to prevent demons and monsters from harming the world. The old man spoke with spittle flying everywhere, but the people of the small town below were indifferent. Everyone was at a loss. The maidservant asked curiously in a low voice, "What is a 3-foot spirit?" Song Jisun smiled and said, "It is a sword." The maidservant said angrily, "Young master, this old man likes to show off his knowledge too much. He doesn't even speak properly." Song Jisun glanced at the old man and gloated, "There are not many people in our small town who are literate. This storyteller is throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person." The maidservant asked again, "What is a blessed land? Is there really someone in the world who can live for 300 years?" And that Fingdu hell, isn't it a place where only the dead can go? Song Jisun was stumped by the question, but he didn't want to show his cowardice, so he casually said, "It's all nonsense. I guess he's read a few unorthodox, unofficial histories to fool the villagers." At this moment, Song Jisun keenly noticed that the old man had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Song Jisun still carefully caught it. However, the young man did not take it to heart and just treated it as a coincidence. The maid looked up at the old locust tree. Tiny fragments of light sprinkled down through the gaps in the leaves. She subconsciously narrowed her eyes. Song Jisun turned his head to look and was stunned. Now, this maidservant of hers had a face that was just beginning to lose her baby fat. She seemed to be very different from the thin, small and shriveled little maidservant in her memory. According to the customs of the small town, when a woman got married, she would hire a blessed person who had both parents and children alive. She would be asked to cut the fine hair on the bride's face and cut the hair on her forehead and temples. This was called opening the face or raising the eyebrows. Song Jisun had also heard of a custom that the small town did not have from a book. Therefore, when GQ was 12 years old, he bought the town's best newly brewed wine. He took out the porcelain bottle that he had stolen. The glaze was extremely beautiful, like a green plum. After pouring the wine into it, he carefully sealed it with mud and finally buried it underground. Song Jisun suddenly opened his mouth and said, "GQ, although this fellow surnamed Chin, according to the words of our scholars, belongs to the category of rotten wood cannot be carved, the wall of dung cannot be built, no matter what, he has done something meaningful in his life." The maidservant did not answer. She lowered her eyebrows and faintly saw her eyelashes tremble slightly. Song Jisun continued, "As for Chin Pingon, he is not a bad person, but his personality is too rigid. Whatever he does, he is stubborn. Therefore he became a potter. This means that no matter how hard he works, he is destined to not be able to make a good item with spiritual energy. Therefore Lu Xianyang's master, that old man Yao, does not like Chin Pingon no matter what. He has his own unique insight. This is called rotten wood cannot be carved. As for the wall of dung cannot be built, the general meaning is that for a poor and pedantic person like Chin Pingon, even if you give him a dragon robe, he will still be a country bumpkin." When Song Jisun said this, he laughed at himself and said, "I am actually more miserable than Chin Pingon." She did not know how to comfort her young master. In this small town, Song Jisun and his maidservant had always been an important topic of conversation for the rich people of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. This was thanks to Song Jisun's cheap father, Lord Song. There were no important people in this small town and there were no storms. Therefore, the pottery supervisor sent here by the imperial court was undoubtedly the kind of person in the opera books. Among the dozens of supervisors in history, the previous supervisor, Lord Song, was the most popular. Lord Song was not like the previous high and mighty officials. Not only did Lord Song not hide in his official residence to cultivate his body, he also did not refuse visitors. He was wholeheartedly studying in his study room. Instead, he personally handled the matters of the official kiln's porcelain. He was more like a rural person than a craftsman or a kiln worker. In more than 10 years, this originally scholarly Lord Song's skin was tanned and shiny. His daily attire was no different from that of a farmer, and he never put on airs when interacting with people. It was a pity that the imperial porcelain made in this small town's dragon kiln, whether it was the glaze, the appearance, or the shape of the large and small pieces, was always not satisfactory. To be precise, compared to the standard of the past, Lord Song was even slightly inferior. This made the old kiln workers puzzled. In the end, perhaps the imperial court felt that the cautious and conscientious Lord Song had worked hard even if he had not made any contributions, so he was transferred back to the capital and received a good evaluation on the edict of the Ministry of Personnel. Before Lord Song returned to the capital, he spent a lot of money to build a covered bridge. Later, when they found that Lord Song did not take a certain child with him when he left the carriage, the big families in the small town suddenly understood. It could be said that Lord Song had accumulated a good relationship with the small town. In addition to the deliberate care of the current supervisor, the young Song Jisun had lived in the small town for many years without worrying about food or clothing. He was free and unfettered. As for the maidservant who was now renamed GQ, there were many different opinions about her origin. The locals who lived in Mud Bottle Alley said that on a snowy winter day, there was a girl from another place who came to beg along the road and fainted in front of Song Jisun's courtyard. If someone had not found her early, she would have gone to the king of hell to be reincarnated. The old man who did chores at the government office had another story. He vowed that Lord Song Jisun had someone buy an orphan from another place in the early years in order to find a good person for his illegitimate son, Song Jisun, to make up for the fact that they could not recognize each other as father and son. No matter what, after the maidservant was named Shi Gui by the youth, it could be said that the relationship between the two of them was confirmed. This was because all of the town's great clans and tyrants knew that Lord Song was most fond of an ink stone, which was engraved with the two words Shi Gui. Song Jisun came back to his senses and smiled brightly. I don't know why, but I think of that shameless four-legged snake. Kiku, think about it. I threw it in Qin Pingan's courtyard, but it still wanted to come to our house. Tell me, do you think Qin Pingan's kennel is so shabby that even a small snake is not willing to go in? The maidservant thought seriously and replied, some things are also dependent on fate, right? Song Jisun gave her a thumbs up and said happily, that's the reason. Qin Pingan is a person who is unlucky. He should be satisfied to be alive. She didn't say anything. Song Jisun said to himself, after we leave the small town, the things in the house will be taken care of by Qin Pingan. Will this guy steal from us? The maidservant said softly, young master, it won't be that bad, right? Song Jisun smiled and said, oh GQ, you also know the meaning of stealing from us? The maidservant blinked her limpid eyes. Is it not literal? Song Jisun smiled and looked to the south, revealing a look of yearning. I heard that the collection of books in the capital is more than the flowers and trees in our small town. At this time the storyteller said, although there are no true dragons in the world, the subordinates of the dragon such as the flood dragon, the dragon, the snake and so on still live in the world. Maybe. The old man deliberately kept them in suspense. Seeing that the audience was indifferent and didn't know how to support him, he could only continue. Maybe it's hiding around us. The Daoist immortals call it the hidden dragon in the abyss. Song Jisun yawned. Suddenly, a locust tree leaf fell from the top of his head, verdant and glistening, and landed on the young man's forehead. Song Jisun reached out and grabbed the leaf, twisting the leaf stem with 2 fingers. The young man, who was thinking of going to the east gate to collect his debt, also saw a locust tree leaf falling in front of him when he approached the old locust tree. However, he quickened his pace, wanting to reach out and catch it. But a light breeze blew and the leaf slipped past his hand. The straw sandal's youth's body was strong and healthy. He quickly took a step to the side, wanting to intercept the leaf. However, the leaf spun in the air. The young man didn't believe it. He twisted and turned several times, but in the end he still couldn't catch the locust tree leaf. The young man, Qin Pingan, was helpless. A young man in green who played truant from school brushed past Qin Pingan. The young man in green didn't know that a locust tree leaf had landed on his shoulder. Qin Pingan continued to go to the east gate. Even if he couldn't get the money, it was good to urge him. In the distance at the fortune-telling stall, the young Taoist closed his eyes to rest, muttering to himself, who said that the cycle of heavenly luck has no thickness. Six. Qin Pingan came to the east gate and saw the man sitting cross-legged on a tree stump at the gate. Languid, he was basking in the early spring sun with his eyes closed, humming a little tune and patting his knees with his hands. Qin Pingan squatted beside him. For the teenager, it was really difficult to talk about collecting debts. The teenager could only quietly look at the wide road in the east. It was winding and long like a thick yellow snake. He habitually grabbed a handful of soil, held it in his palm and slowly rubbed it. He once followed Old Man Yao to climb the mountains around the town. He carried a heavy bag full of choppers, hoes and all kinds of things. Under the guidance of the old man, they would walk and stop everywhere. Qin Pingan often needed to eat soil. He grabbed a handful of soil and directly put it in his mouth, chewing the soil and tasting it carefully. Over time, practice makes perfect. Qin Pingan only needed to grind it with his fingers to know the texture of the soil. As a result, Qin Pingan was able to tell which kiln had produced the broken porcelain shards from the old kilns in the market. He could even tell which master had made the shards. Although Old Man Yao's personality was eccentric and unapproachable, He would often beat and scold Qin Pingan. There was once when Old Man Yao despised Qin Pingan's poor perception and thought that Qin Pingan was simply an idiot. In a fit of anger, Old Man Yao threw Qin Pingan into the wilderness and the old man returned to the kiln alone. When the teenager walked 60 miles on the mountain road and approached the dragon kiln, it was already late at night. It was raining heavily that day. When the teenager staggered in the mud and finally saw a little light in the distance, the stubborn teenager had the urge to cry for the first time after making a living alone. But the teenager never complained about the old man, let alone bear a grudge. The teenager came from a poor family. He did not study, but he understood a truth beyond the books. In the world, except for parents, no one should be good to you. His parents, on the other hand, had passed away early. Qin Pingan was in a daze. The sloppy man seemed to think that there was no way to get away with it. He opened his eyes and smiled. It's just 5 coins. Men are so stingy. You won't be successful in the future. Qin Pingan's face was full of helplessness. Aren't you fussing about it? The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. He chuckled and said, "So, if you don't want to become a bachelor like me in the future, don't think about that 5 copper coins." Qin Pingan sighed. He raised his head and said seriously, "If you're tight on money, you can forget about the 5 copper coins. But let's make a deal first. In the future, each letter will cost a copper coin. You can't go back on your word." The man with a sour smell turned his head and said with a smile, "Little guy with your bad temper, you'll be in big trouble in the future. Haven't you heard of the old saying that suffering losses is a blessing? If you're not willing to suffer even a small loss." He caught a glimpse of the soil in the boy's hand and paused for a moment. He mischievously said, "It's the fate of facing the yellow earth and the sky." Qin Pingan retorted, "Didn't I just say that I don't want 5 copper coins? Isn't that a small loss?" The man was a little deflated. He looked annoyed and waved his hand to chase him away. Go away, go away. It's so tiring to talk to you." Qin Pingan loosened his fingers and threw away the soil. He stood up and said, "The tree stump is very moist." The man raised his head and scolded with a smile, "Do I need you to teach me? Young people are full of young energy. You can fry pancakes on your buttocks." The man turned his head and glanced at the teenager's back. He twitched his mouth and muttered something as if he was scolding God. For some reason, Mr. Qi, the private tutor, ended his lessons early today. There was a courtyard at the back of the school. There was a small wooden door at the north side that led to the bamboo forest. Song Jisun and the maidservant were listening to a story under the old pagoda tree when they were called to play chess. Song Jisun was not very willing, but the person said that it was Mr. Qi's idea and that he wanted to see if their chess skills had improved. Song Jisun had an indescribable feeling towards Mr. Qi, who was serious in speech and manner. It could be said that he respected and feared him. Therefore, Mr. Qi personally issued this imperial edict. Song Jisun had to go, but he had to wait until the storyteller finished telling the story before going to the backyard of the school. The young man in the green shirt who helped the storyteller to pass the message had to go home first. He did not forget to remind Song Jisun not to arrive too late. He was long-winded and repeated the same old tune, saying that his master was the most particular about rules and did not like people to go back on their words and so on. At that time, Song Jisun picked his ears and patiently said that he understood. When Song Jisun brought GQ to the backyard of the school, a cool breeze was blowing. The gentle young man in the green shirt was already sitting on a stool on the south side as usual. He sat upright and still. Song Jisun sat opposite the young man in the green shirt facing the south. Mr. Qi sat on the west side and always watched the chess game without saying anything. GQ, the maidservant, would go for a walk in the bamboo forest every time her young master played chess with others, so as not to disturb the 3 scholars. Today was no exception. In a small town in a remote corner, there were no so-called scholarly families, so scholars could be said to be rare. According to the old rules set by Mr. Qi, Song Jisun and the young man in the green shirt had to guess the stones, and the black player would go first. Song Jisun and the person in front of him of the same age started learning chess almost at the same time. However, Song Jisun was talented and smart, and his chess skills improved rapidly. Therefore, Mr. Qi, who taught the two of them chess skills, regarded him as a master. When they guessed who would go first, Song Jisun would first take out a handful of white stones from the chess box. The number of white stones varied and he did not show it to others. The young man in the green shirt then took out 1 or 2 black stones. If he guessed the white stones correctly, he could take the black player first, which gave him the advantage of going first. In the first 2 years of playing chess, Zhou Xian did not lose once, no matter if he took the white player first or the black player first. However, Zhou Xian was not very interested in playing chess, so he did not play much. You can take the 3 elementary books, primary school, rites and music, and meditation. You have to know that if you read them 100 times, you will understand their meaning. If you can read more than 10,000 books, you will be able to write like a god. You will know the true meaning of these books in the future. As for the 3 miscellaneous books, Essence, Peach and Plum, and Mountain and Sea Strategy, you can read them in your spare time. They are also good for your mood. Zhou Xian was surprised and a little embarrassed. He bravely said, "You seem to be entrusting me. I'm not used to it." Mr. Qi smiled and said softly, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's a small world. We will meet again someday." When this teacher smiled, it was like a spring breeze. He suddenly said, "Go to Zhao Yao's place and say goodbye in advance." Zhou Xian stood up and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you to clean up the chessboard." The teenager ran away happily. The middle-aged Confucian bent down to pick up the chess pieces. It seemed to be messy and disorderly, but in fact it was black first and then white. He picked up the last black chess piece that Zhou Xian put down and pushed it back in order without missing a single piece. The maidservant GQ had returned from the bamboo forest. She stood outside the wooden door and did not set foot in the yard. He did not turn his head and said in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." The girl who grew up in Mud Bottle Alley had a confused look on her face. She was weak and timid, delicate and pitiful. The gentle and elegant Confucian faintly showed a hint of anger and slowly turned his head to look at her. His eyes were cold. The girl was still in a daze. She was innocent. The middle-aged scholar stood up. He looked at the young girl and sneered, "Bastard, traitor." The girl slowly withdrew the innocent look on her face. Her eyes gradually became cold and a sarcastic smile hung on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be saying, "What can you do to me?" She looked straight into the Confucian's eyes. Inside and outside the small yard, there seemed to be a pair of pythons confronting each other. The two looked at each other as enemies. In the distance, Zhou Xian shouted loudly, "GQ, go home." The girl immediately stood on tiptoe and obediently replied, "Yes, young master." She pushed open the wooden door and trotted past the teacher. After running a few steps, she did not forget to turn around and curtsied to the back of the teacher. Her voice was graceful and pleasant. "Teacher, GQ will leave first." After a long time, the Confucian sighed. The spring breeze was warm and the bamboo leaves swayed. It was like the sound of a book being turned. The young Daoist with a lotus crown on his head cleaned up the stall and sighed. The familiar townspeople asked him the reason, but he just shook his head and did not answer. The last newly married woman who had once been here to calculate her marriage passed by this place. When she saw the young Daoist's abnormal behavior, she shyly stopped in her tracks. Her voice was soft as she asked a question. However, her watery eyes, which could speak, lingered on the young Daoist's handsome face. The young Daoist glanced at the woman without showing any expression. He looked down and saw a bulging view. Then the Daoist swallowed his saliva and said a mysterious divination, "Today this poor Daoist has made a fortune for himself. A bad fortune, a great misfortune." (7) There was a well in Apricot Blossom Lane called the Iron Lock Well. An iron chain as thick as a young man's arm hung in the mouth of the well year after year. No one knew when this well had this iron lock or who did this senseless and strange thing. Nobody knew the truth. Even the oldest old man in the small town couldn't tell the truth. It was rumored that there was once a busybody in the small town who tried to test the length of the iron chain. Despite the advice of the elders, the man did not take the old rule of, the person who pulls the iron chain out of the well will lose a year of his life for every foot he pulls out seriously. In the end, after pulling with all his strength for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he pulled out a bunch of iron chains, but there was still no sign of the end. The man was already exhausted, so he let the iron chains out of the well curl around the wheels of the well. He said that he would come back tomorrow, but he did not believe it. After the man returned home, he bled from his 7 orifices and died on the bed. No matter how hard his family tried, the corpse could not close his eyes. In the end, an old man who had lived near the well for generations asked the family to carry the corpse to the well. He watched the old man put the iron chains back into the well. When the whole iron chain went straight back into the deep water of the well, the corpse finally closed his eyes. The old man and the young man walked slowly to the iron lock well. The little guy was a child with 2 snotworms, but when he told the story he spoke clearly and methodically. He did not look like a country boy who had just started school for half a year. At this time the child was looking up. His big eyes were like 2 black grapes. He sniffed gently and the 2 snot snakes shrank back. The child looked at the storyteller who was holding a big white bowl in one hand and said, "I've finished. You should show me what's in your bowl, right?" The old man laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll show you to your heart's content when we get to the well and sit down." The child kindly reminded him, "Don't go back on your words or you'll die a horrible death. You'll fall into the iron lock well when you get there. I won't pick up your body for you. Otherwise there will be a sudden thunder and you'll be struck into a piece of coal. I'll take a stone and break it bit by bit." The old man felt a headache when he heard the child spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. He hurriedly said, "I'll definitely show it to you. By the way, who did you learn these words from?" The child said firmly, "From my mother." The old man sighed, "It's worthy of being called a place with outstanding talents." The child suddenly stopped and frowned. "Are you scolding people? I know some people like to say the opposite of good words such as Zhou Xian." The old man quickly denied and then changed the topic. "Do some strange things often happen in the town?" The child nodded. The old man asked, "Tell me about it." The child pointed at the old man and said seriously, "For example, you carried a big white bowl and refused to let people put copper coins in it. Before you finished your story, my mother said that your story was not bad. You were so confused that she could tell that you were used to swindling people. So she asked me to give you a few copper coins, but you didn't want it. What's in the bowl?" The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the storyteller who had finished telling the story under the old pagoda tree asked the child to lead him to the well in Apricot Blossom Lane. The child was not willing at first, so the old man said that his big white bowl was very particular and that it contained something very rare. That child was naturally lively and active. His parents said that he had forgotten to grow his buttocks when he was reincarnated. Since he was very young, he liked to follow Zhou Xian and his group of libertines to wander around. However, in order to catch an eel or a loach, this little wimpy kid would be exposed to the sun for an hour without moving. His patience was astonishing. Therefore, when the old man said what was in the white bowl, the child immediately took the bait. Even when the old man made a strange request at the beginning, saying that he wanted to try to lift him to see how heavy he was and whether he weighed 40 pounds, the child nodded without hesitation. After all, he would not lose a piece of meat if he was lifted a few times. However, something that made the child roll his eyes again and again happened. The old man, who was holding the bowl in his left hand, used his right hand to lift the child up 5 or 6 times, but he failed to lift the child up even once. In the end, the child glanced at the old man's thin arms and legs and shook his head. He thought to himself that although they were both skinny, Chin Pingon, that pauper, was much stronger than this old man. However, thinking that he had not seen what was in the white bowl, he restrained himself from saying something that would embarrass the old man. It should be known that in Clay Bottle Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane, when it came to quarreling and swearing, especially when it came to sarcastic words, this child could be ranked third. The second was Scholar Zhou Xian, and the first was the child's mother. The old man came to the well but did not sit on the well. The ancient well was built with black bricks. Unconsciously, the old man's breathing became heavy. The child walked to the well with his back facing the well. He jumped back and sat on the well. This scene made the old man break out in a cold sweat. If he was not careful, the little brat would fall directly into the well. With the history of this ancient well, it would be difficult to collect his corpse. The old man slowly walked a few steps forward, squinted, and bent over to examine the iron lock. One end was tied to the bottom of the well wheel. Feng Shui scenic spot, the best in the first continent. The old man looked around with mixed feelings. He thought to himself, I wonder who will get this treasure in the end? The old man stretched out his free left hand and stared at his palm. The lines on his palm were mottled and complicated. However, a brand new line appeared and was slowly extending like a crack in porcelain. Immortals looked at their palms as if they were looking at mountains and rivers. However, this old man was only looking at himself at the moment. The old man frowned and exclaimed, "It's only been half a day and it's already so bleak. Wouldn't those people be?" The child was already standing on the well with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at the old man. He urged loudly, "Are you going to show me the white bowl or not?" The old man said helplessly, come down quickly, come down quickly. I'll show you the big white bowl right now." The child was skeptical, but in the end he still jumped into the well. The old man hesitated for a moment and said with a solemn expression, "Little kid, you and I are fated. It's okay to show you the mystery of this bowl, but after you see it you're not allowed to mention it to anyone, not even your mother. If you can do it, I'll show you. If you can't, I won't show you even if you're criticized behind my back." The child blinked his eyes. "Let's begin." The old man walked to the side of the well solemnly. When he looked down, he found that the brat was sitting on the well with his legs spread apart. The old man regretted provoking this lawless little kid. The old man put away his distracting thoughts and faced the well. His 5 fingers grabbed the bottom of the big white bowl and his palm began to tilt slightly, almost imperceptibly. The child felt that he had been waiting for a long time, but the white bowl above his head didn't move at all. The old man also maintained the same posture. Just as the child's 2 slugs were about to hang on his mouth and his patience ran out, a stream of water as thick as a finger poured out of the white bowl and fell into the depths of the well silently. The child bared his teeth and was about to curse. He suddenly closed his mouth in surprise. A moment later, the child's face changed from shock to confusion. Then the child began to feel fear. He suddenly came back to his senses and jumped into the well to escape to his home. It turned out that the amount of water the old man poured into the well with the white bowl was already more than a large water tank. However, there was still water pouring out of the white bowl. The child felt that he must have seen a ghost during the day. Xianxia casually broke off a budding branch from the side of the road and began to practice his swordsmanship. His whole body was like a rolling wheel, madly spinning. He didn't care about the new pair of boots on his feet at all. The tall youth left the small town and walked from north to south. As long as he walked past the covered bridge that official Song paid for, he would reach the blacksmith shop opened by the father and daughter of the Ruan family after another 3 or 4 li. Xianxia had always been proud and arrogant, but Master Ruan only needed to say one sentence to make the youth prostrate himself in admiration. "We came here only to open the furnace and forge a sword." Forging a sword was good. When Xianxia thought that he would have a real sword in the future, he couldn't help but become excited. He threw away the branch and began to run and shout, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Xianxia thought of the few boxing stances that Master Ruan had taught him in private and began to practice. He was quite good at it, vigorous and vigorous. The youth was getting closer and closer to the covered bridge. On the stairs at the north end of the covered bridge sat 4 people. A graceful and plump woman held a boy in a red robe in her arms. His chin was raised high like a general who had just won a great victory. At the other end of the stairs sat a tall old man with a head full of frost. Beside him, the old man was quietly comforting a fuming little girl. She was as fair as carved jade, like the world's most exquisite porcelain doll. Her tender skin was crystal clear under the sunlight, to the point where one could clearly see the veins under her skin. The 2 children had just finished quarreling. The little girl was about to cry and the little boy was even more pleased. The old man was tall and sturdy like a small mountain. The woman beside him gave him an apologetic look, but the dignified old man ignored it. At the bottom of the stairs stood a young man with the surname Lu. He was the eldest grandson of the Lu family head, named Lu Jingchun. Perhaps it was true that a place could raise a person. People born and raised in a small town were always better looking than men and women from other places. However, Lu Jingchun had long been hollowed out by wine and women. In the eyes of the 4 people sitting on the stairs, he was even more unbearable to look at. The dragon kills owned by the Lu family, whether it was the number or the scale, were the best in the small town. It was also the family name with the most descendants who left the small town and went to other places to spread their leaves. However, Lu Jingchun, who used to be awe-inspiring in the small town, had a reserved expression. His face was pale and his entire body was tense. It was as if the slightest mistake would cause his entire family to be executed. The boy spoke in a language that the people of the small town did not understand. "Mother, this little bug surnamed Lu, is his ancestor really that?" When he was about to say his name, the woman immediately covered the child's mouth. "Before you left, how many times did your father tell you that in this place, you can't rashly mention names?" The boy pushed the woman's hand away, his eyes burning. He lowered his voice and asked, "His family really passed down the treasured armor and sword manual for generations?" The woman dotingly stroked the head of her young son and softly said, "The Lu family used half of the family tree to guarantee that the two things are still hidden in that young man's house." The boy suddenly acted like a spoiled child and said, Mother, can we exchange treasures with Xiao Bai's family? The treasured armor we planned was too ugly. Mother, think about it, if we exchange it for that sword manual, we can take the head in the dream with a flying sword. It's really secretive. Isn't it much more powerful than a turtle shell?" Without waiting for the woman to explain the reason, the girl next to her angrily said, "You want to get your hands on our long-lost treasures? This time we came here to return the treasures to their rightful owners. We are not like some shameless guys who are robbers, thieves, or even beggars." The boy turned his head and made a face, then sneered, "Stinky girl, you said it yourself, it's the treasures of the mountain. It's just the seniority of the sect, so what?" The boy's playful expression suddenly changed. After standing up from the woman's arms, he looked down at the little girl pitifully like a teacher reprimanding a childish child. "The great path leads to immortality, and doing things against the heavens is only about fighting for words. If you don't even understand this, how can you inherit the family business in the future and abide by the ancestral teachings? The descendants of Xingyang Mountain must raise Xingyang Mountain by at least 300 meters every 30 years. Stinky girl, do you think it's easy for your grandfather to your father?" The little girl lost her momentum. She looked dispirited and lowered her head, not daring to look at the boy. The burly old man with a head full of frost said in a deep voice, "Madam, although children's words carry no harm, you should consider the consequences if you cause my young master's Dao heart to be clouded." The woman smiled charmingly and pulled her gloomy young son back into her arms again. She said with a hidden needle in her silk floss, "It's just a quarrel between children. Senior Ape, you don't have to be so uptight. Don't ruin the 1,000-year friendship between our two families." She did not expect the old man to be so hot-tempered. He directly retorted, "Xingyang Mountain has been established for 2,600 years. We will repay kindness with kindness. We will not forget it even after 1,000 years. We will repay grudges with grudges. We will never hold a grudge." The woman smiled. She did not argue because of her personal feelings. Everyone had a heavy responsibility on this trip to the small town, especially her. She had risked her life, her son's future, and the heritage of her family. She had put all her eggs in one basket for this grand gamble. Although the woman was dressed plainly, she had a graceful bearing. However, the people of the small town had not seen the world and did not know the intricacies behind this. From the beginning to the end, Lu Jingchun had his back to the stairs of the covered bridge. When he first met these distinguished guests in the Lu family's mansion, his own brother was young and impetuous. He did not have enough self-control, so he temporarily forgot his grandfather's warning. He could not help but sneak a glance at the beautiful woman's chest. His grandfather, who was trembling with anger, ordered people to drag him away and beat him to death in the courtyard. It was as if his mouth was stuffed with cotton during the execution. Therefore, Lu Jingchun, who continued to discuss matters with his grandfather in the main hall, did not hear his brother's miserable wails or see the bloody scene. When the discussion was over, they went out to search for the young man surnamed Lu. Lu Jingchun only discovered that the bloodstains in the courtyard had already been cleaned up when he stepped out of the main hall. The four guests who had come from afar, even the pair of children who looked like a golden couple, were not surprised by this at all. It was as if this was a matter of course. At that moment, Lu Jingchun was rather lost. Why did it seem that the death of a person was even worse than the death of a dog? Moreover, that person's surname was Lu. Late last night, when he was drinking with his brother to boost his courage, he was incomparably excited. He said that in the future he would definitely achieve meteoric success and bring glory to the family. The two brothers would no longer be frogs at the bottom of the well, and would work together to create a world for themselves. Even after walking out of the Lu family's mansion, Lu Jingchuan's mind was still blank. After that, Lu Jingchun began to feel fear. When strangers asked him questions, his voice would tremble. When he led the way, his steps would become erratic. He knew that he would be a laughingstock, would disappoint his grandfather, and would bring shame to the family. However, the young man could not control his fear. It was as if a chill was seeping out of his body from his bones. At the end of last year, his grandfather had brought him and his brother into a secret room and told them that the Lu family would soon be working for a certain noble. It was a great blessing and they had to be careful. If they succeeded, the Lu family would turn the reward into a stepping stone to nurture the two brothers. As long as the noble was willing to nod his head, then in the future, a bright road would appear beneath their feet. They would rise rapidly and in the end, obtain unimaginable glory and wealth. At that time he finally understood why he and his brother had to learn so many strange dialects from a young age. Lu Jingchun looked at Lu Xian, who was getting closer and closer to the covered bridge. He suddenly felt an incomparable hatred for this person. This was the poor bastard that he had once led people to block in the alley, lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it wasn't for a certain little bastard running to the alley and shouting that someone was dead, he and his buddies would have followed the agreement to take off their pants and rain on the head of the unappreciative youth on the ground. Until now, Lu Jingchun still did not understand why these high and mighty nobles would look at Lu Xianyang in a different light. As for their so-called treasured armor, sword manuals, Xingyang Mountain, the road to immortality and fighting for opportunities and luck, Lu Jingchun seemed to understand all of it, but in reality he did not understand any of it. But Lu Jingchun was very sure of one thing, and that was that he desperately wanted Lu Xianyang to die here. As for the real reason, Lu Jingchun did not dare to admit it, nor did he want to think about it. In the depths of his heart, Lu Jingchun absolutely did not want the lowly dog Lu Xianyang to see him, the young master of the Lu family who had lived a luxurious life, reduced to the same state as him. There was nothing more humiliating than this. The beautiful woman looked at him and murmured, "He's here." The tall young man punched all the way. Later, his punches became faster and faster, so much so that the young man's body was wrapped in the momentum of the punches, and he staggered a little. In the eyes of experts, the embryonic fist intent had already revealed a trace of great success in combining hardness and gentleness. On the path of martial arts fist techniques, there was a saying that went, "If you don't understand the fist intent, you'll be a layman for 100 years. Once you understand the fist intent, you'll be able to fight ghosts and gods for 10 years. The beautiful woman was relieved. Sure enough, this young man surnamed Lu was the person they were looking for. He was indeed talented. Even in those immortal mansions, his foundation and aptitude could not be underestimated. Of course, in the vast world of the beautiful woman and the burly white-haired old man, the most common people were this kind of people. The beautiful woman stood up and ordered Lu Jingchun, who was at the bottom of the steps, "Go and tell that young man, ask him what he wants in order to be willing to take out the two family heirlooms, the armor and the book." When Lu Jingchun turned around, he had already lowered his head and bowed. He also used a dialect that the people of the small town absolutely heard and replied, "Yes, madam." The woman said indifferently, "Remember, when you talk to that young man, you have to be pleasant and pay attention to propriety." The young man stretched out his finger, looked down at him and said sternly, "If you spoil the big thing, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons. Then I'll refine your soul into a wick. I'll make you wish you were dead every moment before the lamp goes out." Lu Jingchun was so scared that he quivered. He bent down even more and said in panic, "I won't spoil the matter." The little girl finally felt that she had won back some ground. She sneered and said, "In front of these ordinary people, you're full of prestige. I don't know who was called a bastard on the way here, but he didn't dare to fight back." The burly old man actually had a bad impression of the snobbish mother and son from the beginning, so he added, "Miss, you're wrong. It's not that he didn't dare to fight back, he clearly didn't dare to talk back." The young man in a bright red robe gritted his teeth and stared at the little girl. His face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything ruthless. In the end, he revealed a bright smile. The woman's gaze was always on the road in front of her, and her face was calm. As for whether she had a grudge or not, only God knew. The little girl snorted and ran down the steps. She squatted by the stream and looked down at the fish swimming in the water. Occasionally, schools of carps would swim by in her sight. The numbers varied and there were both red and green ones. Some old people in the small town chatted under the old locust tree. They often said that when they passed by the covered bridge in a thunderstorm, they had seen a golden carp swimming out from under the bridge. However, some old people said that the carp with golden scales was only the size of a palm. Some people said that the strange carp was very big, at least half the size of a person, and was almost a spirit. There were different opinions and the old people argued. As a result, none of the children who listened to the story were willing to take it seriously. At this moment, the little girl stared at the clear stream. She rested her cheeks on her hands and stared at it without blinking. The white-haired old man squatted beside her and chuckled softly. "Miss, if the Liu family didn't lie, this great opportunity has already fallen into someone else's pocket." The little girl turned her head and grinned. "Grandpa Ape, there might be two of them." Thus she revealed a comical scene of her missing front tooth. The little girl quickly realized this and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands. The old man held back his laughter and explained, "The flood dragons that haven't crossed the river are most particular about dividing their territory. They don't allow their own kind to get close. So..." The little girl made an "oh" sound. After turning her head again, she rested her cheeks on her hands and stared blankly. She muttered, "What if there is?" The old man, who had always been kind to the little girl, revealed a dignified expression for the first time. He reached out and pressed the little girl's head gently. He said in a deep voice, "Miss, you must remember that the word, 'what if,' is the number one enemy of our generation. You can't rely on luck. Miss, although you're a noble..." The little girl pulled out a hand and waved it vigorously. She complained cutely, I know, Grandpa Ape. My ears are going to grow calluses." The old man said, "Miss, I'll go and keep an eye on the situation over there. Although the other party is our ally on the surface of Xingyang Mountain, the nature and conduct of that big family. It's better not to mention it. I don't want to dirty Miss' ears." She only waved her hand to chase him away. He could only leave helplessly. This burly old man, who seemed to be a servant, had his hands on his knees. When he walked, his back was slightly hunched as if he was carrying a heavy burden. The little girl by the shore suddenly rubbed her eyes hard. She discovered that the water level in the stream was clearly beginning to rise slowly. It was visible to the naked eye. If this was outside the town, such as Xingyang Mountain or anywhere else in her hometown, she would not be surprised even if the entire stream dried up instantly. The little girl asked in confusion, "Isn't it said that all mystic techniques, divine abilities and Daoist techniques are naturally sealed here? Also, the higher the cultivation, the more severe the backlash?" Grandpa Ape said that even if it's that legendary person, after staying here for a long time, he's almost like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It's very difficult to truly stop anyone from fighting over it. She shook her head in the end. She could not be bothered to think about this puzzle anymore. The little girl turned her head and looked at Grandpa Ape's tall back. She thought happily. After this place was completely unsealed, she would ask Grandpa Ape to move away the mountain called Cloud Splitting Mountain. She would bring it back to her hometown and use it as her little flower garden. 8. After Qin Pingon returned to the courtyard, his eyelids kept twitching. His left eye twitched for fortune and his right eye twitched for disaster. Thus, Qin Pingon sat on the threshold and began to imagine himself pulling blanks with his hands in the air. Soon the straw sandals youth entered a state of selflessness. Being diligent was one thing, but it was also very important to be able to withstand hunger. Thus, Qin Pingon developed the habit of pulling blanks whenever he had something on his mind. When it came to porcelain, the most important thing was the will of the heavens. Before the kiln was opened, no one knew whether the glaze color and shape of the porcelain would suit the person's taste. They could only leave it to the will of the heavens. However, pulling blanks was undoubtedly the most important thing before the kiln was opened. However, Qin Pingon's aptitude was considered poor by old man Yao, so he mostly did manual labor. Qin Pingon could only observe carefully from the side. Then he would practice the clay and pull blanks himself to find the right feeling. In the courtyard next door, there was the sound of the wooden door being pushed open. It turned out that Song Jisun had returned from the school with his maidservant GQ. The handsome youth sprinted and easily jumped over the low wall. After squatting down, he opened his hands. They were all fingernail-sized stones of various colors, such as mutton fat, pea green, white lotus, and so on. These worthless stones of different sizes could be seen everywhere in the small town. Among them, there was a bright red stone that looked like it was soaked in chicken blood. It was the most popular. In the school, Mr. Qi had carved a seal for his disciple Zhao Yao. Song Jisun felt that it was quite interesting. Several times he wanted to exchange something with the guy, but the guy refused. Song Jisun threw a stone. It wasn't heavy, but it hit Qin Pingan's chest. The latter was indifferent. He threw again. This time, it hit the straw sandals youth's forehead. Qin Pingan still didn't move. Song Jisun wasn't surprised. He threw 7 or 8 stones one after another. Although Song Jisun wanted to distract Qin Pingan with pain, he still didn't directly hit Qin Pingan's arms and fingers. This was because Song Jisun felt that this would be an unfair victory. After Song Jisun finished throwing the stones, he clapped his hands. Qin Pingan let out a long breath and shook his wrist. He completely ignored Song Jisun. After thinking for a while, he lowered his head and made a gesture of holding a carving knife with his left hand. Among the old kiln craftsmen in the small town, the jumping knife technique was not a unique skill. However, no matter who saw Old Yao's jumping knife technique, they would give him a thumbs up. Old Yao had taken in a few disciples, but none of them could satisfy the old man. Only when it came to Lu Xianyang did he feel that he had found someone who could inherit his legacy. In the past, whenever Lu Xianyang was practicing, Qin Pingan would squat at the side and stare at him as long as he had nothing to do. Lu Xianyang cared about his reputation the most. He only knew that Qin Pingan was a tight-lipped person, so he often used Old Yao's secret incantations to intimidate him. For example, if you want your saber to move steadily, your hands must not be inflexible and steady. In the end, you must have a steady heart. However, when Qin Pingan asked him what it meant to have a steady heart, Lu Xianyang was at a loss. Song Jisun watched for a while and felt that it was boring, so he jumped down the wall and entered the room. The maidservant GQ stood by the wall. If she did not stand on her tiptoes, half of her face would be exposed. Even so, he could faintly see that the girl was a beauty. She thought for a while and stood on her tiptoes. Her gaze fell on the poor youth's surroundings. Finally, she found 2 stones on the ground that she liked. One was scarlet and clear, while the other was snow-white and glossy. They were the stones that her young master had thrown away. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said timidly, "Qin Pingan, can you help me pick up those 2 stones? I like them." Qin Pingan slowly raised his head. His hands did not stop moving and were still very steady. His eyes indicated that she should wait for a moment. GQ smiled sweetly like the first green sprout on a branch in spring. It was extremely beautiful. However, the youth had already lowered his head, so he missed this moving scene. The corners of her mouth curled up. Her eyes were overflowing with light, as if there was a tiny living creature leisurely swimming in them. When Qin Pingan stopped what he was doing and asked which 2 stones it was, the maidservant GQ's eyes returned to normal. They were as soft as spring mud after the rain. Qin Pingan followed her finger and picked up the 2 stones. He walked to the wall. As soon as she raised her hand, the straw sandals youth had already placed the stones on the wall. She picked up the 2 stones and held them tightly in her palm. If someone deliberately searched for this item, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult to find one even in 10 years. Even if the fated person did not have the intention, it would be like a piece of junk that could be found on the street. It would be easy to obtain it. It all depended on one's mood. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid that a slug will block your door and curse you for a long time?" She did not admit that her young master stole other people's things, but she did not have the face to deny the truth. She just smiled and did not speak. A mother and son lived in Mud Bottle Alley. Their cursing skills were unrivaled in the small town. Only Song Jisun could exchange blows with them. The child was especially naughty. He had 2 slugs hanging from his nose all year round. He liked to go to the stream to catch fish and collect stones. The fish he caught were kept in a large water tank and the stones were piled up next to the tank. Song Jisun liked to provoke this little troublemaker. Every now and then he would go and steal a few stones. It was not obvious for a day or 2, but Song Jisun often took them away. Once the child confirmed that he had lost something, he would explode like a little wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He could curse outside the courtyard for 2 hours, but his mother never stopped him. Instead, she would try her best to fan the flames. She deliberately exposed the fact that Song Jisun was the illegitimate son of the former manufacturing supervisor. There were several times that Song Jisun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and almost went out to fight with the wooden stool. The maidservant GQ had to persuade him in every possible way to stop him. Suddenly a sharp voice sounded, Song Jisun, come and catch them in the act. Your maidservant and Qin Pingon are flirting with each other. It's obvious that they are hooking up. If you don't control your maidservant, she might climb over the wall and knock on Qin Pingon's door tonight. Come out quickly. Qin Pingon's hand is touching that little girl's face. You didn't see it, but Qin Pingon's smile is disgusting. Song Jisun didn't show his face at all. He directly shouted from inside the house, this is nothing. Last night I saw Qin Pingon and your mother pulling and pulling. After I saw it, Qin Pingon pulled his claws out of your mother's collar with all his strength. This is also your mother's fault. Her breasts are really too magnificent and full. Poor Qin Pingon is so tired that his head is covered in sweat. In the alley, someone fiercely kicked Song Jisun's courtyard door and angrily said, Song Jisun, come out and fight one-on-one. If you lose, you will give GQ to me as a maidservant. She will feed me, make my bed and wash my feet every day. If I lose, I will give you Qin Pingon as an odd job worker. How about it? I'm just asking if you dare. Anyway, whoever doesn't dare is a coward. Inside the house, Song Jisun languid said, go away. Your father, I looked at the almanac. Today is not a good day to beat my son. You can consider yourself lucky. The child outside the house banged on the door. GQ, it's so depressing for you to follow such a cowardly young master. You should just elope with Lu Xianyang. Anyway, the way that blockhead looks at you is as if he wants to eat you. The maidservant, GQ, turned and walked into the house. Inside the house, Song Jisun was carefully wiping an emerald green gourd. It was an old object of unknown age. It was also one of the family properties that official Song had left behind. Song Jisun didn't pay much attention to it at first. Later he accidentally discovered that every time there was a thunderstorm, the gourd would make a buzzing sound. However, after Song Jisun removed the lid, no matter how he swung and shook it, nothing slipped out. He poured water and sand into it, but it was still water and sand. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Song Jisun was really at his wits' end. In addition, there was one time when Song Jisun was annoyed by Gu Qian's shrewish mother, who kept calling him an illegitimate son who had no father to raise him. Song Jisun took a knife and hacked at the gourd. The result made the youth flabbergasted. The blade of the knife had been turned over, but the gourd was still intact. There wasn't a single mark left on it. In a letter that Song Jisun had burned in his early years, it wrote, the gold, silver and copper coins that have been moved to the small courtyard by the government office will ensure that you, master and servant, will not have to worry about food and clothing. When you have free time, you can search for some antiques that you like. Although the town is small, coarse grain can nourish the stomach, books can nourish the qi, scenery can nourish the eyes and solitude can nourish the heart. From today onwards, do your best and leave the rest to fate. A hidden dragon in the abyss will definitely be rewarded in the future. Although Song Jisun resented that man, if he didn't spend his money, he would be struck by lightning. In a small town with simple folk customs, it was very difficult to be extravagant. After so many years, Song Jisun really liked the business of collecting junk. A large vermilion lacquer chest was filled with unconventional things like emerald green gourds. However, Song Jisun had a mysterious intuition. In the large chest there were all kinds of things. There were more than 30 items and this gourd was the most valuable. Next was a rusty purple gold bell. When it was shaken, he could clearly see the hammer hitting the inner wall. It should have made a crisp sound, but it was silent. This made Song Jisun's hair stand on end, but he also felt amazed. Finally, there was a simple teapot signed with the word, mandrill. As for the other items, Song Jisun didn't like them very much. It couldn't be called love at first sight. The child named Gu Qian stood outside the door, cursing loudly. He was full of energy. Not long after, the cursing stopped abruptly. Then Qin Pingon saw the guy suddenly push open the door of his courtyard. His face was full of panic. After locking the door, he squatted by the door and kept winking at him, asking him to squat beside him. Qin Pingon didn't know the reason, but he ran to the child's side like a cat. After squatting down, he asked softly, "Guken, what are you doing? Did you make your mother angry again?" The child sniffed hard and said in a low voice, "Qin Pingon, let me tell you. I just met a strange person." The white bowl in his hand could keep pouring water. "Look, it's only such a small bowl. I saw him pour water for 2 hours with my own eyes. When that guy passed by our clay bottle alley, he seemed to have stopped. Could it be that he saw me?" "Oh no." The child gestured the size of the white bowl with his hands, then patted his chest and said with emotion, "It really scared Song Jisen's father to death." Qin Pingon asked, "You mean the storyteller under the locust tree?" The child nodded hard. "Yes, the old man didn't have much strength. He couldn't even lift me. But that broken bowl was really scary, very scary." The child suddenly grabbed Qin Pingon's arm. "Qin Pingon, I really didn't lie to you this time. I can swear that if I lie to you, Song Jisen will die a horrible death." Qin Pingon raised a finger and made a shushing gesture. The child immediately shut up. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. It gradually sounded and gradually fell. Everything had its vanquisher. The child, who was originally not afraid of anything, sat on the ground and reached out to wipe his face. His face was pale. It was obvious that this snotty Guken was really scared half to death. The child suddenly asked, "Qin Pingon, that guy didn't go to my house, did he? What should we do?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "I'll accompany you and go to your house to take a look." The child was probably waiting for Qin Pingon's words. He suddenly stood up and sat down dejectedly. With a sad face he said, "Qin Pingon, my legs are weak and I can't walk." Qin Pingon stood up and bent down to grab the child's collar. He carried the child with one hand and opened the door with the other, then walked out of the courtyard. The child's house was not far from here, only about 100 steps away. Sure enough, Guken saw the old man in his courtyard. His mother had even brought a stool for the old man. At that moment the child felt that the sky was falling down. So he chose to hide behind Qin Pingon and let the taller one take his place. Qin Pingon did not disappoint the child. He intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of him to protect him. When the naughty child Guken grabbed Qin Pingon's sleeve, he was immediately filled with heroism. The old man did not care about this. He sat on the stool and thought for a moment. The white bowl in his hand disappeared into thin air. Guken's legs immediately became weak again. He hid behind Qin Pingon, trembling with fear. The old man looked at the village woman, who had an unusually calm expression, and then looked at the youth in straw sandals who had a frown on his face. Finally, he said to the cowering child, "Kid, do you know what you're keeping in your water tank?" The child shouted behind Qin Pingon, "What else can there be? I caught fish, prawns and crabs from the stream. I also caught loaches and eels from the fields. If you like it, you can take it. Don't be shy." The child's voice became lower and lower. Clearly he was not confident enough. The woman stroked the hair on her temples and looked at Qin Pingon. She said softly, "Pingon." Qin Pingon understood her meaning. He rubbed Guken's head and then turned to leave. In the depths of the woman's eyes, there was a trace of guilt towards the straw sandals youth. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and turned to ask the old man, "Immortal master who came from afar, do you want to buy or steal this opportunity?" The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "Buy? I can't afford it. Steal? I can't steal it either." The woman also shook her head. It was like this before, but it might not be in the future. When the originally leisurely old man heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly waved his sleeve and his 5 fingers moved quickly. The old man sighed deeply. "Why do you have to do this?" The woman's face was cold and she sneered, "How many good people do you think there are in this small town?" The old man stood up and looked deeply at the ignorant child. He seemed to have made a big decision. His wrist shook and the white bowl reappeared. The old man walked to the side of the large water tank that was half a person's height and quickly scooped up a bowl of water. Although the woman pretended to be calm, her palms were sweaty. The old man sat back on the stool and beckoned to Guken, "Child, come and take a look." The child looked at his mother and she nodded. Her eyes were full of encouragement. After the child came closer, the old man gently blew at the water in the bowl, causing ripples. The old man smiled. "Open your mouth. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and took out a locust tree leaf from somewhere on the child's body. He twisted his 2 fingers but didn't really grasp it. The child subconsciously let out an "ah." The old man flicked his finger and the verdant locust tree leaf entered the child's mouth. The child was stunned on the spot. Then he discovered that there seemed to be nothing strange in his mouth. The old man didn't give him a chance to ask. He pointed at the white bowl in his palm. "Look carefully at what's inside." Gukan opened his eyes wide and looked over with rapt attention. First he saw an extremely small black dot. Then it gradually turned into a slightly eye-catching black line. Finally it slowly grew bigger and turned into a small earthen yellow loach. It rolled around happily in the ripples on the white bowl's water. The child, whose brain was a mess, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He cried out in surprise, "I remember it. I got it from Qin Pingon." The woman slapped her son's face and said angrily, "Shut up." The old man wasn't surprised at all. He said indifferently, "Cultivators of my generation in order to achieve immortality are disgraceful. This bit of competition isn't anything. There's no need to be so nervous. What belongs to your son can't escape. What doesn't belong to that youth can't be guarded either." This child called Gukan weighed less than 40 kilograms. However, the weight of his root bone was unimaginably heavy. Therefore, when this bowl-bearing old man made an exception and used his ancestral secret technique to feel Gukan's weight, he naturally couldn't lift him. This was the prerequisite for him taking in a disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't a 3-year-old child bringing gold through the market be courting death? The old man smiled freely, but his eyes were ice cold. He said slowly, "Of course, even if it originally belonged to that youth, so what? Now that I'm personally overseeing it, it's no longer his." The child kept quiet out of fear, his teeth chattering. The woman was relieved. The old man put on that kind and amiable face again. "Child, this bowl contains the entire river. Now it's even raising a small flood dragon. From now on you're my direct disciple. I'm a true lord, only half a step away from being the ancestor of a sect founder. Although it's a lower sect. In short, you'll naturally understand the weight of the words true lord and sect founder in the future." The old man laughed. "It'll only be heavier than this bowl of river water." The child suddenly cried. "This isn't right. It's Qin Pingon's." The woman flew into a rage out of humiliation. She raised her arm high, wanting to teach this foolish son of hers a lesson. The old man waved his hand, smiled and said lightly, "Having such a heart isn't all bad." The child lowered his head, wiping his tears and snot with the back of his hand. The woman quietly looked at the old man. The old man smiled knowingly and nodded. They were kindred spirits. Everything was understood without words. After the child raised his head, his mother and his master, who had inexplicably fallen from the sky, were already smiling faintly. The child turned his head. When Qin Pingon left, he didn't forget to close the courtyard door. The small town was like a field of crops that had caught up with the big year, the season of harvest. However, some people were like barnyard grass mixed in with the rice grains. After being glanced at once, people wouldn't give them a second glance. For example, the straw sandals youth walking alone in Mud Bottle Alley. "9. A man and a woman turned into Mud Bottle Alley. The young man wore a laurel on his head and a green pendant on his waist. Compared to the son of the richest man in town, Lu, he looked more like a rich young master. The woman's age was not easy to identify. At first glance, she looked like a young girl with tender skin and a sharp chin, like an icicle hanging on the eaves in winter. At another glance, she looked like she was in her 30s. She had phoenix eyes and an enchanting figure. From head to toe, she had an air of elegance. When she walked, her waist twisted. She had a charm that the women in town did not have. The woman looked left and right, full of curiosity. She even reached out to touch the yellow mud wall, but she could not find any clues. She asked curiously, "Fu Nanhua, is this really one of the hidden blessed lands that you mentioned? Why didn't my ancestor emphasize this alley on the geomancy map that he gave before?" The young man did not answer her question. "If you and I really get an unexpected surprise here, how will you repay me?" The woman turned sideways and crossed her fingers behind her back, setting off the view of her breasts. She smiled softly and said, I'll let you do whatever you want. How about that? The young man did not expect her to be so straightforward. Instead, he did not know what to say. Moreover, he was here to visit relatives and friends. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of the whole family's 100 years of prosperity, or even 1,000 years of prosperity. No matter how flirtatious he was, he would never dare to have a one-night stand with the woman in front of him in this small town, under the watchful eyes of so many people. Therefore he quickly changed the topic. He pointed to the depths of the alley and said with a smile, "Fairy Kai, friends are friends, business is business. I have to repeat it again. According to the previous agreement, there are two families in this mud bottle alley, a pair of master and servant and a pair of mother and son. I can let you choose one of them first. The capital of the bet is your Xianxia Mountain's special cloud root stone. Every year you give Old Dragon City 10 pieces." The woman nodded and smiled charmingly. "Of course you can." The young man walked forward slowly and continued, "Next, if you get an opportunity that is beyond our family's expectations, that item must be appraised by our ancestors and given a fair price. After that, your Xianxia Mountain will take out half of the cloud root stone equivalent to the price. Xianxia, do you have any objections? In other words, are you certain that after you agree to this matter at this time and place, you will be able to convince those grand masters of Mount Xianxia to nod their heads and agree to this wager after you have obtained the benefits and secured the bag?" The woman's complexion had already changed. She became solemn and dignified as if she was a completely different person from before. She was like a prostitute in a brothel who had fallen into prostitution, but in a flash she had become the empress who was the mother of the world. This woman, who was known as Xianxia of the Red Cloud Mountain, firmly said, "Yes." The young man narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. He stopped and looked at the woman who was as tall as him. "I'll say the ugly words first. Today you and I can form an alliance and mutually benefit each other. It's not because you and I fell in love at first sight. It's because Old Dragon City and Xianxia Mountain have been together for hundreds of years. Generations of ancestors and elders have worked hard to accumulate incense and incense. If we mess it up and provoke the thunderous anger of those old men, not to mention me, Fu Nanhua, or you, Xianxia, even our parents and masters wouldn't be able to bear the consequences," Xianxia said with a smile. "Therefore, during this time in the small town, we must be honest with each other and cooperate sincerely, right?" Fu Nanhua was also very handsome in this dark alley. He said with a smile, "Besides," Fu Nanhua turned his head to take a look. After retracting his gaze, he lowered his voice and said, "We still have to be careful of those two. After all, they're not Xinjiang Mountain. They can't be considered a famous and righteous sect. Also, I heard that those two fellows are very unruly and don't follow the rules." The tall woman narrowed her phoenix eyes as if she was saying coquettishly, "That's why I, Xianxia, chose you, the first young master Feng." Fu Nanhua said softly, "Let's go. Although there are sages here to suppress and balance the various forces, it's better to be careful. It's not good to fail miserably. In short, whether you and I can succeed or not depends on this." This famous god's favored son's Dao heart became more determined. He said in his heart, "The great Dao is within reach. Those who block my path can be killed by immortals and Buddhas." He looked into the depths of the alley and saw a thin young man walking over from the opposite side. This was the second time they met. The two continued to walk forward leisurely, like a pair of immortal couples who had landed in the mortal world. The tall woman saw the young man too. She joked, "Over by the door in the alley. We've met twice. Do you think this young man will—" She did not finish her sentence. Fu Nanhua naturally knew what she meant. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "By great fairy Kai, there are 600 families in this town. Including the servants and handymen of the 10 clans, there are nearly 5,000 people. No matter how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there are in this town, there's a fixed number. Moreover, over the years, those good seedlings with roots, fortune, and origin have long been secretly divided up. The reason we're able to pick up leftovers this time is nothing more than those unpredictable people with great supernatural powers deliberately selling leftovers." The woman also laughed at herself. She was ashamed of her naivety. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Nanhua still said, "I don't know how your grandmaster taught the heavenly mysteries. My father told me that after entering this place, if someone makes you feel a chill in your heart, you must take the initiative to retreat and stay away from them. You must not disobey or provoke them easily. After all, this place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, unfathomable. Those who feel bad will most likely be the opponents of this town's treasure hunt. As for those who make you feel close to them, they may be the people with great fortune in this area and have the chance to turn it into your own fated chance. At that time, as long as you don't kill them easily and don't break the few unbreakable old rules, other than that, whether you bite, cheat or rob depends on. The corner of Xianxia's mouth lifted. It depends on our mood. She suddenly frowned. Mr. Swan, why don't you let me bring along the descendants of the Zhao family who have roots here? Although I learned some local dialect before I left. Fu Nanhua interrupted the woman's words and shook his head. Those big families have always had secret connections with the outside world. They are able to pass some insignificant information under the eyes of the saints without being seen as crossing the thunder pool. They have been accumulating information from generation to generation and have a deep foundation. The real backing of these families is Old Dragon City and Yunxiao Mountain. Moreover, it is not good to borrow the power of outsiders. It is easy to cause problems and make things worse. If you don't want to talk later, I will do it for you. She smiled and said, It's okay. It's just some awkward words. I'm not that delicate. Fu Nanhua dismissed it with a smile. Xianxia did not say anything. In the end, friends who formed an alliance halfway could not be compared to a family. Moreover, in the eyes of some ambitious people who wanted to prove their Dao, grandfather and grandson, father and son, husband and wife, what were they? Fu Nanhua's smile was tranquil. He was graceful and luxurious, like the son of a top noble family in the world. The reason why he revealed the secret of heaven and told Xianxia about the mental cultivation method that his father secretly passed on to him was actually very simple. Compared to the other two people who came with him, the dull middle-aged man and the cold black-clothed girl, Fu Nanhua's first step into the small town's fence gate was to kill the woman next to him, Xianxia of Yunxiao Mountain. Fu Nanhua subconsciously reached out and grabbed the green pendant on his waist. The old dragon's reign was a work of art. A gentleman would not give up jade for no reason. Xianxia thought for a moment and closed her eyes. After a moment she opened her eyes and said, Song Jisun Gukin. I choose Gukin. Fu Nanhua raised his eyebrows. It's a deal. In the eyes of the two people, the young man turned left and right until he reached an alley and was about to open the door and enter. Fu Nanhua quickly walked forward with Xianxia and said with a smile, What a coincidence, we meet again. The shabby young man was Qin Pingon, who came out of Gukan's house. After hearing the voice, he turned around and nodded. What's the matter? Fu Nanhua said with fluent town dialect. This place is called Mud Bottle Alley, right? I want to ask if there's a person called Song Jisun and a child called Gukan living here. I'm from the capital. My family and Song Jisun's father are family friends. The sister next to me is surnamed Kai. She's from Gukan's mother's family. So the two of us came together and happened to be in the same alley. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Feels like everything has come together. It's really a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile was calm. Even when he was talking to the youth in straw sandals at the bottom of the market, his slender body bent down slightly to take care of the youth. He always maintained this posture when talking to the youth. It did not seem pretentious and made people feel that he had bad intentions. It also made people feel that he was a gentleman. The young man with his head raised nodded and smiled shyly. He said softly, It's a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile deepened. He said warmly, Then these two families live here? Unexpectedly, the young man shook his head and said, I was an apprentice of a dragon kiln not long ago. I lived outside the town for many years and just moved here. I'm not familiar with the neighbors. But the good thing is that you probably won't know what you've missed today for the rest of your life. It's really a blessing in misfortune. Otherwise, you'll regret it until your intestines turn green. When Fu Nanhua heard this, he felt that she was playing the lute to a cow. Outside of the small town, the difference between people, especially the difference between high and low, was even greater than the difference between yin and yang. Xianxia walked backwards towards the maid, so he was facing the straw sandals youth. Although the rain is wide, it doesn't moisten the rootless grass. Remember, The young man's expression didn't change. He suddenly said loudly, "Be careful of the one behind you." Xianxia's body suddenly stiffened. The young man lowered his voice. "Bullshit. H4 double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, please support me and you can also vote for me. Lee support me with 100 horizontal coins to draw monthly votes, /Lee. Lee support me with 500 horizontal coins, /Lee. Lee support me with 10,000 horizontal coins, /Lee. Lee support me with 100,000 horizontal coins to be the alliance leader, /Lee, /all. 10. At that time Xianxia was walking backwards. In fact, when she stepped on the dog poop, she had already realized that things were not going well. What was even more unbearable than stepping on dog poop was, of course, stepping on dog poop and then being seen by others. What was even more tragic than this was no doubt that the person who saw it would tell you that you really stepped on dog poop. Xianxia was not a woman with a shallow temperament, nor was she a delicate girl who could not bear hardships. As one of the many children of the Mount Yunxia's master, the fact that she was able to stand out and win the final spot was very clear. Mount Yunxia had a total of 18 peaks, big and small. It was surrounded by fog all year round and was rich in cloud root stones. It was an important material for refining external elixirs for the Daoist Danding sect. It was famous for being flawless, and was unique in the world. Therefore the people on Mount Yunxia had to pay attention to cleanliness and elegance. Most of them were misophobic and Xianxia was no exception. If it were not for the fact that the small town involved too many people, Xianxia would never set foot in the small town in her life, let alone let her walk step by step in the mud bottle alley that was full of chicken poop and dog poop. The most embarrassing thing was that after coming here, these originally high and mighty immortals were like small fish thrown ashore. They suddenly lost everything that they relied on. The family that occupied a certain paradise, the cultivation of the mystic understanding realm that could move mountains and seas, the mysterious magic weapons that could subdue demons and vanquish devils, and the mysterious magic weapons that could control gods and ghosts, were all gone. Then there was the scene of Xianxia stepping on dog poop. Fu Nanhua originally thought that it was interesting. The spotless fairy Kai of Mount Yunxia had a pair of sticky and smelly dog poop on her boots. Who would dare to believe that? But in the next moment Fu Nanhua shouted in a deep voice, "Xianxia, stop!" Song Jisun, who was standing on the mud wall, narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the green jade pendant carved with a dragon. In the alleyway, Xianxia seemed to have arrived in front of Qin Pingon in a single step. Her delicate hand that was as translucent as fine jade swiftly patted the head of the straw sandals youth. The moment Fu Nanhua called out to stop her, she abruptly stopped her palm. Finally, she gently raised her hand and gently patted down. After finishing this intimate action as if she was a senior pampering a junior, she bent down and stared into the youth's eyes. Those eyes were like a clear spring. Xianxia could almost see her own face. Unfortunately, her mood was extremely bad. She put on a fake smile and said, "Little guy, I know that when you spoke you deliberately slowed down your speed." Fu Nanhua breathed a sigh of relief. If Xianxia really dared to brazenly kill people here, it was very likely that she would be expelled from the small town. She would implicate the entire Mount Yunxia and become the biggest laughingstock. His face was gloomy. He used the official language to remind her, "Xianxia, please think twice before you act. If you are still so impulsive, I feel that it is necessary to abandon the alliance. I don't want to be harmed by you." Xianxia, whose back was facing the young master of Old Dragon City, quickly whispered, "High quality sees Buddha quickly, low quality sees Buddha slowly. There is indeed a pure land, there is indeed a lotus pond." She quickly turned her head and smiled apologetically at Fu Nanhua. "I lost control of myself. I promise this will absolutely not happen again." Fu Nanhua sneered and said, "Are you sure?" Xianxia laughed it off. She didn't solemnly swear to Fu Nanhua. She lowered her head again to look at the straw sandals teenager. She used the official language that was popular in the continent and said, "My Mount Yunxia originated from one of the 5 Buddhist sections. The most important thing is to subdue the monkey and tie up the horse. But before I came here I didn't even understand what the monkey and the horse were. The elders in my family also didn't want to spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. They only let me explore on my own. I didn't expect that today in your mud bottle lane, I would step on a pile of dog poop. Qin Pingon reminded her. Sister, you've stepped on dog poop for a long time. Why don't you hurry up and scrape it off? The immortal girl originally felt that she had entered the pure land of Buddhism, but after hearing the words she suddenly lost her cultivation and fell into the secular world. Her face was ashen, but Fu Nanhua's warning was still echoing in her ears. She had to vent her anger. She stretched out a finger and heavily poked the forehead of the straw sandals teenager. She stared and said, "At such a young age, didn't anyone teach you that a perverse temperament is a sign of early death, and a sharp and mean person is a person who will reduce your fortune?" Qin Pingon was thick-skinned, so he didn't care. He just looked at Song Jisun not far away and didn't say anything. The latter jumped and scolded, "Qin Pingon, why are you looking at me? You're so unlucky." Fu Nanhua was surprised to find that he hadn't even stepped into Song Jisun's courtyard. He was a little unhappy and didn't hide his sarcasm. "Kai Xianxia, how interesting, there are people in this world who would delay the path to immortality because of a pile of dog shit." For once, Kai Xianxia didn't get angry. She looked deeply at the ordinary-looking thin teenager and turned to leave. Suddenly, the teenager behind her whispered, "Sister, your eyelashes are very long." An extremely vulgar secular aunt dared to flirt with an immortal girl? Kai Xianxia flew into a rage and suddenly turned her head. She made up her mind to teach this seemingly honest but actually cunning villager a lesson, even if it would cost her some fate. Although Kai Xianxia and the others entered this place like prisoners in a cage, their hands and feet were tied, and they ran into walls everywhere. They couldn't control any magic arts or artifacts for the time being. However, the benefits of cultivation since childhood, such as the cultivation of a higher level, could be used to nourish the body. It was like tempering the muscles and bones all the time. Although the effect was not obvious and was far less than that of the martial artists who focused on this path, with this foundation, it was easy to deal with a teenager who crawled and rolled in the mud of the marketplace. With a casual palm strike she could do something to some important aperture acupoints, plant a root of illness and shorten his life. However, in the slightly dim alley she only saw a dark face and a pair of bright eyes. The bright moon above the sea. Kai Xianxia's eyes lit up at first, and then she felt the natural pity of a woman. Finally, the pity in her red phoenix eyes faded little by little. She smiled brighter and brighter, suddenly enlightened. Cutting off the heart's devil was an opportunity. It should be known that the Wuxia mountain, which was close to Buddhism and far away from Taoism, had always advocated a view since its founder, the Xianxia old deity, that every time a fate arose or perished, it was a tribulation. Of course, this method of tribulation was not fixed. Everything needed to be solved by the person in charge. For example, Kai Xianxia at the moment. She felt that she had found the restless heart that needed to be suppressed. It was the seemingly innocent but actually obstructive teenager. Therefore she raised her hand again, covered the teenager's chest and gently pressed. All these movements were as smooth as flowing water, as fast as thunder. Even if the teenager consciously took half a step back, he still couldn't resist the tall woman's attack. Fu Nanhua stared at the attractive and graceful back. Not only did his heart not have the slightest ripple, but it was full of murderous intent, almost condensing into a stone heart. He deliberately concealed his murderous intent and deliberately shouted angrily, "Previously you flicked the teenager's forehead with your finger, causing him to be plagued with illness all year round. This punishment is enough. Why do you still want to punish him? Kai Xianxia, have you lost your mind? Do you really want to disregard the opportunity of Taoism for a lowly child?" Kai Xianxia turned a deaf ear. Fu Nanhua lowered his voice and recovered the graceful bearing of an aristocratic family's descendant. He laughed and said, "The great Kai Xianxia of Wuxia Mountain is haggling over every ounce with a common teenager. If this gets out, won't you feel ashamed?" Kai Xianxia turned around and said with a smile, "This alley is really fated with me. Who would have thought that I would be able to get an opportunity here? Although it's not big, mosquito meat is still meat. It's a good sign. I have more confidence in that teenager called Gu Kan." Fu Nanhua was stunned. Could it be that this woman really had an epiphany? Xianxia raised one foot and saw the disgusting filth. He laughed and said, "What a lucky bastard." Song Jisun's face was gloomy and no one could tell what he was thinking. The maid GQ, who no one paid attention to, stood in the same place, silent. At some point 2 pairs of pale golden eyes appeared in her eyes. 1 pair of eyes. Fu Nanhua vaguely sensed something. He suddenly turned his head and quickly looked around. He didn't notice anything strange. Finally he looked the maid up and down and didn't find anything wrong. He could only think of this feeling of discomfort as Xianxia's actions, which attracted the gaze of the celestial sage in the small town. Xianxia was in a good mood. The many stagnant thoughts that had accumulated before were like a flood breaking through a dike. How could it be just a small opportunity? If it weren't for the fact that Mount Wuxia, which was hollow inside, really needed a celestial treasure of sufficient weight to suppress the constantly leaking luck of the mountain gate. And she also needed this to establish her position as the next mountain master, Xianxia would have immediately left this place and returned to Mount Wuxia to cultivate in seclusion for 10 or 20 years. Xianxia walked towards Fu Nanhua's maid in the shabby alley. The teenager behind him asked, "Did you do something to me?" Xianxia didn't even turn his head. "Little guy, you're thinking too much." The teenager was silent. Xianxia looked back and smiled. "You'll die in half a year at most." The teenager was stunned. She smiled gently and said, "You really believe me? Sister is lying to you." Qin Pingon grinned. Xianxia and Fu Nanhua, this pair of celestial couple, almost simultaneously had the same thought. A frog at the bottom of a well, an ant at the bottom of a mountain. Song Jisun, who was squatting on top of the wall and watching the show, rubbed his temples with both hands. His face had an extremely rare serious expression. Even though GQ had already taken that eccentric older sister of hers to find Slug Gu Kan, and that young guy who would throw away a lot of gold without hesitation had also walked into his own courtyard. The clever Song Jisun was still squatting there in a daze. In the outstanding young man's line of sight, there was a thin teenager standing in the middle of Mud Bottle Alley. After looking at the tall woman's back for a while, he quickly withdrew his gaze and walked towards his own courtyard. However, the wooden door didn't open for a long time. Song Jisun hated this feeling. There was a guy who usually didn't show off, but sometimes he was like a stone in a latrine. If he didn't move, he would be an eyesore. If he moved him away, he would find it dirty. As a result, the teenager didn't clearly hear Fu Nanhua's words behind him. The young master of the old dragon city could only repeat himself. "Song Jisun, do you know that there is a kind of person in this world who is very different from you?" Song Jisun finally came back to his senses. He turned around and continued squatting. Looking down at the laurel-styled Fu Nanhua, who was dressed in brocade, he said flatly, "I know." Fu Nanhua could only forcefully swallow back the words that had already reached his mouth. However, he was still somewhat unwilling. He smiled and asked, "Do you really know?" The mysterious young man from the small town had a cold look in his eyes. He sneered, "Are you trying to say that they can revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, live forever and have boundless Dao?" Fu Nanhua nodded and said with relief, "We can be considered half-Dao friends." Song Jisun glanced at the courtyard next door from the corner of his eyes. He was slightly absent-minded and untimely. Fu Nanhua said frankly, "Then I'll be frank. No matter what you have, as long as you are willing to name a price, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have." Song Jisun said doubtfully, "I can see that between you and that girl your family's status is higher. Since she can treat the guy next door like that, why are you willing to treat me like that?" Fu Nanhua took the initiative to finish the sentence. "Equal status?" Song Jisun nodded and praised, "You are quite smart. It's not difficult to talk to you." Fu Nanhua didn't care about the young man's condescending attitude, whether it was his position or his arrogant tone. Even if he has taken a big step back, he still can't protect his integrity and can't escape the disaster. Unfortunately, the situation that was originally expected to enjoy a lifetime of incense took a turn for the worse. It's too horrible to look at. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can make some plans for your son to see if I can end the young man's life and cut off the possibility of some saints and immortal masters following the vine to find the melon, so that they can avoid the trouble of settling accounts in the future. so that my new disciple can ride the wind and thunder on the road to immortality in the future and finally turn into a dragon." The woman sat at the side and listened on intermittently. She was sweating profusely. The old man smiled and asked, "Isn't it strange? He's clearly an otherworldly person who lives in the clouds and drinks dew and doesn't care about worldly affairs. Why does he concentrate on cultivating? After cultivating for so long, it seems like he's only cultivated such a shrewd and vicious aura. She's not much better than you, an ignorant village woman with shallow eyes." The woman hurriedly lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, "I would never dare to think that." The old man dismissed it with a smile and quietly waited for Xianxia to knock on the door of Mount Yunxia. On the road of cultivation, there are endless spells and magical powers. There are big and small reasons and there are high and low Daos. Xianxia treats you like ants. Don't I also treat her and Funan Hua as ants? Why should I reason with the ants under my feet? H4 double monthly ticket calculation. If you think that this chapter is written brilliantly, then show your support. You can also give me a monthly ticket. Li show your support 100 renminbi to draw a monthly ticket /Li. Lead show your support 500 RMB /Li. Lead show your support 10,000 RMB /Li. Lead show your support 100,000 renminbi to be the alliance leader /Li /all. (11) A Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples left the village school with a young man in a green robe and arrived at the foot of the memorial arch. The most knowledgeable teacher in the small town looked a little haggard. He pointed at a plaque above his head and asked, "What do you mean by, 'do not decline'?" The young man Zhao Yao was both a student and a page boy of the teacher. He looked up and said without hesitation, "Our Confucian school is founded on the word benevolence." The 4 words on the plaque are taken from "do not decline to the teacher." It means that we scholars should respect the teacher, but we don't have to be modest when it comes to benevolence, righteousness and morality. Mr. Qi asked, "Don't decline to be modest? What if you change it to, cannot decline?" The young man in a green robe looked elegant. Compared with Song Jisun's aggressive appearance, his temperament was more gentle and restrained. He was like a budding hibiscus, naturally cute. When the teacher asked this question with hidden meaning, the young man did not dare to take it lightly. He carefully considered it, thinking that the teacher was testing his knowledge. How could he dare to be casual? The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked at his disciple's cautious appearance and smiled. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "It's just a casual question. Don't be nervous. It seems that I've restrained your nature too much before. I've made you live like a statue placed in the Wenchang pavilion. You keep a straight face, follow the rules everywhere and be reasonable in everything. You're not tired at all. But now it seems that it's a good thing." The young man was a little puzzled, but the teacher had already taken him to the other side. He was still looking up at the plaque with the 4 words. The Confucian scholar's expression relaxed. For some reason the teacher, who was serious in speech and manner, began to talk about many interesting cases. He told his disciple, "The person who wrote the 4 words 'do not decline to decline' was once the first calligraphy master in the world. It caused a lot of controversy, such as the dispute over the structure, the dispute over the bones and muscles of the spirit, and the dispute over the praise and criticism of ancient quality and modern beauty. Until now there has been no conclusion. Rhythm, law, intent and poise. These were the 4 meanings of calligraphy. For the past 1,000 years this person had won 2 titles. He simply didn't give his peers any chance to survive. As for the hope in nature, now it's a little interesting. If you look at it carefully, you should be able to find that although the strokes, structure and spirit of the 4 characters are similar, in fact, they were written separately by the 4 Daoist immortals. At that time 2 of the old immortals were still writing letters to each other and quarreling. They both wanted to write the mysterious hope character and did not want to write the vulgar yin character. Then the Confucian scholar led the young man to the "do not ask for anything from the outside." He looked left and right with a faint gaze. The village school where you studied would soon be closed by several big families because there would be no teacher there. They would simply knock it down and build a small Taoist temple or erect a Buddha statue for pilgrims to burn incense. There would be a Taoist priest or a monk presiding over the school year after year until the end of the 60-year cycle. During this period, the school might change teachers 2 or 3 times to prevent the townspeople from having any doubts. In fact, it's just a crude camouflage. However, if a sesame-sized spell and supernatural power were to be completed here, it might be equivalent to the magnificent momentum of a god beating a drum or the spring thunder shaking the world. Towards the end, the teacher's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Even if the scholar Zhao Yao pricked up his ears, he could not hear clearly. Mr. Qi sighed. His tone was a little helpless and tired. There are many things that can't be revealed. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter anymore. However, we are scholars after all. We still have to care about our reputation. What's more, if I, Qi Jingchun, take the lead and break the rules, it would be no different from embezzlement. My table manners would be too unsightly. Zhao Yao suddenly mustered up his courage and said, Teacher, I know you are not a common person. This town is also not an ordinary place. The scholar smiled curiously. Tell me about it. Zhao Yao pointed at the majestic 12-legged memorial arch. This place, along with the iron lockwell and apricot blossom alley, the covered bridge with 2 iron swords, the old locust tree, the peach tree and peach leaf alley, and the Zhao family's Falu Street, the annual Guyu invitation and Chongyang invitation are all very strange. The scholar interrupted the youth. Strange? How is it strange? You grew up here and have never gone out. Could it be that you have seen the scenery outside of this town? Since there is no comparison, why do you say that? Zhao Yao said in a low voice, I have long since memorized the contents of those books. The peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Lane are very different from the descriptions of the poems in the books. Also, when you teach, why do you only impart the 3 books of elementary learning? The emphasis is on literacy. After that, what books should we read? What is the purpose of reading books? What is the purpose of undertaking in the books? What is the meaning of, to be a farmer in the morning, to ascend to the hall of heaven at night? What is the son of heaven values heroes to be taught in essays? Although the 2 kiln supervisors never discussed matters of the imperial court, the capital, or the world with others, but the scholar smiled in relief. That's enough. There is no point in saying more. Zhao Yao immediately stopped talking. The scholar who called himself Qi Jingchun whispered, Zhao Yao, you need to be careful with your words and actions in the future. Remember that trouble comes from the mouth, so most of the Confucian sages are tight-lipped. The gentlemen above the sages speak of discretion, bowing like a jade for fear of flaws. As for the saints, such as the mountain masters of the 72 academies, these people are like the Daoist spiritual masters and the Buddhist golden arhats. Their words become prophecies and their words become law. After this group of people and the experts of the 100 schools of thought reach this realm, they are generally known as Earth Immortals. They can be considered as having 1 foot in the door. However, these people are all like dragons. Some are high and mighty like the statues of gods in Daoist temples, so high that they cannot be reached. There are also some who are elusive and cannot be found by ordinary people. Zhao Yao listened in a daze as if he had fallen into the clouds. Zhao Yao couldn't help but ask, Teacher, why are you saying all this today? The scholar's expression was optimistic as he laughed. You have a teacher, so I naturally have a teacher as well. As for my teacher, let's not talk about it. In short, I originally thought that I would be able to struggle at death's door for a few more decades. But I suddenly discovered that there are some people behind the scenes who are unwilling to even wait for this little bit of time. So this time I can't bring you out of the town. You need to walk out on your own. There are some harmless truths that I should reveal to you. Just treat it as a story. I just hope that you understand a principle. There is always someone better than you. No matter how blessed by the heavens and blessed by good fortune you Zhao Yao, you cannot be complacent and slack off. The well water fell and the locust tree leaves left its branches. These were all signs. The scholar called Qi Jingchun reminded, Zhao Yao, do you still remember the locust tree leaf I told you to put away? The young scholar nodded vigorously. I put it away together with the seal that teacher gave me. How can there be a leaf in the world that is so fresh and tender when it leaves its branches? There are thousands of people in the town, but the number of people who have received such blessings can be counted on one hand. You can play with that locust tree leaf often. Who knows, you might encounter another opportunity in the future. The scholar's eyes were deep. Apart from that, I've been telling you to do good deeds in the town all these years. No matter who you are, you must treat them with courtesy and sincerity. In the future, you will slowly understand the profound principles behind it. Those seemingly insignificant trifles can penetrate a stone with dripping water. In the end, the benefits you reap may not be any worse than holding on to a local county journal. The youth noticed a yellow bird perched on a stone beam. It would occasionally jump and chirp. The scholar had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the yellow bird with a dignified expression. The youth couldn't see anything strange about it. The scholar Qi Jingchun suddenly looked in the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, his brows furrowing even more. The scholar sighed softly. The hibernating insects gradually hear the sound of spring and break out of the ground. But as a guest, aren't you being too arrogant by sneaking around under the eyes of the host and using those sneaky tricks? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want by relying on your small bowl of water to make your own decisions? Zhao Yao was deeply worried. Teacher? The scholar waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with the youth. He only led him to the last horizontal board. The youth Zhao Yao was like a hibernating insect that had suddenly heard the sound of spring thunder. He suddenly stopped, his eyes staring blankly. Not far away there was a black-clothed girl wearing a veil hat. Her face was covered by a thin veil. Her figure was well-proportioned, neither slender nor plump. A long sword with a snow-white scabbard and a narrow saber with a green scabbard hung from her waist. She stood under the horizontal board with her arms crossed over her chest and raised her head. The scholar found it funny and coughed softly. The youth was dumbstruck. He didn't understand the teacher's warning to not look at indecent things. The scholar smiled knowingly and didn't reprimand him. Instead, he stopped coughing and allowed the youth to stare at the girl in a daze. The girl didn't seem to notice the youth's gaze. She seemed to particularly appreciate the 4 large characters of Qi Rushing Bull. But then again, my disciple has indeed offended you, but his crime doesn't warrant death, right? The girl deliberately made her voice mature and dull. She slowly put the sword back into the scabbard and held the saber with one hand. She pointed the tip of the saber at the scholar. How you feel is your business. I don't care. The girl took a step forward. What I do is my business. Of course you can control it. She charged forward rapidly. 2 small pits immediately appeared on the ground where her feet were standing. The scholar put one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist. He placed it in front of his abdomen and smiled. In the martial path of the military, only speed is unbreakable. It's a pity that even if this world is about to fall apart, as long as it's before that, even if 10 land immortals join forces to break the formation, it's just an ant trying to shake a tree. Let alone you. In the next moment, the girl appeared 10 steps away from the left of the scholar for no reason. She pondered for a moment and closed her eyes. The scholar shook his head and smiled. It's not a trick like you think. This world is similar to the so-called small world of Buddhism. Here I am, He suddenly exclaimed in surprise and stopped talking. He instantly came to the girl's side and checked what was going on. He gently held the tip of the saber with 2 fingers. He asked, "Who taught you the saber technique and swordsmanship?" The girl did not open her eyes. Her left hand held the hilt of the sword that had just been sheathed. A cold light swept across the scholar's waist, trying to cut him in half. The scholar, who was holding the tip of the saber with 2 fingers, shouted softly, "Retreat." There was a crashing sound on the ground and dust flew. A moment later, the figure of the girl wearing a curtain hat was revealed. She stood still with one foot in front of the other. Under her feet, there was a gully in front of the scholar as if it was plowed out. The girl's hands were bloody. The saber was unsheathed and the sword was also unsheathed, but she was reduced to the point where her sword was snatched bare-handed. Moreover, she knew very well that in addition to the structure of this world, the enemy had always suppressed his strength to the same realm as her. This was because her skills were inferior. It was not that her cultivation was inferior. She seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. Perhaps the girl herself didn't realize that the light around her was distorted. In the end, this scholar was the most reasonable person. He advised considerately, "For the time being, it's best that you don't compare yourself to me. It might hinder your martial arts state of mind. To reach the peak of martial arts, it's important to proceed step by step." His current appearance was somewhat strange. He held the tip of the sword in one hand and the body of the sword in the other. He suddenly laughed, imitating the girl's tone of voice, and said with a wise and experienced tone, "It's your freedom to listen or not, but it's my business to speak or not." The girl was silent for a moment and then she said in a low voice, "I've learned." The scholar smiled and nodded. She was not an arrogant and domineering girl. This was very good. He gently tossed the saber to the girl and said, "I'll return the saber to you first." He lowered his head and looked at the sword at his fingertips. It was slightly trembling. The sound of a young phoenix was clearer than that of an old phoenix. The scholar said regretfully, "The quality of this sword is quite good, but it's still some distance away from the top. It's a bit difficult to bear the weight of 2 characters at most. Otherwise, with your aptitude and foundation, even if you don't take away 4 characters, 3 characters would definitely be more than enough." As he sighed, he casually raised his hand and lightly shouted, "Imperial." 2 dazzling balls of light flew out from the horizontal board inscribed with the words "Qi rushing" and "bullfighting." The scholar waved his sleeve and slapped it twice, sending it into the sword. On the horizontal board, the 2 characters "Qi" and "bullfighting" were still present. The 2 characters "rushing" and "fighting" were like a sickly old man in his twilight years. After the final radiance of the setting sun, he had finally completely lost his vitality. The scholar carelessly shook his wrist, and the sword returned to its master's scabbard in the blink of an eye. Because it had already returned to the scabbard, no one knew for the time being that there were 2 auras swimming around the sword like flood dragons. What happened next shocked even Qi Jingchun, who had been through a lot. The girl slowly took off the scabbard and casually threw it, nailing it into the yellow earth. Behind the veil of her veil, her eyes were firm and resolute. "This is not the path of the sword that I pursue." The scholar glanced at the sword that the girl had abandoned and felt a long-lost heaviness in the depths of his heart. He had no choice but to ask a question that was beneath his dignity. "Do you know who I am?" The girl nodded and then shook her head. "I heard that every 60 years, a saint of the 3 sects would come here to preside over the operation of a large formation. It has already been several thousand years. From time to time, there would be people who would come out of this place either with strange treasures or their cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. That's why I wanted to come and take a look. When I saw you, I was sure of your identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so straightforwardly." Qi Jingchun asked again, "Then do you know what you gave up just now?" The girl was silent. In the scabbard on the ground, the sword trembled incessantly, as if a beauty that could topple a nation was whimpering and begging. The girl had a change of heart. The young scholar had already secretly turned his head and carefully looked at the girl in the distance. The scholar could be said to be knowledgeable, but he still couldn't figure it out after much thought. He couldn't just force the sword that contained a huge amount of fate energy into the girl's hand. In the end, he could only warn her, "Miss, it's best if you put away that sword. After this, the town will be very peaceful. It's always a good thing to have one more thing to defend yourself with." The girl didn't say anything. She turned around and left. She still didn't want to take that sword with her. Qi Jingchun was somewhat helpless. He waved his sleeve and nailed the sword into the top of a stone pillar in the memorial arch. If someone forcibly pulled it out, it would inevitably disturb him who was overseeing the central command. Just like before when the storyteller made his move twice, one in the light and one in the dark, it didn't escape the distant attention of this scholar. He personally escorted Zhao Yao all the way from the school to the Zhao family's mansion on Fulu Street. The middle-aged scholar walked slowly. Every time he took a step, there would be some imperceptible flowing lights and overflowing colors that flashed through the dense courtyards and large mansions on both sides of the street. Qi Jingchun muttered, "Strange, strange. Where did this little girl come from? Could she be an immortal disciple from outside of this continent?" After he returned to the school, he sat in front of a desk. There was a jade tablet placed on it. It was about 1 foot and 2 inches long. The 4 corners were engraved with the mountains of 4 towns, lodging in the 4 directions. The front was engraved with densely packed inscriptions in Xiaozhuan, no less than 100 characters. According to Confucianism's etiquette, only the emperor of a country could wield this jade tablet. This clearly showed the great significance of this town. He turned it over. There were only 2 words engraved on the back of the jade tablet. His handwriting was meticulous and unique. The bones were extremely strong and the will of the spirit was extremely long. On the desk there was also a secret letter that had just arrived. The white-haired scholar's eyes were slightly red. "Teacher, this student is incompetent. I can only look on helplessly as you are humiliated to this extent." The scholar looked out the window. There wasn't too much sorrow or joy in his eyes. He just looked a little lonely. "Qi Jingchun has let down my teacher. I've lived an ignoble life for 100 years. I only deserve death." When Song Jisun took out something from the inner room and placed it on the table, Fu Nanhua couldn't hide the ecstasy on his face no matter how hard he tried to hide it. It was an inconspicuous small pot. At the bottom of the pot was the inscription Mandrill. Song Jisun placed his hands on the table and leaned forward. He smiled and asked, "How much is this pot worth?" The young master of Old Dragon City finally retracted his gaze from the small pot. He looked up and said honestly, "If it were sold in a secular dynasty, it wouldn't even be worth 1 tael of silver. But if it were sold to me I could buy back a city." Song Jisun asked, "Tens of thousands of people?" Fu Nanhua stretched out 3 fingers. Song Jisun made an "oh" sound and curled his lips. "So it's 300,000. Fu Nanhua was stunned. He then laughed. He originally thought that Song Jisun would say 30,000. In Apricot Blossom Alley, a wooden man squatted beside the iron lock well. He stared at the iron chain tied to the bottom of the wheeled cart. It seemed like he was thinking about how to move it. A young girl in black clothes and a curtain hat with a cold temperament walked around the town aimlessly. At that moment she only had the narrow green scabbard saber hanging from her waist. Her hands were just bandaged with cloth strips. When she just walked into an unknown alley. With a whoosh, something flew through the air and then obediently stopped behind the young girl. It buzzed. The young girl frowned. Without turning her head, she squeezed out a word from between her teeth. "Get lost." There was another whoosh. The flying sword, that had been unsheathed and had flown over, was so scared that it hid back into the scabbard. Proud young girl. Obedient flying sword. H4 double monthly votes. If you think this chapter is interesting, show your support. You can also vote monthly. Lead show your support with 100 SM coins and monthly votes, /Lee. Lead show your support with 500 SM coins, /Lee. Lead show your support with 10,000 SM coins, /Lee. Lead show your support with 100,000 SM coins to be the alliance leader, /Lee, /all. The girl in black walked into the depths of the alley. Occasionally people would hang up festive red lanterns. Compared to the others, the girl in the curtained hat did not have the meticulous preparation of her family. She did not have the gray lines of a grass snake. She just walked into the town alone. Not far from the alley, a young man in embroidered clothes stood. He was holding a green jade seal high in his hands. It was the size of a child's palm. It was carved with dragons and tigers. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly. There were faint rays of light inside the jade seal. The young man in embroidered clothes looked up at the treasure in his hands. He was intoxicated. Beside him, a tall old man was kneeling on one knee. He was carefully wiping the mud on the young man's boots with his sleeve. The young man in embroidered clothes had already noticed the strange girl from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing a veiled hat with a green sheath. Her steps were steady. Obviously, she was not a local of the town. However, the young man in embroidered clothes did not care. He was still carefully looking at the ancient jade seal that had been silent for thousands of years. Deep in his heart, he even hoped that the girl would have the idea of stealing the treasure. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Anyway, he had already obtained 2 things. The harvest was far more than he expected. If he did not find something to do, he could only leave with the old servant. For this young man, he would feel that something was missing. For example, in the house thousands of miles away from the town, he was wearing a golden robe with 9 pythons. Unfortunately, he was still missing a claw. Every chosen person who came to this small town could bring 3 tokens, each of which was placed in an embroidered pouch. The pouch that was handed to the gatekeeper was a toll that had to be taken out. No matter how high the gatekeeper's status was, no matter how dilapidated the city gate was, even if it was a country's monarch or a sect's patriarch, they would still have to follow this rule. The other 2 brocade bags meant that they could take at most 2 treasures out of the town. Otherwise, even if they took 10 or 100 treasures, they had to return them one by one. The tokens in the bag were 3 kinds of copper coins with special shapes. They were the gambling money that the common people used to celebrate their victory, the spring money that the palace hung on the peach talisman every year, and the tribute money that was held in the palm of the statue of Lord Xingwang. Although they were called copper coins, they were actually made of rare gold essence. For most of the ordinary people under the mountain, even official silver was not common, let alone a heavy bag of gold. It was enough to make people willing to sell their family heirlooms. The young man in embroidered clothes studied the 3 copper coins that were not recorded in the official history. However, he could not figure anything out. In front of him, the girl with a cold aura walked straight ahead, ignoring the master and servant in the alley. The brocade-clothed youth changed his mind at the last moment. He put away the imperial jade seal and put it into a cloth bag that he had prepared beforehand. He tied it to his waist, but he still stood in the middle of the alley. He had no intention of giving way. The tall and fair-skinned old man also stood up. With a soft and feminine voice, he said softly, "Your Highness, this person is a martial artist who has reached a high level in martial arts. You must not lower your guard. If it was outside the town, we wouldn't have to care. But here, even with my pure martial arts body, I have to bear the pressure of this world at all times. It's extremely uncomfortable. Once I use my chi and open my acupoints, it will be like a river flowing in reverse. My meridians and acupoints will flood out. When that time comes, my death is a small matter, but your Highness' safety is a big matter. If I don't take care of your Highness well, there is even the slightest mistake in your Highness' cultivation. When I return, how will I explain it to His Majesty and Her Majesty?" The young man in embroidered clothes mischievously said, "Grandpa Wu, after you left the palace, you became more talkative. When you were in the palace, all you did was talk back and forth. You were even worse than my sister's stupid parrot." The old man called himself Our. His bowing and groveling were deep in his bones. He was especially proud of this in his heart. He could only be a loyal eunuch in the palace. He saw that the young master didn't seem to understand the meaning of his words, so he could only say more bluntly, "Your Highness, this person in the alley is already a threat to your Highness." The youth in embroidered clothes smiled lazily and said, "Although I've long heard that the path of cultivation is filled with all sorts of people, and that there are many evil and crooked paths, there are even more unorthodox paths. However, I've only met her by chance. She wants to kill me and seize my treasures? That's not very likely, is it? If everyone on the mountain was like this, wouldn't the world have been in chaos long ago?" The old man sighed. The dynasty below the mountain and the immortals on the mountain seemed to be united, but they were divided at heart. In fact, they hated each other. The young man in embroidered clothes was somewhat disheartened. Forget it, forget it. It's not like a man to put this rotten debt on a little girl." The girl walked in front of him, her left hand on the hilt of her knife. The young man in embroidered clothes smiled and leaned to the side, indicating for the girl to go first. The girl in black slowed down her steps and leaned to the side. Her eyes behind the curtain hat were full of vigilance. Back then, Eunuch Mai found the girl's injured hands wrapped in cotton cloth and couldn't help but frown. Presumptuous. Suddenly, the old man shouted angrily like spring thunder. His feet seemed to slide, and his tall figure came to the front of the young man in embroidered clothes. The old man gently leaned his back and pushed the young man against the wall of the alley. At the same time, he opened his left hand. A dull collision sound came from the palm of his hand. It turned out that someone had used a stone as a hidden weapon and smashed it at the side of the head of the young man in embroidered clothes. The momentum was astonishing, and the force was almost enough to penetrate a wall. The old man crushed the fist-sized stone in his palm, but he didn't kill the assassin. Instead, he punched the girl in black with his right hand. The girl with the knife hesitated for a moment, forcibly suppressing her instinct to draw the knife out of its sheath. Instead, she tilted her head and just dodged the powerful punch. The wind from the punch was so strong that it instantly blew the girl's veil. The tall old man changed his straight fist into a horizontal sweep, and his fist smashed right at the girl's head. The fist's momentum was smooth and without stagnation. The girl had to quickly raise her arms and put the back of her hands together to protect her ears, showing a cross-shaped defensive posture, blocking the path of the fist. The next moment the girl slid sideways for more than 10 steps. The girl gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, stretched out the hand that had more blood soaked through the cotton cloth, and straightened the slanted veil hat on her head. She was a little angry. The girl turned around, looked at the tall old man who looked around and said in a methodical manner, "If it weren't for me, he would have been a dead man." The old man turned a deaf ear. But compared with before, the old eunuch who was experienced in assassination and sneak attacks, had reduced the danger level of the girl to the second place. The first place was given to the person who attacked on the other side of the alley. Of course, in addition to the master and the servant, there were only 2 real outsiders in the alley. On the other side of the alley stood a tall and thin masked man. His arms were extremely thick and his bulging muscles were like iron balls. There were 2 bags hanging from his waist which were filled with round objects. He stood in the same place as if to say that the previous sneak attack was actually just a reminder. When his cold eyes swept over the girl, the man grinned, stuck out his tongue and his eyes were burning. The girl chuckled and said 2 words. "Come back." As soon as the voice fell, a sword passed through the head. The flying sword came to the girl's side and spun rapidly around her, like a child acting coquettishly. She said angrily, "Get lost." The flying sword flashed and disappeared. The master and servant were dumbfounded. The old eunuch was not shocked by the flying sword technique itself, but he felt a heartfelt fear that the girl could control the flying sword at will here. This feeling made the old man in a trance, as if he had returned to his youth when he first entered the palace, trembling with fear. One day he looked at the senior who wore a red python robe and walked under the palace wall from afar. Of course he was not in awe of the eunuch whose name he did not even know, but was afraid of the dazzling scarlet. After the young man in embroidered clothes came back to his senses, he smiled, full of self-mockery, took a step forward and asked with concern, "Grandpa Wu, are you okay?" The white-haired old eunuch's face was heavy and he shook his head. "It's better to be careful. If it doesn't work, our family will." The young man quickly waved his hand and asked, "How about we apologize?" The old man was a little caught off guard and then he felt grief and anger and self-blame. If the master was humiliated, the minister would die. Especially the emperor's family. But the young man in embroidered clothes had already smiled and said, "Grandpa Wu, it's not difficult to say sorry if you did something wrong." The old man still felt that this was inappropriate, but the young man in embroidered clothes had already walked towards the girl. In an instant the old man had mixed feelings. It turned out that there was not a single speck of mud on the young man's back. H4 double the monthly votes. If you think this chapter is wonderful, show your support. You can also vote monthly. Lead show your support with 100 horizontal coins to draw monthly votes. Lead show your support with 500 horizontal coins. Lead show your support with 10,000 horizontal coins. Lead show your support with 100,000 horizontal coins to be the alliance leader. /Lee/all. "13. The girl in the curtained hat didn't care about the young man who was walking towards her. She looked over the young man's shoulder at the tall old man who was following closely behind. She said with a gloomy expression, "You wanted to kill just now. Although you have your reasons, I don't think it's right." The young man stopped 7 or 8 steps away from the cold-looking girl and said sincerely, "My name is Zhou Xian. I'm from Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. If Grandpa Wu offended you, I'm willing to apologize and compensate you." The tall old man stood behind the young man with complicated feelings. The so-called descendant of the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom was just an indirect way of saying it. The Great Sui Kingdom had a history of 1,200 years. The people who sat on the dragon throne all had the surname Gao. The first emperor was from Yang County. The girl didn't care about this. She raised her hands and tightened the bandages. She said to the old man, "If we were outside, I wouldn't be able to defeat a martial arts grandmaster who might have already traveled far with the wind. But right now, if I use the flying sword, you will definitely die." The tall old man sneered, "As long as that assassin knows your trump card with his peak master physique, as long as he protects his vital parts, it doesn't matter even if you pierce through him 10 times. He is already like this, not to mention that I'm 2 realms higher than him." One of the realms is even seen as the natural barrier of martial arts. Little girl, I don't know where you got the confidence to say the words death is certain. The girl frowned. She held the handle of the sword with one hand. I'm a person who is afraid of trouble and I hate arguing with people. Why don't we fight and see if it's true or not? Whoever wins is right. What do you think? The old man who rarely had the chance to be threatened was a bit annoyed. If they weren't in this disgusting and treacherous place, with the girl's cultivation level, no matter how gifted she was, the old man would be able to kill 10 of them with one hand. Taking a step back, if it were not for the heavy responsibility of taking care of the young prince whom the great Sui kingdom had placed high hopes on, the old man would have taught this arrogant girl a lesson even if he would be seriously injured by the self-circulating great ways here. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger and her courage was commendable. But that did not mean that the tiger would not devour the calf. The brocade-clothed youth who called himself Zhou Xian hurriedly tried to smooth things over. If Miss insists on pursuing the matter, I'm willing to take out this item as compensation. Zhou Xian lowered his head and opened the cloth pouch at his waist. He took out the imperial jade seal and held it with one hand before handing it to the girl in the curtained hat in the distance. This is to show my sincerity. I only ask that you don't pursue Grandpa Wu's unintentional offense. After all, he did it out of loyalty and righteousness. He didn't have the intention to harm anyone. The tall old eunuch with white hair and eyebrows was suddenly frightened. He knelt down on one knee and said in panic, Your Highness, you can't. This imperial jade seal is an opportunity for your highness. It is a rare and pure treasure that can even carry the incense of the people. How can the two be compared? Your highness is forcing this old servant to death. The face of the noble youth with the surname Gao stiffened. The girl seemed to be a bit impatient. She sneered and said, You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Everyone likes to cherish their own things. Take back the imperial jade seal. I've always liked the saying, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. The girl acted decisively and turned to leave. The brocade-clothed youth was relieved. Get up, Grandpa. It's not right to kneel. The 12 great Martin temples of the Great Sui Kingdom only kneel to the emperor. If this is seen by the 6 imperial censors or the people from the Ministry of Rights, both of us will be in trouble. Alright, this trip to the small town was completed successfully thanks to the protection of my ancestors. Let's not complicate things and leave this place quickly. Also, after we meet up with our own people outside, we can't let our guard down. You should know that among the 6 pillars of the Dali dynasty, the Yuan and Chao families are in opposing camps. Unfortunately, these 2 pillars of Dali have an irreconcilable enmity with the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family. If something happens to you here, Grandpa Wu, it will be difficult for me to return safely to the Great Sui Kingdom. The old man nodded and slowly got up. This old servant knows the severity of the matter. Take it easy. When the old man said take it easy, the girl in the curtained hat had already walked more than 20 steps. A breeze blew past the brocade-clothed youth. The hair on his temples and the sleeves of his brocade-clothed robe were blown up. It turned out that the old man beside him, who had great authority in the Great Sui Kingdom, had no intention of letting the girl go. At this moment he had already rushed forward. The first 3 steps he took were heavy on the ground of the alley. The sound was dull and went more than 10 feet deep into the ground. When he took the 4th step, the old man had already jumped up high and punched the back of the girl. The girl in the curtained hat suddenly twisted her waist. Using the tip of her left foot as a support point, she unsheathed her sword with her right hand. A snow-white light that was more dazzling than the sun appeared in the alley. The tall old man rushed forward and punched the edge of the sword directly. The back of his hand was only cut by the sharp edge of the sword. After the old eunuch's feet landed on the ground, he continued to rush forward and push the girl with the sword back. Then the old man casually stretched out his palm. It seemed slow and calm, but in fact, it hit the girl's forehead as fast as lightning. When the old man was about to increase his strength and smash the head hidden under the curtained hat, he quickly moved his feet and moved his body a foot to the side. With a puff sound, he looked down and found that a sharp weapon had penetrated his right chest from his back. It was the tip of a sword. The old man's expression didn't change. He put 2 fingers together to clamp the tip of the sword and pushed it back. He forcefully pushed the sharp flying sword that followed the girl's will out of his chest. Because of the obstruction of the flying sword, Not only was the old eunuch unable to smash the girl's head with his palm, but the girl who was sent flying back and fell into the alley took the opportunity to catch her breath. She got up and quickly disappeared into a fork in the alley like a leopard. The young man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Imperial Horse Supervisor Eunuch Wu Diao Temple. Why didn't you listen to my hints and insist on acting so stubbornly? Do you really think that your Wu Diao Temple is the most invincible in this small town? We were clearly in the wrong first. After the incident, she didn't force us and was already willing to settle the matter peacefully. Why do you still have to be so vicious? You've gone too far." The old eunuch retracted his gaze from the direction of the girl's escape. He turned around and walked back. His back was straight, which made him seem even more imposing. The old man walked back slowly, step by step, as if he was stepping on the bottom of his heart. The young man felt the suffocating aura and was being oppressed by a servant. He became even more furious. His eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Imperial Horse Directorate Wu Diao Temple, you're committing a capital offense." The old eunuch said indifferently, "Your Highness, a crime punishable by death must be decided by His Majesty himself. From my point of view, Your Highness' safety is of the utmost importance. As for the existence of the girl in the small town, in my point of view, it has already become an urgent matter. Therefore, if we really want everything to be fine, we can only kill her. Only when she is dead can our family be at ease." Seeing the uncontrollable rage in the young man's eyes, the old eunuch sighed and said softly, "I've worked in the imperial palace for more than 60 years. I've seen too much scheming and scheming. Whether it's bloody or not, I've seen too many. I don't have the slightest bit of confidence in people's hearts. I've personally dealt with no less than 30 assassinations on the way to protect the emperor. Your Highness, those assassins are sinister and deceitful. They're definitely unimaginable, especially those crazy death warriors. They can't be reasoned with. Take the masked assassin and the girl in the curtained hat as an example." The young man in embroidered clothes pointed at the old eunuch with a cold expression and said angrily, "Shut up, you old eunuch. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'm only sure that you've ruined my painstaking efforts to rope her in. Even a blind man knows how talented and amazing the girl who can control the flying sword is. Even among the cultivators on the mountain, she's the most outstanding genius. Such a character, not to mention the Great Sui Kingdom or Dali, even in the entire Eastern Aquarius continent, she's a rare existence. I only need to train her for 10 years, at most 20 years, and she'll become the most powerful assassin in my shadow. So what if you're a land immortal or a martial arts grandmaster? What's the result? I'm Gao Zhen, the future crown prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. I'm your master, old eunuch Wu." Strangely, the old eunuch was not annoyed by the old eunuch. Instead, he looked more and more pleased. When the young man finished venting, he finally stopped cursing. The old eunuch looked at the panting young man and said with a smile, "Your Highness, although you haven't experienced some things yourself and don't know the treacherous ways of the world and the sinister hearts of people, there's one thing Your Highness did very well. It's very similar to His Majesty's style in the past." The atmosphere was awkward. After Gao Zhen calmed down, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Before he was appointed as the crown prince, he had been so disrespectful to an old eunuch of the Imperial Horse Directorate and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Great Sui Kingdom's palace. More importantly, this person was deeply trusted by his father and mother. Therefore, Prince Gao Zhen opened his mouth, but he saw the eunuch he had called an old eunuch. The eunuch smiled and said, "Your Highness, remember one thing. Don't say sorry to your servants casually. There's no need to. It's a waste of your status and the servants may not appreciate it. Even if you feel guilty, you should bury it deep in your heart. You should know that the Emperor, who is known as the true dragon of the human world, is the supreme ruler of the world." Gao Zhen said, "Grandpa Wu, with my current status, it's too early to say this." The old eunuch suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He pulled the young man behind him and looked at the masked assassin's body. A slender middle-aged Confucian scholar suddenly appeared at the end of the alley. He walked slowly to the assassin's body, squatted down and took off his mask. Only a strange face could be seen. He had no eyebrows, a shaved nose and words carved on his face. There was no doubt that this person used to be a convict when he was alive. The Confucian scholar was silent. Sure enough, this was premeditated. Perhaps this scheme had started from the Confucian temple. Gao Zhen's eyes were burning. He walked out from behind the old eunuch and bowed. No matter what, he had to salute first. Then he raised his head and asked respectfully, "May I ask if you are Mr. Qi from the Cliff Academy?" The Confucian scholar stood up and said to Gao Zhen, "If you hadn't taken the opportunity first, the two of you wouldn't have been able to leave so easily today." According to the rules set by the four sages, the punishment for outsiders killing each other in the small town was not severe, but it was not light either. Compared to killing indiscriminately, the ordinary people in the small town would definitely be expelled. However, there was an obvious loophole in the fight between outsiders that could be mended after the sheep were lost. The reason why Gao Zhen and the other two groups of people had brought along a retinue was precisely because they were prepared for the worst, so they could use them as scapegoats at critical moments. Otherwise, just one person would cost half of the savings of the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. After all, it was the private savings of the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how much money it would cost. So who would be willing to be the scapegoat for no reason? In layman's terms, it was just spending money to avoid disaster. However, the expenses here could be described as emptying a mountain of gold and silver. The so-called extravagant spending in the secular world was simply child's play in comparison. Gao Zhen, who was ordered to leave, continued to say, "Mr. Qi, if there is a chance in the future, can you come to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to give a lecture? The Great Sui Kingdom is willing to specially reserve the position of imperial tutor for you." The old eunuch thought for a while and decided not to stop the young man's presumptuous remarks. If he could really persuade this scholar to give advice to the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom in the future, the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom would definitely be very happy. The Confucian scholar smiled and did not answer. The old eunuch was decisive and ruthless towards the girl in the curtained hat whom he had met by chance. At this time, facing the stabilizing force of this place, Mr. Qi of the Cliff Academy showed an extreme attitude. He bowed his head and cupped his fists. "Mr. Qi, please forgive me for disturbing you. Just now I had no choice but to attack a junior. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts as a servant of the Gao family." Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve. "Leave quickly." Gao Zhen and the old eunuch had to leave. They happened to take the same route that the girl in the curtained hat had retreated. The young man asked in a low voice, "Is she dead?" The old eunuch shook his head. "She won't live for long. The flying sword will only let her live a little longer. It won't help her." The young man hesitated and asked curiously, "Grandpa Wu, when did you see that her flying sword was not as easy as it looked?" The old man said, "Too much is as bad as too little. Her early wisdom gave the game away." The young man was surprised and puzzled. The old eunuch led the young man out of the original alley and said softly, "Let me ask your highness a question. Your highness has seen many luxurious and rare objects in the world. Would you still be interested in the ordinary porcelain of a small town?" The young man patted his waist pocket and said with a smile, "Of course not. Only this imperial jade seal or something similar to it can make me happy." The old eunuch nodded. "That's right. When the girl killed people with her flying sword, her heart was as still as water. She was extremely calm and composed, just like an ordinary person eating, drinking, and defecating. Moreover, after she realized my true martial arts cultivation, she decisively gave up the idea of fighting. She was afraid that I would see through her tough exterior and deliberately provoke us. Her true intention was to find a way out for both of us. She was afraid that we would kill her, so she would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Therefore she had to break the situation. Of course, it turned out that she didn't do it well. But in the end, it's not simple for her to have such thoughts at such a young age. But the more it's like this, the greater the threat to your highness in the future if we let the tiger return to the mountain and let it grow stronger." The old man sighed with emotion. Young men and young women are in high spirits. If they kill hot-bloodedly or bravely face death, I wouldn't be surprised. But it's very abnormal for them to face death calmly after thinking it over slowly, or to kill without any ripples in their hearts. It can even be said that this temperament can only be tempered by experience. It has little to do with a person's talent and aptitude. Whether it's cultivators or martial artists, Many geniuses die young because the shortcomings of their temperament are too obvious. It's easy to ruin things when they encounter difficulties. Gao Zhen sighed. No matter what, it's a pity. The old eunuch said half-jokingly, Your Highness, if you have to sigh over the life and death of such a person, then when Your Highness really stands on top of the mountain in the future, you'll be very busy. The young man smiled. I don't believe it. The old eunuch suddenly said, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that Mr. Qi with his heavenly cultivation seems to have encountered a big problem. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom said indifferently, Anyway, as long as we can get this Dragon Gate seal, we'll be done. Who would have thought that this priceless treasure seal would be reduced to a small addition to a big deal? So we should stop while we're ahead. Speaking of that golden carp, I can't help but think of that straw sandal boy. The old eunuch smiled. Your Highness, are you thinking of finding a chance in the future to thank this boy? The young man shook his head. No, I'm just feeling sorry for that bag of copper coins. The old man couldn't help but laugh. In the future there might be a thrifty emperor in the Sui dynasty. In a secluded alley going north and south, only the sound of wheels could be heard. There was a young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head who had stopped doing business early today. He was pushing the cart forward, thinking that after he returned to his residence he would pack up and go home quickly. Whoever got involved in this mess would suffer. Suddenly, a slim person in black staggered out from the east and west side of the alley. Finally, she leaned against the wall and moved slowly. She covered her mouth with one hand through the thin veil of her veil hat and pointed at the young Taoist priest with the other hand. The young Taoist priest quickly lowered his head and murmured, Can't see me. Can't see me. Taishang Laojuan's order is as urgent as the law. Forget it, Buddha is protecting me, Bodhisattva is showing up. A Taoist priest didn't ask the three pure ones for help at the last moment. Instead he begged Buddha and Bodhisattva. It was really unreasonable. As expected, Buddha and Bodhisattva didn't seem to be willing to pay attention to the disciples of other sections. The girl in the veil hat somehow mustered her last bit of strength and staggered toward the Taoist priest. She fell heavily with a thud, but her last hand grabbed the Taoist priest's ankle tightly. The young Taoist priest held his head with both hands and looked like he was about to break down. He looked up as if he was asking the sky. Such a huge karma hit me, isn't it the same as engraving the words death on my forehead? I've been wandering around all these years, eating and sleeping in the open, trekking through mountains and rivers and often being bitten by dogs on the street. It's very hard, okay? *CK the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom and that old dog surnamed Wu. Just you wait, this debt can't be settled without 500 years. My cultivation is so low I really can't carry any heavy burden. The young Daoist who was already speaking incoherently lowered his head and almost burst into tears. Little girl, please be merciful and let this Daoist off. Later this Daoist will help you find a place with beautiful scenery. The feng shui is excellent and it will definitely bring good fortune to your children. Oh no, Mrs. Still a virgin then. The girl had completely fainted. Seeing that there was no one around, the young Taoist priest squatted down and was about to quietly pry open the girl's 5 fingers. Whoosh! The flying sword hovered in the air, and the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches away from the young Taoist priest's forehead. The young Taoist priest calmly let go of her hand and said with a face full of pity, Humans are not plants, how can we not have compassion? I've lived a good life, how can I be the kind of person who doesn't save people? The young Taoist priest sat cross-legged and his handsome face was almost wrinkled. Where to send her next is troublesome. The flying sword that had been 3 inches away from the Taoist priest's forehead suddenly moved forward by 1 inch. The Daoist explained patiently, If I want your master to survive, I need a helper. All right, go to the old pagoda tree and prick a pagoda leaf over. I'll help her preserve her vitality first. Your master is a little special. I don't want to blindly save people just to save people. If I accidentally delay her cultivation progress, this new karma makes me want to die again. Let's end this once and for all. The flying sword seemed to be hesitating and the tip of the sword trembled slightly. The Taoist priest said angrily, The earlier you go, the sooner your master can come back from the gates of hell. If you're late, we'll all die together. The flying sword disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Taoist priest said angrily in a low voice, Only when the couple is in love can they become a couple. You Mr. Qi Jingchun are good. You don't even wipe your ass when you poop. The young Taoist priest held his chin with one hand and used his other hand to calculate. Let me calculate which family you'll be sent to. You can survive and the other party won't be ruined. Let's start with the Lu family. Lu family won't do and they're similar to the Zhao family. They already have a chance. How about the Song family? Before the Taoist priest in the alley finished speaking, all the door gods pasted on the doors of the Song family on Fulu Street instantly lost their vigor and dimmed. There were also wisps of green smoke that were invisible to the naked eye. Deep in the courtyard, a barefoot old man pushed the door open and stood in the courtyard cursing angrily. Which bastard is plotting against the foundation of the Song family? Come out and fight. The young Taoist priest coughed and muttered to himself, the Lu family of Fulu Street looks prosperous. They seem to be the ones who can shoulder the burden. Why don't you give it a try? The plaque of the Lu family's family hall that had been passed down for thousands of years shattered with a bang. Shocking cracks appeared on it. An old woman with a deep voice knocked heavily on the ground with a dragon-headed walking stick. Who are you? Can you come out and meet us? The young Taoist pretended that nothing had happened. That's the Wei family of Peachleaf Alley? I can tell that your family has accumulated good karma. You'll definitely be able to bear this karma. Soon an old man used a secret technique to transmit his voice to the school. He roared angrily, Qi Jingfen, aren't you going to do anything? If you can't or don't dare to do anything, get out of here and give the position to Ruan Qing. Let him deal with this sneaky guy. Or is all this just you, Qi Jingchun, venting your personal grudges? A man was leading people to dig a well by the stream south of the covered bridge in the small town. He stood up straight and moved his lips slightly towards the north. Like spring thunder, his voice rumbled in the sky above Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Enough. You're not allowed to be disrespectful to Mr. Qi. And I, Ruan Qing, will never get involved in the town's affairs before the spring equinox. For a moment the world was silent and everything was silent. The culprit sitting next to the cart in the alley was grabbing one of the black-clothed girl's hands. Then he threw the emerald locust tree leaf brought by the flying sword onto her bloody palm. After the locust tree leaf touched the wound on the girl's palm, it melted like snow and disappeared in an instant. The young Daoist sighed and said, every time I see such a scene, I have to feel for this creation of the world. After pondering for a long time, the Taoist still couldn't think of a satisfactory sentence. In the end, the young Taoist lowered his head and looked at the girl who was slightly flushed. He was a little troubled. Since the fate you're involved with is greater than I imagined, then I can only go against the Tao. There are 600 families in the small town, and their roots are intertwined with each other. For generations they've been immersed in the aura of this arcane realm. It's easy for me to find someone with fate, but it's harder than reaching the sky to find a pauper. It's like finding a high-ranking official in the court hall. It's easy, but how can I find a beggar? The young Taoist was surprised. He really found such a pitiful person. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was frightened. He closed his eyes and asked himself. The young Taoist sighed. No matter what, let's see what you choose first. I won't force you. If you don't want to, I'll bear the karma myself. Finally, he put his palms together like a monk. Buddha bless me, Bodhisattva, please help me get through this disaster. In Clay Bottle Alley, the young Taoist bent over and pushed a two-wheeled cart to a courtyard door. After knocking on the door, he asked, is Qin Pingon here? In the corner of the cart, there was a long sword with a snow-white sheath. The flying sword in the sheath looked sickly, as if it despised the young Taoist for finding such a poor place. "14. The young Taoist had already thought of a lot of words to answer the question of, who is she? But unexpectedly, the door of the yard was opened quickly. Obviously, the boy in the shabby alley directly skipped that part. The Clay Bottle Alley was one of the narrowest alleys in the town. The Taoist's double-wheeled wooden cart could not be placed outside to block the road. Fortunately, Qin Pingon looked as thin as a match and did not have much strength. In fact, his strength was not small. He helped the young Taoist to carry the heavy cart into the yard without much effort. From the beginning to the end, the boy did not say anything, which made the young Taoist feel a little embarrassed after closing the door. It was like a thick-skinned person who went to the door to borrow money, and the host entertained him with good tea, wine, and meat. If the guest had a little conscience left, it would be more difficult to ask. The young Daoist thought that since he was going to be embarrassed anyway, he might as well get it over with. He lifted up a cotton mattress covering the cart, revealing a black-clothed girl who was curled up on her side. The curtained hat was slanted but did not fall off, stubbornly covering its owner's face. For some reason, when he lifted up the thin mattress, a bloody smell immediately hit his face. Only then did Qin Pingon realize that she was dressed in black, and there was blood faintly seeping out. Qin Pingon did not expect that a small piece of mattress could completely cover the strong smell. The boy just stepped back and asked, "Taoist, what are you going to do?" The young Taoist said, "Save her. She was seriously injured and no one in the town was willing to save her. No wonder they don't care about their own business. So I thought that you might be an exception." Qin Pingon hit the nail on the head and asked, "How did she get hurt?" The Daoist's face did not turn red and his heart did not skip a beat. He said, "Just now when I was pushing the cart past the memorial archway, I saw this young girl from another village. She actually said that she was going to make a steel inscription on the horizontal board, Chi Chong Fighting Bull. She took her brushes and other things and climbed up. As for the steel rubbing, how should I put it, it's just a business of copying. Most of the time this poor Taoist can't explain it clearly. In any case, after this little girl climbed up, she lowered her head and bent over to sit on the beam. This poor Taoist was scared out of his wits and had no choice but to stop and remind her to be careful from time to time. Who would have thought that in the end she was still too engrossed in the process? Suddenly, with a bang, she fell solidly on the ground. You also know that the ground of the memorial arch is not as hard as that of your mud bottle alley. It's as hard as the bluestone of Fulu Street. This poor Taoist might have injured her internal organs and intestines. This poor Taoist is a monk, so he must be merciful and can't leave her alone, right? I can't do anything about it, so I can't do anything about it. Along the way, every family despised her for being covered in blood. It's just the new year and it's too unlucky. No one was willing to carry her into the house. I also know that this is human nature, so I have no choice but to come to you. To put it bluntly, if you don't want to take her in, then I'm not an immortal who can save people from the gates of hell. I can only wait for the girl to take her last breath and try my best to find a place to dig a hole and set up a steel." The Daoist purposely spoke very quickly and did not enunciate clearly. It was obvious that he wanted to confuse the young man by talking in circles and muddle his way through first. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a beginning, you can take one step at a time. There is always a way out and there will always be a light at the end of the tunnel. Qin Pingon's eyes were complicated. He looked at the young Taoist who was full of hope and then glanced at the girl in black who was lifeless. After a struggle, he nodded and said, "How do you save her?" The young Taoist was suddenly in high spirits. "All right. With your words, Qin Pingon, half of it is true. Don't be fooled by her terrible injuries, as if the King of Hell had scratched off her name in the Book of Life and Death. In fact, it's not as bad as you think. Of course, what this penniless priest said just now is also true. There are all kinds of mysteries involved. For example, this lady's desire to live is extremely strong. In addition, she seems to have some family secrets that can protect her vital heart acupoint and elixir chamber. Also, our town is a very interesting place. There are many strange things. Eating or catching them will be of great benefit." The young Taoist came back to his senses and realized that he had revealed a lot of heavenly secrets. He laughed dryly and said, "You don't understand anyway, right?" The young boy said seriously, "I don't understand, but I remember most of it." The young Taoist asked tentatively, "So when you heard the knocking sound in the house, you knew it was me, the fortune teller who set up the stall?" Qin Pingon hesitated and said, "Yes." The young Taoist asked curiously, "You have a good memory?" "How good?" The young boy looked at the dying girl in black. The young Taoist explained with a smile, "She's in a very mysterious state right now. She can't move her body at will. It's best to wait for a while." Qin Pingon was skeptical. "It's easier for me to remember things by looking at them than by listening to them." The young Taoist asked, "Give me an example?" Qin Pingon thought for a while. "For example, the head of the dragon kiln, Master Yao, his jumping knife technique is the best among all the old masters in the town. I actually remember all the details after seeing it once, but, the young Taoist smiled and continued the topic, but your hands and feet can't keep up, right? Qin Pingan's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. The young Taoist smiled knowingly. Then have you ever thought about what's so good about Old Man Yao's unique skill? Qin Pingan's face darkened. I couldn't figure it out before. Later Lu Xianyang told me that Old Man Yao said that if you want to do the best with the jumping knife, you must have a steady heart and not just your hands. After I heard these words I somewhat understood. I was too anxious before. The more anxious I was, the more chaotic my hands were. The more chaotic it was, the easier it was to make mistakes. Once I made a mistake I could see clearly where I didn't do like Old Man Yao. Then I became even more anxious. That's why I've always been the worst at the dragon kiln. The young Taoist said indifferently, there's an old saying that the master leads you through the door, but the master never thought of leading you through the door. How can you cultivate then? Qin Pingan shook his head. I'm clumsy. Not to mention Lu Xianyang, I can't even compare to an ordinary apprentice. It's not strange that Old Man Yao doesn't like me. The young Taoist suddenly smiled. Qin Pingan, do you know how hard it is to understand the word steady heart? It's very hard to understand. You can't belittle yourself. Qin Pingan still shook his head. It's like catching fish in a small stream. I'm standing at a place where the water doesn't reach my knees. Bending down to catch the fish that's catching. Some people are good at swimming. They can dive into a deep pit and hold their breath for a long time before catching the fish. That's also catching. Taoist priest, the two are different, right? The young Taoist priest laughed and declined to comment. Suddenly he said, we can save her now. Qin Pingan was stunned. The young Taoist priest was also stunned. Why are you in a daze? Carry that girl to the room and put her on the bed. Qin Pingan didn't move at all, and then, the Taoist priest said righteously, of course we'll first help the girl change into a clean set of clothes. Then we'll go to the medicine shop and grab a few herbs to replenish qi and nurture the vitality. When that time comes I'll have to personally come out of the mountain and show my skills. Qin Pingan asked with a dark face, when the girl wakes up will I be beaten to death by her? The young Taoist priest said without hesitation, no. You're her savior. How can there be such an ungrateful person in this world? Qin Pingan was silent. The Taoist priest coughed and his aura suddenly decreased. Probably not? Qin Pingan sighed and asked tentatively, there's a girl next door called GQ. Let her do these things. The young Taoist priest said helplessly, no, the crux of the problem lies here. Qin Pingan didn't insist. He squatted on the ground and scratched his head with both hands. The young Taoist priest suddenly asked, do you have anything you want to ask? If you ask, I may not be able to answer all your questions. But I'll try my best to answer some of them. How about it? Qin Pingan sighed and stood up. Let's save her first. The young Taoist priest smiled. Good. He quietly flicked his sleeves and suppressed a restless flying sword into its sheath. Qin Pingan carried the girl into the house and gently placed her on the wooden bed. The wooden bed that Lu Xianyang sat on earlier had just been repaired. There was a wooden stool under the bed. The young Taoist priest followed behind and stepped through the door. He looked around and found that the house was just like this. The young Taoist priest patted his head and went out to get a pen and paper. He was going to write a prescription for the boy to grab the herbs. After returning to the house, the young Taoist priest shook his head and deliberately didn't look at the wooden bed. He thought that the poor boy was definitely going to have a hard time. The boy sitting on the edge of the bed had already taken off the girl's veil hat, revealing a pale face covered in blood. The so-called bleeding from the 7 orifices was probably referring to the scene under the boy's eyes. The boy quickly stood up and took a stool from the table and placed it beside the bed. He then quickly ran to a corner of the wall. There was a small wooden rack with pots and pans neatly placed on it. Next to the wooden rack, there was a small water jar covered with wooden planks to block mosquitoes and flies. The water jar was filled with well water from Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. The boy took a wooden basin and a gourd ladle and squatted beside the water jar. He scooped out water from the jar and quickly poured it into the wooden basin. He then placed a clean cotton cloth on the edge of the basin and placed it on the stool beside the bed. The young Taoist priest turned his head and raised a piece of paper in his hand. There's a small medicine shop on Falu Street. Take this prescription and go get the herbs. The boy was puzzled. Didn't you say that before? The young Daoist looked confused. He blinked and said, that's right. I'm telling you to be careful when you're getting the herbs. Don't be too high profile, lest you cause a storm in the city and ruin the lady's reputation. Qin Pingon made a no sound and asked while washing the cotton cloth, do you have money to get the herbs? The young Taoist priest suddenly became nervous. You don't. Qin Pingon placed the wooden basin on the table and took out a golden copper coin from somewhere and gently placed it on the table. Daoist priest, I'll take this and exchange it with you for an ordinary copper coin. As for how to exchange it, it's up to you. The young Taoist priest thought for a moment. This copper coin on the table is enough to buy the things on the prescription. I'll go get the money for you now. Soon the Taoist priest came back with a bag of ordinary copper coins and a few pieces of silver. He handed them all to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon reminded him, I'll pour this basin of water later. Taoist priest, you don't have to help. Zhou Xian lives next door and likes new things. It won't be good if he sees it. The young Taoist priest solemnly said, Qin Pingon, don't you have any questions? Qin Pingon stood in place and roughly weighed the copper coins and silver pieces. After he knew what they were, he carefully put them away and signaled for them to talk outside. After the two of them walked out of the door, the straw sandals youth raised his head and slowly said, I know you're not ordinary people. Old Yao said a long time ago when he was drunk that our town was unusual. Everything was strange and everyone was strange. However, Old Yao couldn't say what was strange about it. Of course, I don't know either. This time, Gukan said that the storyteller could pour out a big vat of water from an ordinary big white bowl. Although Gukan is annoying, I know that he wasn't lying about this. Just like... The young man paused for a moment before continuing. Just like today, there was a very tall woman in the alley outside the door. She used her finger to flick my forehead once and her palm hit my chest once. In the end, she said that I was going to die soon. I knew that what she said was true. The young Taoist priest's face was solemn. Qin Pingon finally said, Taoist priest, you said that after burning the talisman you wrote, it would bring good luck to my parents. I actually believe you. That's why you came to me and asked me to save them. I didn't say anything just now, but I hope you can promise me one thing. If you agree, no matter what you want me to do, there won't be a problem. If you don't agree, I'll get the prescription and help you decoct the medicine. After that, I'll chase you away. The Taoist priest asked, What's your condition? Tell me. The youth who always gave people the impression of being calm and experienced was actually a little nervous. He replied, My parents passed away when I was very young. I don't know why, but I remember a lot of things when I was young. It's just that my parents' faces are always blurry and I can't remember clearly. After that, I ate baija rice for a period of time and relied on the neighbors to survive. Once, I heard someone say that I was born on the 5th of May. Judging from their tone, it shouldn't be a very auspicious day. There was someone next door who was more direct and frank. The young man had been beating around the bush. After pausing for a while, he finally went straight to the point. He lowered his head and said in a dull tone, After I help you save someone, and I'm saying if one day I suddenly die, can you help me reincarnate as my parents' child in my next life? The young Taoist priest was silent. Qin Pingon grinned and scratched his head. It's okay if you can't do it. Indeed, there's no such thing in the world. It's my fault. The Taoist priest smiled bitterly. What about that girl? Qin Pingon suddenly turned his back to the Taoist priest. He raised his fist and waved it. For the first time he joked, She's so pretty. I'd be a fool if I don't save her. The young Taoist priest looked at the youth who pretended to be relaxed and pushed the door open to leave. The youth who was walking in the clay bottle alley seemed to have thought of someone and burst into tears. "15. When the youth walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, he happened to run into Song Jisun's maidservant, GQ. After she had sent the tall girl to Gukan's house, she didn't rush home. Instead, she passed through the alley and strolled around the small shops in Apricot Blossom Alley. Although she didn't buy anything, she was still in a good mood. She skipped along the way, cheerful and light. She was a young girl who grew up in the countryside and seemed to have a grassy fragrance. Compared to those noble ladies who lived in large mansions and deep courtyards, she was different. When she saw the youth with straw sandals, she didn't lower her head like before. Instead, she slightly quickened her pace and walked sideways. Instead, she stopped and stared at this neighbor who she didn't often interact with. She wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon smiled at her and jogged past her. Then he ran faster and faster. GQ quietly stood at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley and turned her head to look. The shabby youth running under the sun was like a tenacious wild cat. He didn't look good, but he didn't seem to starve to death. The young girl was not well liked in the small town. Due to the eccentric temperament of the young Zhou Xian, the maidservant named Xigui always gave people the feeling that she did not fit in with the crowd, no matter whether she went to the iron lock well to fetch water, went to the market to buy things, or bought stationery for the young man. She did not have any playmates of the same age and never liked to talk much when she met acquaintances. For the people of the small town who liked to be lively and festive, such a young girl was really difficult to get close to. In this regard, Qin Pingon's situation was actually somewhat similar to the maidservant GQ. The difference was that although the youth didn't like to talk, his personality was definitely not annoying. On the contrary, the youth was gentle and friendly. He never had a sharp edge. It was only because his family was in decline and he went to the dragon kiln early to make a living, that he didn't seem to be close to the neighbors. Of course, the neighbors in Mud Bottle Alley did have some inexplicable scruples about the youth's birthday. The 5th day of the 5th month was an evil day in the small town's customs. The youth was born on this day. Coupled with the death of his parents, Qin Pingon had become the last child of the family. Naturally, people would whisper in their hearts, especially the old people who liked to join in the fun by the old pagoda tree. They were especially alienated from the youth in Mud Bottle Alley. In private, they would warn their children not to get close to him. However, when the children were reluctant and asked why, the old people couldn't give a reason. At this time, a slender figure came out of the alley and stood beside the young girl. GQ turned her head and didn't say a word. She just walked forward. The man turned around and walked side by side with her in Mud Bottle Alley. It was the school teacher Qi Jingchun, the only scholar in the small town. He was a true Confucian disciple. The young girl kept walking with a cold face. Isn't it good for the two of us to mind our own business? Moreover, mister, don't forget that it was indeed you who had the advantage of time, place and people. I was just a lowly servant, so of course I could only swallow my anger. But recently, mister, there seems to be some problems with your Dharma sect that's tens of millions of miles away, right? So now you are just the water in the well and I am the river. The uninvited guest of Mud Bottle Alley, Mr. Qi, smiled and said, Wang Zhu, forget it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do for the time being. I'll just call you Xigui. Kige, have you ever thought that although you are blessed by the heavens and the earth, do you really think that I don't have the means to suppress you? Or do you think that thousands of years ago the 4 mysterious sages came together and set the rules in person? They just talked about it and didn't leave any backup plan? In the end, you are just a frog in a well. The sky is high and the earth is vast. It is far from what the well looks like. The girl frowned. Mr. Qi, don't try to scare me with your words. I'm not my family's young master, Zhou Xian. I'm not interested in your pompous words and I've never believed them. Why don't you be frank with me? Whether you want to fight to the death or part on good terms, I will accept it. The middle-aged Confucian said slowly, I advise you not to push your luck in the future after you get out of this cage. It is not good for anyone. Especially after you and him embark on the path of cultivation, whether you become Taoist companions or not, you should restrain yourself and not be arrogant. This is not a threat. It is just some words from the bottom of my heart before we part. It is also a kind reminder. Logically speaking, the two people's identities were worlds apart. However, the maidservant GQ was neither servile nor overbearing. She even seemed to be half a head stronger than the Confucian. She sneered, kind? For thousands of years, you amazing cultivators have been high and mighty, drawing a circle on the ground and treating this place as a field of crops, harvesting a crop this year and plucking a bundle the next year. Year after year, this has not changed for thousands of years. Why are you only thinking of being kind to others now? I heard the young master say something which many of you regard as a standard. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have a different heart, right? So you can't blame Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi continued to move forward. He took a step forward gently and said with a faint smile, oh, after one step. The maidservant GQ's expression changed slightly. The two of them didn't know when they were standing in a place. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Only in the distance above their heads, there were countless rays of divine light sprinkling down. They felt as if they were at the bottom of a bottomless well. The golden sunlight slowly fell from the mouth of the well. The middle-aged Confucian wore a green robe. There were bursts of flowing lights and colors on his robe. The noble spirit was just and honorable. The girl's face was ferocious at first, but she quickly regained her indifferent and numb expression. She murmured, 60 years of Buddhist chanting is like thunder in my ears. 60 years of Taoist talisman is like a maggot in a tarsal bone, biting with all his might. 60 years of noble spirit is covering the sky and the sun. There's no place to hide. 60 years of military sword chi is like a bull turning over. There's no place to hide. Every 60 years is a cycle of reincarnation. It has been 3,000 years and there has never been a day of peace. I just want to know where the so-called Great Tao root is. I can see and hear the words in the books but I can't find it. She looked at the righteous middle-aged man in a daze. He was not only an unknown teacher in a remote village, but also Qi Jingchun from the Cliff Academy of Confucianism. He was a scholar that even the powerful Martin Temple of the Great Sui Kingdom had to respectfully address him as Sir. The girl suddenly smiled and asked, Sir, how can you teach me? How can you persuade me to be good? If I remember correctly, the holy master of Confucianism and one of the Taoist ancestors once mentioned education without discrimination. The man shook his head and said, It's useless to talk to you about the teachings of the saints. The girl seemed to be chatting casually with the Confucian scholar, but in fact she was like a taut bow. She kept looking around from the corner of her eyes, looking for clues to break the situation. The Confucian scholar ignored this and sneered. I know that you have endless anger, resentment, and killing intent. It's not that I can't tolerate different kinds of people, but you have to know that being compassionate and showing mercy is never the true teachings of the three religions. Our young master often says that arguing with scholars is the most boring. The girl twitched the corner of her mouth and narrowed her strange golden eyes. So Mr. Qi is really having a final burst of consciousness. Naturally, he is more difficult to deal with than before. He laughed it off. It's okay if you can't reason with me, but as long as I, Qi Jingchun, am alive and have the right to guard this place, you ungrateful bastard will not be able to bare your fangs and brandish your claws. The girl pointed at herself and asked with a smile, I'm ungrateful? The middle-aged Confucian scholar said angrily, when you were at your weakest, you had to lower your head and take the initiative to sign a contract with someone. Who saved you in the snowy days of Mud Bottle Alley? Who was the one who nibbled away his remaining fate over the years? The girl smiled and said, when you are hungry you have to find something to eat and fill your stomach. Isn't this the natural thing to do? Besides, he didn't have any great opportunities in the first place. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reincarnated. Maybe there will be some slim hope in his next life. If we let a rootless duckweed like him stay in this town, then it will be really... The Confucian scholar waved his sleeve and said softly, Shut up. The Confucian scholar angrily rebuked. The mystery of the Great Tao is the law of the world. How can you decide it? Everyone has their own fate. What right do you have to make choices for others? A dazzling golden hand appeared above the girl's head. It had a majestic aura, like a Buddha subduing a demon with one palm, like a Daoist ancestor suppressing evil with one palm. It quickly pressed down on the girl's head, forcing her to kneel down instantly and kowtow heavily to the ground. The sound of her kowtowing was loud. The girl with her head lowered struggled to get up with her hands on the ground. Her face couldn't be seen, but she let out a sinister laugh. You can force me to lower my head, but I will never admit my mistake. The majestic golden hand grabbed the girl's head, lifted it up and pressed it down and kowtowed again. This time the sound was as loud as spring thunder. The Confucian scholar said in a deep voice, Don't forget. This slim chance of survival is given to you by the saints. You didn't fight for it. Otherwise, not to mention suppressing you for 3,000 years, how difficult would it be to suppress you for 30,000 years? The girl whose head was still pressed down said in a hoarse voice, I won't walk your bullsh*t Great Tao. The Confucian scholar raised his arm high and slammed it down toward the void in front of him. How dare you? Suppress for me. A white jade seal appeared in the center of the golden light shining down from the mouth of the well. It was 10 feet wide and square, and there were 8 ancient characters engraved on the seal. Some of them were bright red and dazzling. Countless purple bolts of lightning lingered around the seal, making crackling sounds. With Qi Jingquan's command, it could be said that words were law. The giant seal fell from the sky, smashing into the back of the girl who was kneeling on the ground. This giant seal that contained the pressure of the heavenly Tao didn't seem to be a physical object. It didn't press the girl to the ground. Instead, it was wrapped in wind and thunder, quickly embedding itself into the ground and disappearing without a trace. But after a moment, the girl's entire body seemed to have been smashed apart by a heavy object. She collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, looking incomparably miserable. Even so, the girl's 5 fingers were like hooks. She exerted all her strength, and her fingernails seemed to be carving words into the ground. Qi Jingquan was expressionless. He coldly said, 3 kowtows. It is for you to bow to the heavens and earth. Common people. Great Tao. The girl's eyes were dull and she didn't respond. Qi Jingquan gently waved his sleeve, dispersing that suffocating majesty. I, Qi Jingquan, am only a rotten scholar under a sage, yet I can force you to kowtow 3 times. Once you go out and do whatever you want, aren't you afraid of encountering an existence even more unreasonable than you, crushing you with a single finger? Qi Jingquan sighed. You are indeed suppressed and detained here. But have you ever thought that there is no such thing as absolute freedom in this world? I, the sage of Confucianism, set up all kinds of etiquette. Aren't we seeking another kind of freedom for the common people? As long as you don't violate the rules and regulations, as long as you abide by etiquette, one day where can you not go in this vast world? The girl raised her head and stared at the middle-aged scholar. Qi Jingquan took a step forward. Heaven and earth returned to normal. He and the maid GQ returned to Mud Bottle Alley. The sun was warm and the spring breeze was gentle. The girl stood up shakily. Her smile was deathly pale, revealing her sharp teeth. This servant will remember Mister's teachings today. Qi Jingquan didn't speak further. He turned and left. She suddenly asked, even if I am ungrateful towards Chen Pingon, Mister is an outstanding student of a sage. Why do you stand by and do nothing? Why do you only favor your disciple Zhao Yao and my young master? As for Qin Pingon, who has an ordinary background, you don't care about him at all? Isn't this the same as a merchant doing business? If there is a rare commodity, you will carefully cultivate it. If there is a crude commodity, you will half-heartedly deal with it. You don't care whether or not it can be sold for a good price. Qi Jingquan smiled. The heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman must constantly strive to improve himself. The girl was at a loss. When the middle-aged scholar's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, a look of disdain appeared on the girl's face. She limped back to her own courtyard. When she passed by Qin Pingon's house, she wrinkled her nose and frowned. She was a little confused. However, due to the collapse of that damned scholar's cultivation, the town's secrets were revealed everywhere. It was like a boat leaking water everywhere. She couldn't even take care of herself. She had to carefully plan for the future, so she didn't bother to fuss over every ounce. When she pushed open the door to the courtyard, an inconspicuous 4-legged snake darted out from an unknown corner and quickly crawled to her feet. She angrily kicked it away. In Qin Pingon's house, the young Daoist sat at the table looking down. The girl in black, who was about to die not long ago, could now sit cross-legged on the bed by herself. She didn't wear a curtain hat, revealing a face that left a deep impression on people. It wasn't that the girl was devastatingly beautiful. It was just that her heroic spirit made people forget her outstanding appearance to a large extent. The girl's eyebrows were not like willow leaves but like narrow knives. When she stared at the young Taoist with a sense of scrutiny, the latter was a little embarrassed. He didn't do anything bad, but he was a little guilty. The young Taoist coughed and quickly cleared his name. Miss, I'll say it first. I saved you, but I carried you into the house, took off your curtain hat, washed your face and so on. His name is Qin Pingon, the owner of this dilapidated house. He's a poor young man like charcoal. His parents are dead. He used to be a porcelain kiln maker. He even asked me for a piece of talisman paper. That's about it. If you have any other questions, I'll tell you everything I know. Just like that, the straw sandals youth was completely sold out. The girl nodded. She didn't get angry. She just generously and sincerely said, "Thank you for saving my life." The young Taoist, who was even more nervous, laughed dryly and said, "It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as you're fine." The girl in black asked, "You're not from the Eastern Bottle Continent?" The young Taoist asked back, "You're not from there either, right?" She made a sound of agreement. The Taoist also made a sound of agreement. The young Taoist with the lotus crown on his head smiled and said, "My name is Lu Chen. I don't have a Taoist name. You can just call me Taoist Lu." The girl nodded slightly and glanced at the young Taoist's crown. The young Daoist hesitated for a moment before plucking up his courage and saying, "Although that young man did something inappropriate, it was an emergency. Furthermore, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Therefore, I hope you won't blame me if I offended you." The girl smiled and said, "Taoist Lu, I'm not an unreasonable person." The young Taoist laughed and said, "That's good, that's good." The girl raised her eyebrows. The young Taoist's smile stiffened. She looked around with a dull expression. She said casually, "I heard that the #1 swordsman in this continent, Master Yuan, planned to forge a sword here. I followed him all the way here hoping he could forge a sword for me." The young Taoist sighed and said, "If it's really him, it won't be easy for him to forge a sword." The girl in black was clearly troubled. "It's very difficult." At this time, the young man was carrying bags of herbs in his left hand and a small package in his right hand. He knocked on the door symbolically and quickly stepped over the threshold. He put the herbs on the table and said softly, "Taoist, see if you got the wrong one. If you did, I'll change it immediately." The young man was still carrying the package. He turned around and looked at the girl. The girl in black sat cross-legged on the wooden bed and looked at the young man with straw sandals. The girl in black said calmly, "Hello, my father's surname is Ning and my mother's surname is Yao, so I'm called Ning Yao." The young man with straw sandals said subconsciously, "Hello, my father's surname is Qin and my mother's surname is Chen, so." The young man looked a little embarrassed, but he quickly smiled and said, "I'm Qin Pingon." "16. The girl was fine." The young Taoist couldn't help but laugh. The young Taoist suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little strange and quickly changed the topic. "The young leaves of the green water pool dragon-scaled grass. Oh, we call it the 3-spring willow here. The leaves were picked at the wrong time, 7 or 8 days late. And this pack of dragon-flying grass, also known as girl's waste, was too careless when it was ground into powder. And this pile of paper flowers, the Yang family's shop, is even worse. They agreed on 3 tails. Why is 1 tail missing?" The young Taoist poured beans from a bamboo tube and picked out a lot of problems, almost none of which he was satisfied with. It felt like he had some personal grudges with the Yang family's pharmacy. Finally, he made a big turn and concluded, "The conscience of the shopkeeper of this shop was eaten by a dog. But the herbs on the table are enough to decoct medicine to save people. Of course, this is mainly due to Miss Ning Yao's good health. At most, it has half a copper coin to do with the Yang family's pharmacy." The young Taoist patted his head and spread out a plain white paper. As he wrote, he exhorted, "I almost forgot. This humble Taoist will write a prescription for decocting medicine for you. This is a real and meticulous job. Qin Pingon, you can't be careless. This humble Taoist's prescription is not only for healing, but also for consolidating the foundation and nurturing the primordial spirit. It's the best way for a military strategist to be in an invincible position. Moreover, it's good that it's gentle and doesn't hurt people. At most, it will take a little more time and buy more herbs. It's just a matter of spending money." This penniless Daoist has already written down on the paper the exact time to boil the medicine. Even the exact time to boil the medicine is also particular. In short, in the next 10 days, Qin Pingon, you have to work hard. Men are meant to carry burdens. Otherwise, how can there be such a thing as an indomitable spirit? You can't shirk your responsibilities and let the girl look down on you." When he said the words, "indomitable spirit," the young Taoist shook his head imperceptibly. The prescription was only half a piece of paper, but the decoction used 2 pieces of paper. The words were very common, square and regular. Qin Pingon was a little anxious and asked, "Are you not going to care about things after this? Wouldn't it be safer for Taoist priests to personally oversee such a matter of life and death?" The young Daoist said helplessly, "This poor Daoist is about to leave the small town. Within the borders of the Southern Stream Kingdom, there is a sect of this poor Daoist's lineage. There is a ceremony to be held and this poor Daoist would like to see it with his own eyes." Qin Pingon felt even more helpless. "But Daoist priest, I can't read." The young Daoist was taken aback. He smiled and said, "It's all right. Miss Ning can read. Before you brew the medicine, just ask her more about it." The girl nodded. Qin Pingon still wanted to say something, but the young Daoist suddenly remembered something. He took out a small and exquisite green jade seal from his sleeve and gently blew on the seal. Then he pressed down heavily on the paper with the prescription written on it. After lifting the seal from the paper, he was quite satisfied. After putting it into his sleeve, the young Daoist handed it to Qin Pingon along with the other 2 pieces of paper. "Keep it well. Most of the books in the town are private collections. It's not easy for you to buy them. If you really want to learn how to read, you can start from this poor Daoist's prescription." The young Daoist smiled at the young girl and said, "A duckweed returns to the sea, it's a small world. Miss Ning will meet again someday?" The black-clothed girl said seriously, "Daoist priest Lu will meet again someday. I can't thank you enough." In the future, if you need my help, you can send a flying sword letter to Inverted Hanging Mountain. But Daoist priest, please remember not to forget to sign your name, Lu Chen. Otherwise, Inverted Hanging Mountain may not allow a flying sword to enter the mountain gate. After hearing the name, Inverted Hanging Mountain, the young Daoist was clearly surprised. He wanted to say something but stopped. The girl shook her head slightly. He quickly understood her intention and didn't ask any more questions. There were some things that were better left unknown to the young man in the room. The young Daoist took the lead to leave the room. He didn't forget to pull the young man's arm. "Qin Pingon, this poor Daoist has something to say to you." Qin Pingon first placed the package on the bed and told the black-clothed girl that it was a new set of clothes that he bought. After the 2 of them came to the courtyard, the young Daoist directly asked in a low voice, "With your memory, you must have already recognized the words on the first prescription. In addition, there's a scholar living next door. Being illiterate is not the real reason why you stopped this poor Daoist from leaving." Qin Pingon replied, "With Daoist priest's ability, you must know the reason." The young Daoist couldn't help but laugh. "You thought that you were going to die, so you were afraid that no one would take care of that little girl?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Since I opened the door at that time, I have to take responsibility until the end." The young Daoist stood beside the cart. He put 2 fingers together and quietly wiped them. The white scabbard long sword that the scholar Qi Jingchun inserted into the 2-word sword quietly flew into the room. The black-clothed girl probably didn't want to scare Qin Pingon, so she acquiesced to the flying sword's action. The young Daoist thought for a moment. When he was thinking, he subconsciously stretched out a finger and knocked on the lotus crown on his head. Finally he said, "Before I came here, I heard from a senior brother that when doing things, one must be reasonable and close to people. Since this is the case, this poor Daoist shouldn't be too rigid and harsh. Although everyone has their own fate, since the fundamental doctrine of this poor Daoist sect is different from the edicts of ordinary Daoist orthodoxies. It's fate that we met, and it can barely be considered a good fate. This poor Daoist might as well go with the flow. The lot pot and the 108 lots can't be given to you. Karma is too messy. Once it's not clear and can't be severed, it's very troublesome. As for the private seal, it's a bit heavy. If I give it to you, once the restriction on the town is gone, everything will be exposed to the light of day. If this poor Daoist doesn't want to harm you, what am I doing? Alas, should I give you some gold, silver and copper coins? That's too careless and tacky. How can this poor Daoist have the nerve to? Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon said firmly, "Daoist Lu, if you give me money, it's very careless and not tacky." The young Daoist said with a playful smile, "You don't understand the previous 2 things, but you definitely know that their significance is not small. Why don't you ask for them?" The young man said slowly, "A white bowl that can at least hold a big jar of water, a Daoist priest who can burn talisman paper for the elders in the netherworld, a seriously injured and strange girl, and a bag of copper coins made of 28 pieces of gold. In the past it was old Yao who said that our place was strange, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. If it wasn't for the two foreigners, I would have avoided all of you and wouldn't have opened the door today. The young Daoist leaned on the cart and said in a deep voice, that foreigner girl used her finger to touch your glabella. It's a dirty business of forcefully opening people's aperture acupoints. In martial arts it's called guidance. There are different techniques and good intentions. For example, the door of your house is not solid, right? She deliberately used a hammer to knock it. Of course, the door can be opened, but in fact it's damaged the foundation. Think about it, in the future, in the weather of wind and snow, the person who opened the door would have left long ago. But what about you, the owner of the house who lives in the house all year round? Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. I'm still able to bear hardships. Looking at the straw sandals young man who didn't seem to be joking at all, the young Daoist laughed angrily. This is the first time she harmed you. If your muscles and bones were strong and your qi and blood were vigorous, it wouldn't be difficult for you to live to 30 or 40 years old. Later, when she patted your chest with her palm, it was the real fatal injury. Not only did it damage your body's origin, it also cut off your path to immortality. To be precise, you originally had a chance left. With the great luck of the world and the reversal of the universe, you may have a chance to continue the cultivation of Tao. It's like a torrent flowing straight down. In the river there are flood dragons, fish and prawns. Those who are lucky will of course have a big harvest. But even the unlucky ones may be able to catch some small fish and prawns. Qin Pingon didn't look shocked or panicked. He stood there quietly and didn't even show the slightest sign of pretending to be calm. The young Daoist didn't admire or belittle him. He sighed softly. Qin Pingon, it's not a good thing to be so indifferent to life and death at such a young age. Do you think that it's best to be alive? But if there's really no other way and God doesn't want you to live, then you'll die. You're not afraid, right? Because death is actually a chance for you to reunite with your loved one? Qin Pingon didn't deny it. The young Daoist suddenly scolded, then have you ever thought about it? Even if you're lucky enough to reunite with your parents in the vast underworld, what will they feel when they see you? The more the young Daoist said, the angrier he got. He stretched out a finger and poked the young man's head hard as if he wanted to poke this blockhead's head until he was enlightened. The white impermanence in the unofficial history and ghost stories had a tall white hat on his head. Whenever he came to the world of the living to detain the souls of the dead could clearly see the 4 big words written on the white hat. You're here too. Qin Pingon. Let me ask you, when your parents see you, will they be very happy to ask you, Qin Pingon, son, you're here too? Will they still be able to reincarnate in peace? Do you really think that there are many people in this world who have the fortune to be children or husband and wife for generations to come? I'm telling you clearly, don't even think about it. Even those high sect leaders who can change the mountains and rivers with a single word don't have the ability to reach the heavens, let alone you, Qin Pingon, a pauper who doesn't even have 3 full meals. At the end of his words, the young Daoist's expression was extremely stern. The young man was at a loss. This was the first time in his life that the young man felt so scared. His hands and feet were cold. The young man squatted down and held his head with both hands. This time he didn't scratch his head. The young Daoist lowered his head and looked at the skinny figure. Forget it, forget it. In order to save someone, I owe you a favor. I originally thought that it would be best if I could renege on the debt. Otherwise, I'll leave the rest for the next life. Now it seems that I'll return it all to you. I'll tell you 3 things, remember them one by one. The first thing is to wait for Miss Ning's health to improve. Then take her to the stream in the south of the town and find a father and daughter surnamed Ruan. Remember, you have to bring her along. Otherwise, it'll be useless even if you go 100 times. After you go there, even if you shamelessly make a scene, you have to strive to be their apprentice. Whether it's digging wells, moving stones, forging swords, or forging iron, you have to find a shady place to stay. This way Miss Ning will have repaid your favor. Don't think that you're taking advantage of her. The second thing is that after the 5th day of the 5th month, you have to go to the stream under the covered bridge often. Whether it's to pick up stones, catch fish, or touch prawns, it's up to you. In short, go often. Go when you're upset, and even more so when you have a reaction. As for how much you'll gain with your little bit of luck, only God knows. But in any case, Diligence makes up for stupidity. If you still don't gain anything, you should just accept your fate. After the young Daoist finished speaking, he began to push the cart. He saw that the young man was still squatting but facing him. Get up and help. After the young man got up, he went to help push the cart. He asked curiously, "Didn't we agree on 3 things?" The young Daoist snorted. "I told you long ago. Think about it yourself." The young man was stunned. After that, the Daoist reminded him of a few more things. "Those copper coins are quite precious. Keep them well. For the next period of time, don't go out. Smile more. You're always pulling a long face. You're not handsome at all. Who are you trying to impress?" He was long-winded. The young Daoist seemed more like an elder. After pushing the cart out of the yard, the young man said that he would push the cart out of Mud Bottle Alley. The young Daoist did not refuse. They walked in the alley one after another. Finally, the young Daoist said, "There's something that I'd better say. According to this poor Daoist divination, it's not your fault that your parents died early." The young Daoist paused for a long time until the cart was about to leave Mud Bottle Alley. Then he said softly, "Not only that, your life is full of ups and downs. It's all because of your parents." The young man was silent. In the end, the young Daoist insisted on not letting the young man see him off. He pushed the cart out of the east gate alone. Looking back, the young man was still standing at the entrance of the alley, waving at him with a bright smile. He did not look like a dying man at all. "17. The young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was sitting opposite of the young man with the surname Song. He was carefully holding the small pot with the mandrel's base. He was carefully looking at the carvings on the base as if he was admiring the beautiful body of a beautiful woman. He would never get tired of looking at it. Fu Nanhua had been turning it over and over for almost an hour. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. There were always some people or things that would make people fall in love with them at first sight. For the picky Fu Nanhua, this heart-nourishing pot was one of them. Although there was only a fine line between picking up a bargain and being eye-catching, Fu Nanhua believed that this time he was the former, and the bargain he picked up was not small. The old dragon city he was in was one of the top sects in the southern part of the eastern bottle continent. Therefore Fu Nanhua was a disciple of a celestial family who had seen great wealth. This was also the reason why Xianxia acted weak in front of him. Song Jisun yawned and curled up in the chair. He changed to a more comfortable position and asked in a languid manner, "Brother Fu, since the authenticity of the item has been confirmed, should we talk about the price?" Feng Nanhua, who was rarely addressed as a brother by others, suppressed the faint discomfort in his heart and reluctantly put down the mountain sprite pot. He smiled and said, "Brother Song, you must know my sincerity. Otherwise, I would absolutely not be so open and honest, directly revealing the true value of this pot as soon as we met. I would also not be so dilly-dallying and straightforwardly reveal my determination to obtain this pot. This is to prevent both sides from asking for sky-high prices and asking for money on the ground, wasting time, and also hurting our brotherly relationship. Brother Song, I, Fu Nanhua, have already seen you as my confidant on the road of cultivation in the future. Now we can do business with ease. Whether or not we can rely on each other in the future or even entrust our lives to each other, will depend on our first step today." Song Jisun stretched out a finger and pointed at this young master wearing a tall hat with a sincere expression. He smiled and said, "Brother Fu, I am a very vulgar person. My whole body stinks of money. Of course, I also recognize friends. It's just that when we sit down to talk about business, if someone talks about brotherhood with me, I can't help but ask myself in my heart, will such a person, when I need him to talk about brotherhood in the future, he'll actually be doing business with his own little scheme?" Fu Nanhua's face turned cold. He leaned back on the chair and gently tapped on the table with one finger. His movements were soft and silent. Song Jisun did not seem to notice the change in Fu Nanhua's attitude. "Calling you Brother Fu and showing you this pot is my sincerity. Since we both want to do business, then let's be straightforward. Brother Fu, you give me a price. I will nod or shake my head. I will give you 2 chances to give me a price. After 2 times, it means that there is no such shop after this village. No matter how much money you promise me, I am sorry, brother, I will not sell it. The jade pendant from before can be considered as my meeting gift. It's called Old Dragon Casts Rain. It's not a powerful magical treasure of the deities, but it can help you avoid the heat, clear your mind, and avoid filth. It's especially beneficial for meditation. If you have the assistance of a secret formula of a Daoist sect, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Fu Nanhua's smile was sincere and there was no arrogance on his face. He placed an embroidered bag on the table and pushed it towards Song Jisun with his palm. He said seriously, "This bag of copper coins is called offering money. It is one of the many incense money in the world. It is usually enshrined in the Qinghuang Temple or the Wenchang Pavilion. It can be kept in the mouth, hidden in the stomach, or held in the palm. There are all kinds of possibilities. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that these coins that looked like gold were far more valuable than gold essence. The immortals once said, "Jade water may be plucked, but gold essence is a secret." This was what they were talking about. This bag of gold essence offering money can be used to buy the pot. It is hard to say if it is enough, but it is still a fair price. If you add in the old dragon pendant, Fu Nanhua, dare to say that, brother Song, you will definitely make a profit. After saying these heartfelt words, Fu Nanhua quietly waited for a reply. Song Jisun was silent for a moment. He blinked and asked, "Are you done?" Fu Nanhua smiled bitterly, "I am done." The teenager suddenly turned hostile and slapped the table. "Surnamed Fu, get out of here. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child that can be easily fooled? Before you enter the town you will have 3 bags of copper coins. After removing 1 bag for the passage every time you get a treasure, no matter how big or small, you will have to give out 1 bag. A bag of copper coins has a maximum of 30 coins and a minimum of 20 coins. But don't you have 12 coins in your shriveled money bag? When doing business, you don't even care about this bit of honesty, and you dare to exchange for a fortuitous encounter from me?" Fu Nanhua increased the strength of his fingers. He went from slow to fast and tapped the table again and again. Song Jisun's heart trembled and for some reason he found it difficult to breathe. His face turned red and his eyes became bloodshot. The teenager quickly reached out and pressed his hand against his chest. His heart was beating like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if his chest was about to burst. Fu Nanhua gradually slowed down his tapping speed, and the teenager's complexion turned for the better. Fu Nanhua smiled and asked, "Since we didn't reach an agreement on the first offer, I will offer you another one. 24 gold essence offering money. Are you willing to sell this mountain prawn pot?" Drenched in sweat, Song Jisun hesitated. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, the teenager was about to say something to ease the situation. However, the old Dragon City's young master, who was used to being revered by others, increased his tapping speed once more. It was like a sudden summer shower. Song Jisun pressed his hands against his chest. His handsome face had long since become twisted, and there was a hint of a vicious smile in his ferocious expression. Fu Nanhua almost could not help but beat this wolf cub to death. However, at the final moment, the temptation of ascending to the heavens step by step and attaining immortality suppressed his personal feelings. Thus he stopped his tapping and let the teenager go. Song Jisun panted heavily. His eyes burned as he laughed hoarsely. Fu Nanhua could not understand this. The teenager's eyes did not seem to contain any hatred. Fu Nanhua did not feel that this was something to be frightened of. On the path of cultivation there were all sorts of strange things. There were many freaks and strange people. He only asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Song Jisun's breathing became more and more stable. He leaned against the back of the chair and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His eyes sparkled as he said, "When I think about how in the near future, I will be able to have your ability to kill people with a flick of my finger, I feel incomparably happy." Fu Nanhua dismissed it with a smile. As expected of a kindred spirit that he appreciated. This kind of person was the easiest to deal with. As long as you were in a better position than him, he could also be the hardest to deal with. However, Old Dragon City's young city lord did not feel that after he successfully intercepted this opportunity, he would not be able to compare to a teenager who was 9 years old and had not been able to leave the town. Song Jisun looked at the small pot on the table and half a bag of copper coins. He raised his head and said, Fu Nanhua, I have two conditions. As long as you agree, other than selling you a mountain praying pot, I will also take out an old item that does not lose to it. Fu Nanhua suppressed the joy in his heart. He tried to speak in a calm tone. Tell me. Song Jisun did not beat around the bush. He did not stop until he was shocked to death. First, I want you to give me 3 bags of gold essence coins, not 2. Fu Nanhua said without hesitation. Okay. Song Jisun stared at the other's eyes. Fu Nanhua laughed. It's up to you to believe it or not. At the same time, before I leave today, you must take out the item that is worth 2 bags of gold essence and let me personally take a look. Song Jisun also nodded and said, Of course. Fu Nanhua asked, Then the second condition is? Song Jisun slowly said, Kill a person for me. Fu Nanhua shook his head and said, Since you even know how many copper coins there are in a bag, you should know that we outsiders are not allowed to casually kill people here. Otherwise we will be immediately expelled from the town. There is even a possibility that a part of our bones will be cut off. The saints will then use immortal methods to strip away the relevant opportunities. It will be a tragic sight. It will also cause the family to lose all the opportunities here. Song Jisun's mouth curled up. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can wait and see what happens. How about it? Fu Nanhua laughed and asked, I am very curious. Who do you want to kill? Song Jisun said half-truthfully, I am also thinking about it. Fu Nanhua picked up the small pot again. He felt the delicate texture of the pot and said casually, Then I will wait and see. On the opposite side of the table, the young man subconsciously rubbed his neck. His face was extremely pale. Previously, Zhigui had sent Kai Jinjian to the entrance of the Gu residence. At that time, Song Jisun's maidservant had gone shopping by herself. After Kai Jinjian pushed open the door and entered, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood where she was, not daring to move. Looking at the old man sitting on the bench, she asked in a trembling voice, Senior, are you Immortal Xianxia who is cultivating in seclusion at Calligraphy Lake? The old man asked, How do you know this old man? Kai Qinqian respectfully said, Junior is Kai Qinqian of Yunxiu Mountain. 10 years ago I followed my father to the Book Lake and watched the strange scene of the old turtle carrying the tablet out of the water. I was fortunate to see Senior's elegant demeanor from afar. The memory is still fresh and unforgettable. The old man nodded and said, I know. Kai Qinqian's mood was slightly heavy. True Monarch Jr. wants to. The storyteller known as True Monarch Riversevering shot her a glance and said indifferently, For the sake of ancestor Xianxia, this old man will not bicker with you for coming uninvited, but there will be no next time. When you leave the courtyard, remember to close the door. Kai Qinqian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Junior will take his leave first. She really did leave like this. Moreover, she did not forget to obediently close the door. Her movements were slow and watertight. In the courtyard, the woman looked at the courtyard door and asked worriedly, Immortal Elder, she doesn't seem to be willing to give up. Will there be trouble? The old man who had the title of True Monarch sneered. After entering the town, breathing out and farting might cause trouble. Don't tell me you don't want the opportunity? The woman was speechless. The old man smiled. Let me ask you, Gu family. If you could choose, would you rather have Gu can cultivate at Yunxiu Mountain or follow me to the Book Lake? Don't be in a hurry to answer. The old man waved his hand, telling the woman not to be in a hurry. He slowly said, Yunxiu Mountain is my Eastern Aquarius continent's second-rate sect. However, if you think that Yunxiu Mountain is not worth mentioning, then you are gravely mistaken. Yunxiu Mountain produces cloud root stones that are true heavenly treasures. Not to mention the Eastern Aquarius continent, even in the entire world there is only one such sect. Therefore, Yunxiu Mountain's status is extraordinary. Everyone is willing to show some respect to it. Especially the Daoist temple of the Daoist sect, which has a deep relationship with Yunxiu Mountain for thousands of years. As for this old man, I am only one of the cultivators of the Book Lake. I only occupy an island in the center of the lake. My disciples can be counted on one hand and my servants are less than 100. The middle-aged woman, Madame Gu, smiled sweetly. Although she was middle-aged, she still retained her charm. The difference between me and that woman from Mount Xianxia is the difference between her and you, Senior Immortal. How could I let Gukan give up his paradise and follow that woman to the fields to eat? The old man laughed heartily. He suddenly remembered something and said in a deep voice, "What is that youth's background? Gu family, tell me in detail just in case." The woman was stunned. She stroked the hair on her temples and then said softly, "That poor child is called Qin Pingon. His parents grew up in the town. His mother and I had a good relationship. Her appearance was average, but her temperament was really good. I don't think I've ever seen her get angry with anyone. Her man's appearance was not good enough for her. However, he was good at making porcelain. If he didn't die early, he might be able to become the head of the big dragon kiln in 20 years. As for how he died, some said that it was on that stormy night. He was afraid that the kiln fire would break, so he was in a hurry and accidentally fell into the stream. Some said that he went to chop firewood and burn charcoal. He was greedy for small gains, so he broke into the mountain that was sealed by the imperial court and was eaten by wild beasts. In short, his body was never found. That man had a dull temper, but he was good to his children. Every time he went back to town, he would bring back some small gifts, such as a small drum, a sugar bodhisattva, and an old broken porcelain. Generally speaking, the family of 3 was quite stable before the man died. After Qin Pingon's father died, his mother probably had a mental illness. She couldn't hold on any longer. Her body, which wasn't strong to begin with, collapsed very quickly. In less than a year, she fell ill and became so thin that she was just skin and bones. Even us old neighbors panicked when we saw her. We couldn't recognize that she was the beautiful woman from back then. At that time, it was Qin Pingon who took care of her. At that age, he bought medicine, boiled medicine, cooked rice, and fried vegetables. He was too short at that time, so he had to step on a stool to cook. In addition, in order to save money to buy medicine for his mother, he searched the mountains for some herbs that were easy to find. If he had more, he would sell them to the pharmacy. I guess there was one time when he ate the wrong herb. When he carried the basket back to Mud Bottle Alley, he suddenly fell to the ground, foamed at the mouth, and rolled on the ground. We were so scared that we thought that the family of 3 was gone just like that. At that time, my mother-in-law was still alive. She said that it was better for the family to be gone, so that no one would be left behind to suffer. If they were all gone, the whole family could be reunited in the netherworld. Later on, the child somehow recovered on his own and survived the illness. However, the child's mother still did not survive that winter. Oh, by the way, Master Immortal Qin Pingon was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. The older generation in our alley all say that this is the most unlucky day of the year. It is very easy to attract evil things and even implicate the family. Therefore, after the child's parents passed away, not a single copper coin could be found in the house. Even the small things that his father gave him were almost all sold to other places in the town. They exchanged them with their peers for food. When the woman said this, the old man finally spoke. The 5th of May? Interesting. Let me do the math. His 5 fingers formed a hand seal, heaven and earth, in his sleeve. Seeing the woman in a daze, the old man smiled and said, "You can continue." "Oh," the woman replied. "For the sake of being neighbors for so many years, although we don't dare to bring Qin Pingon to our home, we can still send him a few bowls of food from time to time. It's such a small thing as helping him out is still within our means. People's hearts are made of flesh." To be honest, if it wasn't for the child's birthday, which was really scary, everyone would feel sorry for this sensible child from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, to be honest, there are some unkind people in the neighborhood. Some people who can't bear to see others living well like to deliberately humiliate the child. In the end, he had to become an apprentice in the kiln. Before his mother died, she made the child promise her that even if he became a beggar in the future, he would absolutely not be allowed to work in the dragon kiln. For such a filial and obedient child to break his promise, it must be something extraordinary. The old man asked, "Do you know the names and birth characters of the boy's parents?" The woman only said that she knew the names, but no one knew the birth characters. The old man said that it didn't matter. After a moment, he sneered and said, "Petty tricks." The woman was puzzled. The old man explained, "The man died an unnatural death, probably because he accidentally knew the town's secret. Unfortunately, his luck was not as good as yours. In the end, for the sake of his son's safety, the man secretly broke the natal porcelain bottle. As a result, a certain sect outside the town naturally lost a lot of money. How could a small kiln worker afford it? He had to pay with his life. One life was not enough, so he added his wife's life. It's funny. Maybe the kiln worker's death was too easy for some people, and they were too lazy to waste extra energy. Therefore, the concealment technique used to deceive people was used so simply. The woman's face darkened. The old man saw through the woman's thoughts and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Do you feel guilty and regret it?" The woman smiled sadly. "I do feel guilty. After all, I watched the child grow up. Of course I do. But I definitely don't regret it." The old man nodded. "I can see that." The woman muttered to herself, "If it were Qin Pinggan's mother in my position, I believe she would do the same." The old man shook his head. That might not be the case. The woman shouted without reason, "She definitely would." The old man wasn't angry at her rudeness. He only sighed, "Poor parents." The straw sandals youth sat on the doorstep. "Miss Ning, can I ask you something?" The black-clothed girl leaned against the wall and sat cross-legged. Her green saber was placed across her knees. "Of course. But if it involves secrets and privacy, I won't answer." Qin Pinggan asked, "How long do you usually stay here before you leave?" The girl frowned. "Not necessarily. Some people are lucky and can come back on the same day. Some people are unlucky and stay here for the rest of their lives. If you want me to give you a deduction, I can, but it might not be accurate. You can do as you see fit. For example, our group of 8 people, 2 of which belong to rich families. One look and you can tell that they don't come and go in a hurry. No matter what, they should stay in the small town for a few days. The young master with the tall crown and the jade pendant will probably have a smoother time. There's a big fool who is focused on the well. Whether he can succeed or not depends on whether God will reward him with a bowl of rice." Qin Pinggan asked, "What about the other person?" "Who?" "It's the tall and young woman. You like her?" Qin Pinggan at the door smiled. He didn't take it seriously at all. The black-clothed girl probably felt that she had said a joke that wasn't funny. Her expression became serious. "Actually, I heard your conversation with Daoist Lu. You have a grudge against her, so you want to take revenge?" She sighed. "Let me give you a word of advice. People like you who live halfway up the mountain are no different from people at the foot of the mountain in the eyes of the people at the top of the mountain. Not only are they arrogant, but they are also qualified to look down on you. After arriving at this last day's lands, not to mention that woman from Mount Xianxia, even that little kid in red robes can make you vomit a big bowl of blood if he punches you in the chest. Conversely, if you punch him with all your strength, I dare not say that it tickles him, but it will at most make him feel stuffy. It definitely won't hurt his internal organs. As for the reason, it's hard to explain. The main reason is that I'm not good at talking about this." Qin Pinggan looked towards the door with his back to the room and said, "I want to know why she wants to kill me. We've clearly only met for the first time." The young woman pondered for a long time before she said, "She might not be the type of person that willfully slaughters the innocent. How should I put it? On the path of cultivation, one has to traverse mountains and rivers. There are wide paths and narrow paths. If one walks too quickly, one might accidentally trample an ant to death. If one is hungry, one might catch a few fish from a river. If one achieves the minor accomplishment in Dao arts, one might casually utilize it to kill birds, snakes, and rats by mistake. I'm not very good at speaking. You understand what I mean, right?" Qin Pinggan nodded and said, "I roughly understand." After that, the young man was slightly depressed and looked towards the door once more. Actually, he didn't understand at all. He didn't understand why those people could be so indifferent to the lives of others. After a long time, Qin Pinggan turned around and said with a smile, "If you don't mind, then you can stay here. Feel free to tell me what you need." "What about you?" "I know someone. I'll be staying with him for a few days. You don't have to worry. He's called Lu Xianyang and he's my friend. A good friend." The young girl looked at the thin and weak figure on the threshold and said with a smile, "Thank you." The young man grinned and scratched his head. He didn't say anything courteous. He hesitated for a moment and finally mustered his courage. He turned around again and said, "Miss Ning, if I don't come back one day, you can give my bag of gold coins to Lu Xianyang and ask him to take care of this house for me in the future. There's no need to clean it, just repair it occasionally and add some new tiles. It's fine as long as it doesn't leak. Also, make sure the walls don't collapse and the door isn't too broken. It would be best if you can put up a door god and spring festival couplets on New Year's Eve. If you think it's too troublesome, it's fine if you don't do it. The young girl saw that when Qin Pingon talked about door gods and spring festival couplets, the young man's eyes shone with a strange light. It was obvious that this orphan from Clay Bottle Alley had been hoping that there would be a door god and the word spring on his door during New Year's. He had been thinking about it for many, many years. He had been thinking about it for as many years as his parents had passed away. Therefore, when the young man who had no worries and no knot in his heart, gently exhaled, patted his knees and slowly stood up, the flying sword in its scabbard placed on the table in the room suddenly screeched. When Fu Nanhua walked out of the house, he found the delicate and pretty maidservant sitting on a small stool in the courtyard. She held a handful of corn and was feeding the chickens. The old hen and a group of yellow and fluffy chicks were pecking at the corn. After seeing her, Fu Nanhua smiled. It was unknown whether the girl was shy or cold by nature, but the corner of her mouth twitched as a greeting in return. After Fu Nanhua opened the courtyard door, he found Xianxia waiting in the alley. He was not in a good mood, so he turned around and closed the door. Through the gradually narrowing door, he saw a face looking up at him. Fu Nanhua suddenly realized that the servant girl, who was supposed to be a poor girl with an earthy smell, had a pair of pretty eyes, which made her look like a green blooming in the early spring. However, Fu Nanhua did not think too much about it. The young master of the old dragon city was tired of looking at outstanding girls, who were fat and thin and graceful. Walking side by side with Xianxia, Fu Nanhua asked, "What's wrong?" "Not going well. When it comes to opportunities, there are many setbacks. It may not be fixed every time, so there is no need to be discouraged." Xianxia was born gentle and charming. After cultivating, her bones and marrow had been cleansed. Just in terms of body, compared to the women of the mortal world, she was as pure as glass. The women at the foot of the mountain were stunning at first glance, but in the end they were just a pile of stinky skin. At this time, the fairy of Xianxia Mountain did not look too good. It was obvious how bad her mood was, otherwise, it would not be so obvious on her face. She must have been holding back her anger from waiting in the alley. She needed to vent it out. An expert beat us to it. He is one of the local snakes of Book Slip Lake, Lu Jimao. There wasn't even the slightest bit of room for discussion. When we met, he brought out my sect master ancestor of Cloud Glow Mountain to pressure me, a junior. From beginning to end, I only spoke a few words before he was driven out of Gukan's courtyard. Fu Nanhua thought for a while and reminded her, "Let's talk after we get out of Mud Bottle Alley." Xianxia was puzzled. "Aren't all spells forbidden in this place?" Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Those who can come here in search of opportunities, who doesn't have some trump cards? Young people like you and me might be fine. According to the rules of the town, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the strength of the suppression. Below the saint realm, the closer one's cultivation is to the saint realm, the weaker one is, right? However, have you ever thought that if an expert who has attained the Tao is willing to sacrifice his Tao to display his divine ability, would he really be inferior to us, the younger generation?" Xianxia retorted, "With a saint here, how dare he attack me so brazenly?" Fu Nanhua advised, "We are here to seek good karma, not to make enemies. Even if our lives are not in danger, it would not be good to have bad relations with the seniors." Xianxia was not a person who would beat around the bush. She nodded and said, "Brother Fu, you are right. You are a mature and prudent person." She had a bitter face and looked pitiful. "But I really don't want to. I have already given you 10 cloud root stones. If all my efforts are in vain, how can I explain it to the ancestors?" After walking out of Mud Bottle Alley, Fu Nanhua and Xianxia almost simultaneously became spirited. It was not as simple as the light suddenly brightening. The two looked at each other and then quickly averted their eyes. Fu Nanhua, who was originally extremely excited, calmed down a lot. He carefully thought about this trip to the alley. The alliance with Xianxia should not have been exposed. The deal with the teenager Song Jisun should also not have been exposed. It was a fair deal in accordance with the rules. How could the saint who sat and watched the wind come and go and the water rise and fall have the leisure to interfere? Then where did this pressure come from? Could it be the true Lord Xianxia whom he had never heard of before? Compared to Fu Nanhua's far-sighted thoughts, Kai Qinqian's thoughts were simpler. She thought that Fu Nanhua was right and that the true Lord Xianxia had indeed used some kind of magic to monitor her. He was scared. Fortunately, she only said some words of complaint and did not say any harsh words out of anger. The two walked on the street with their own thoughts. The further away they were from Mud Bottle Alley, the lighter the pressure in their hearts became. Fu Nanhua felt that it was due to the heavy fate, while Kai Qinqian felt that it was due to the heavy burden of the family. Looking up at the archway in the distance, Fu Nanhua asked curiously, "The true Lord Xianxia of Calligraphy Lake? How come I have no impression of him? Even if my old dragon city is located in the southernmost part of the continent, the position of true lord is so prestigious. No matter how ignorant I am, I should have some understanding of it." Kai Qinqian lowered her voice and sneered, "What true lord? He is just a true lord in a higher position among the unorthodox sections. He is the most sanctimonious and has no right to be called a true lord." Thinking about how shrewd Emperor Yunwu was, he naturally would not confer the title of true lord to such a person. Giving out the title of true lord might mean that he would not be able to get it back in 200 years. In addition to the extravagant spending of Emperor Yunwu's ancestors in his hands, there would only be 2 spots for true lords left. He would also not casually give it to an unorthodox cultivator who is fishing for fame. Fu Nanhua suddenly understood. "I see. Every true lord in a dynasty could gather, suppress, and increase the fate of the country for the monarch. The position of Daoist true lord could be said to be the people of the Daoist sections. They were at the top of the secular dynasty. The pillars of the militarists and the scholars of Confucianism were also on this list." Kai Qinqian seemed to ask casually, "What about that Song Jisun?" Fu Nanhua also answered casually, "That young man is ambitious, born smart and has a big backer. It's just that the situation," Kai Qinqian smiled, "not big." Fu Nanhua laughed, "It's not that it's not big, it's just not big enough." The two walked under the archway. Fu Nanhua was high-spirited and murmured, "When the time comes, the heavens and the earth will work together." Kai Qinqian raised her head and looked at the 4 words, "Do not ask for external help." Her heart was empty and she only felt a sense of loss. It was as if the epiphany she had gained in Mud Bottle Alley had been completely returned to this small town. This made her unusually irritated. Song Jisun's house was a big house in Mud Bottle Alley. In addition to the main hall with a plaque hanging from it, there were also side rooms on both sides. The plaque in the main hall said, "Huayuan Palace." There was no signature. Song Jisun always felt that just based on the handwriting, it was not the work of a master. At this moment the master and servant were in Song Jisun's main house. The young man was rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The servant girl was standing at the door. She asked softly, "Young master, did you not reach a deal?" Song Jisun put down a string of bells and sat back on the only chair in the house. He held the back of his head with his hands and crossed his legs. "That Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City is not a complete idiot. He didn't treat me as an ignorant fool from the beginning. It's just that he's not that smart. He wanted to make friends with me. It's really fun. Later on he was casually tricked by me and revealed his fox tail. He thought that by deliberately mystifying and using some thunderous methods, he would be able to use both kindness and authority to intimidate me. Compared to the unpredictable Mr. Qi, he is 100,000 miles away." The servant girl GQ said, "Worlds apart? Young master, you're exaggerating." Song Jisun made a face and said, "Then it's 10 Mud Bottle Alleys short." The young man threw a bag to his servant girl. "Look, this is the copper coins mentioned in the secret letter. Previously that Chin guy next door also got a bag. At that time I guessed that it might not be a good thing for him to have such a great fortune. As expected, didn't this annoy those 2 cheating couples? I think that Chin guy will have to suffer in the future. By the way, GQ, let me tell you, the guy who came to our house called himself the young master of Old Dragon City. From his tone, no matter how you look at him, he's at least not an embroidered pillow. And this jade pendant, he said something like, 'Old dragon sends rain.' It must be worth a lot." Song Jisun patted the green and lovely jade pendant, which was already hanging on his waist. In the young man's heart he felt that he was one big step closer to becoming a scholar like Mr. Qi. GQ opened the exquisite embroidered bag and asked softly, "Young master, can we get more copper coins back?" Song Jisun smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" GQ pinched a golden copper coin between her two fingers and shook it. She smiled happily and said, "It's golden and shiny. Look at it, it's so festive." Song Jisun couldn't help but laugh. "You can do that. Alright, since you like it, I'll get a few more bags back. These coins are placed outside. They are the winnings placed on the beams, the spring greeting money on the peach talismans, and the offerings in the Buddha statues' stomachs or hands. However, ordinary people have their own rules and immortals have their own rules." She smiled and narrowed her eyes like two crescent moons. She asked, "What about Qin Pingan's bag?" Song Jisun frowned. "Him." The maidservant noticed her young master's strange mood. She carefully put away the copper coins and fastened the bag. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" Song Jisun curled his lips and covered his neck with both hands. He twisted it and said casually, "Nothing, I just remembered some stupid things. Don't worry about Qin Pingan. He doesn't want to get into trouble. On the other hand, that bookworm Zhao Yao will most likely get the copper coins. He's easy to fool. I promise I'll get you a bag." Seeing that the maidservant was a little strange, Song Jisun didn't continue to explain. Seeing that her young master wasn't interested in talking, the maidservant didn't ask further. Jigui walked out of the house and came to the courtyard. He saw the four-legged snake that was naturally an eyesore lying half dead on the ground, basking in the sun. It would often roll around looking like it was enjoying itself. The furious girl quickly walked over and stepped on the four-legged snake's head. The tip of her foot twisted fiercely. The poor little fellow cried out in grief. She lifted her foot and the four-legged snake scurried away. It dashed around the courtyard and kept hitting the walls. Her family's khaki four-legged snake. The greedy golden carp that accidentally entered the fish basket. The black loach that Gukan raised in the water tank. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 3 out of 5. Looking at the four-legged snake with horns on its head, the girl grinned. Her face was full of disdain. Stupid thing. In the courtyard of the child Gukan's house, the old man and the woman were still sitting across from each other. The former stretched out his hand and looked at the spreading lines on his palm. The old man withdrew his hand and raised his head to ask, "Mrs. Gu, are there many women like you who married a man from another town?" The woman shook her head. "There shouldn't be many. In any case, I'm the only one in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley." The old man hesitated but still revealed some heavenly secrets to her. A girl's 6 and 12 years old and a boy's 9 and 18 years old are two big thresholds. The former needs to be crossed by oneself. The latter can be pushed by external forces. After that, there's one more thing that can be done. The richer the family, the more advantage they have. Opening the door, ascending the hall, and entering the house. 3 things. The first 2 steps can only depend on luck and fate. Especially the first step, success or failure depends on whether the heavens will reward you with food or not. The woman's eyes were full of smiles. To be able to be chosen by the immortal elder, my family's Gukan is someone who can take the first step on his own, right? The old man said with a smile that wasn't a smile. As long as a child grows up in a small town, it means that his foundation is not outstanding. Although your family's Gukan is not 9 years old, he is no exception. The woman's face instantly turned ugly. The old man lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Of course, the quality of one's foundation is important, but it's not the most important thing. If the heavens are pleasing to the eye, even a dog by the roadside or a weed can slowly cultivate to the great Tao and finally reach the sky." This time, the small town made an exception and allowed so many outsiders to enter because they had no other choice. A piece of land, no matter how good the soil and water is, after thousands of years of continuous cultivation and harvesting, plus many times of draining the pond to fish, it will decline and there will be a day when it will be completely barren. The foundation of the feng shui of this place has finally ushered in the last big year. Every time a person is about to die, they will have a final radiance before death. At that time their spirit will become especially majestic. Your family's Gukin is benefiting from this. The great opportunity is far beyond imagination, so much so that it has far surpassed those gifted children of the small town. The woman's lips trembled as she tried to suppress her surprise. Her pair of watery eyes also flowed with a bit of seductive charm. The old man glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, don't be greedy. The people who have such a great opportunity are definitely not only your son. To put it bluntly, in such a big Eastern Aquarius continent, even if there is someone who has the qualifications to monopolize this fate, they must not have been born yet." The woman clasped her hands in front of her chest and whispered, "It's enough, it's enough." The old man thought of the junior girl from Xianxia mountain and said sarcastically, "Busy and exhausted, only knowing how to ask for some material things. You really picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons, stupid beyond compare." Then the old man smiled, "That's right, those old things from Xianxia mountain have never seen the world. Otherwise they wouldn't have let this old man have this opportunity. With an almost inexhaustible treasure mountain, they should be rolling in money and prospering day by day. Unexpectedly, they have fallen to the point where they need to rely on a disciple's disciple to support the scene." Inside the house, the child who had been punching and kicking the door for a long time, stood on a stool and leaned against the window. With a bitter face he begged, "Mother, let me out, okay? I promise you'll be obedient." The woman looked at the old immortal, the latter nodded. Then she went to open the door. Holding the child's hand, they walked into the courtyard together. With a stern face she said softly, "Little Can, don't make trouble, do you understand? Mother has never hit you before. If you dare to be disobedient, Mother will really hit you again." The child made an "oh" sound and drooped his head, looking very sick. Gukin moved a small stool and sat down by himself. Together with his mother and the old man, they formed a tripartite balance of forces. The child propped up his cheeks with both hands. "Mother, what did you say to the storyteller just now? I couldn't hear clearly from inside the house. Can you two talk about it again?" The old man made a sound of surprise. After thinking for a while, he shook his wrist and the big white bowl reappeared in his palm. He lowered his head and looked at it with a dark and unreadable expression. He saw ripples on the surface of the white bowl, occasionally splashing water. A black line quickly swam around the white bowl, hitting the bowl's walls from time to time. The old man said to himself, "Fine, fine, I'll let you be." In order to accept this disciple, the old man had racked his brains in Mud Bottle Alley. He had sacrificed dozens of years of cultivation in order to succeed in doing something 3 times. The first time was to let the woman step on dog poop. The last time was to use a secret technique to make her believe that she was enlightened. If it was outside the town, of course it would be impossible. Even a true Daoist perfected cultivator would not dare to do such a thing. However, in the town, Xianxia was no different from Immortal. The old man did not hesitate to pay a huge price to take advantage of this opportunity. The second time was the most ingenious. Even the old man himself felt that it was a stroke of genius. It was to make the woman mistakenly think that the straw sandal youth was reminding her out of kindness, but it was actually a cunning revenge. At that time, the old man let the youth speak and slowed down a bit, just enough for the woman to catch this detail. Kibbe said that it was deliberate. On the path of cultivation there was a fine line between good and bad karma. At this time, the woman in the courtyard, Madame Gu's heart was in suspense. She was afraid that the old immortal would say some bad news. The old man's mouth twitched. From the corner of his eye, he saw a child stand up on tiptoe and then run to the courtyard door. The woman screamed. The old man held the white bowl in his hand and stood up unhurriedly. "Disciple, I'll show you the vastness of the world first, so that you don't know what's important and ruin the great cause of our master and disciple." The woman's vision turned black and she fainted on the ground. The old man suddenly waved his sleeve. In the next moment, the child who was about to touch the door bolt staggered and fell to the ground. However, when he realized that something was wrong, he looked around blankly. In the end, he raised his head and looked at the storyteller standing beside him. "Where is this?" The old man put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "In the bowl." The child was increasingly at a loss. Suddenly, he heard the old man shout, "Get up." The child instinctively stood up and didn't move. Gukin found that he seemed to be standing on the edge of a cliff. In the distance in front of him, a sea of clouds surged. Then the child's eyes widened in shock. In the vast expanse of whiteness, he saw a huge torso break through the clouds and slowly move. However, it was really too big. It couldn't show its true appearance at all. The child was so frightened that he wanted to take a step back. However, the old man quickly pressed his head with his hand and said sternly, "If you retreat now, you'll have a hard time on the path of cultivation in the future." Stand still. Gu Qin was so frightened that tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. This naughty child who had always been lawless actually didn't even dare to cry out. The child couldn't control his body at all. His legs trembled and his lips trembled. The sea of clouds in the distance boiled. The misty white clouds seemed to be gradually fading away. Then more black appeared in the sky. It was extremely large, just like the little loach in his water tank. After it grew up? This thought popped up in the child's mind for no reason. At that moment, Gu Qin was distracted. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He stretched out his slender arm towards the sky. A head as huge as a mountain slowly swam over from the sea of clouds. The child's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid at all. He even waved his hand and shouted, "Come quickly. So you've grown so big. No wonder I always feel that the fish, prawns and crabs thrown into the water tank will always be much less the next day." Standing behind Gu Qin, the scholar Lake Severing River's true monarch had mixed feelings. There was a strong sense of loss and jealousy, but also a spontaneous feeling of gratification. Although he was sure that he didn't have such great fortune, it was still a blessing to have such a disciple. This trip definitely wasn't in vain. "19. When Qin Pingon was about to run out of the yard, the black-clothed girl suddenly shouted, "Wait, I have something to tell you." Qin Pingon pretended not to hear. When he was about to open the door, the girl raised her voice, "Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon had no choice but to turn around and run back to the door. Her face was a bit rosier than before, but her voice was still a bit hoarse. She said, "First of all, after we outsiders came to this town, although as I told you before, our bodies are stronger than ordinary people, but other than that we are no different from you. Second, outsiders are not allowed to kill people here. Once you violate this rule, you will be expelled no matter what the reason is. You are doomed to gain nothing. The price is so high that it is beyond your imagination. Third, you have to think clearly. When we are in danger, even if we are empty-handed, we will definitely help. After all, the most important thing is to stay alive." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and asked, "Is it said that when you do something you must act fast?" The black-clothed girl grinned. Her face was in high spirits and her eyes were shining. It seemed that the whole room was lit up. She patted the green scabbard on her knees and nodded, "Yes. You must act fast, faster or even faster. For example, I carry a sword and a saber. I want to be the fastest person in the world, whether it is drawing a sword or drawing a sword." She paused for a moment. Suddenly, she changed from an impassioned heroine to a girl next door who wanted to show off. She squinted and smiled. "Hey, do you know how many cities there are in the world?" Qin Pingon was at a loss. The girl seemed to see that the boy was not interested. She suddenly lost interest and waved her hand to drive him away. "You better buy the jar back. I am waiting to drink the medicine." This time, Qin Pingon's footsteps were slower and steadier as he left the courtyard. Not long after he left the mud bottle alley, the unlocked door was gently pushed open. The black-clothed girl in the room opened her eyes. She had just breathed in a strange way. She looked at the door as if she was facing a great enemy. The flying sword and the snow-white scabbard on the table suddenly became silent, but it gave off a murderous aura, as if the current cold of late spring could freeze bones and kill people. The maidservant GQ leisurely walked to the door like an ordinary neighbor. She didn't cross the threshold. Instead, she poked her head into the room and looked around. She turned a blind eye to the black-clothed girl who was lying on the small bed with a knife on her knees. GQ looked around for a long time before she finally saw the living person. She asked innocently, "Sister, who are you? Why is she sitting on Qin Pingon's bed? I've never heard that he has any distant relatives." Ning Yao glanced at the uninvited girl and closed her eyes, not bothering to ask anything. GQ saw that she was pretending to be deaf and dumb, but she was not angry. She just shook her head gently and curled her lips with a look of disdain. She looked at the snow-white sword in the scabbard on the table. In the depths of her eyes, there was a deep hatred and fear. Vaguely, there were golden threads crazily swimming around in her pupils. The maidservant hesitated for a moment, but she still lifted one foot and was about to cross the threshold. She suddenly withdrew her foot and coughed. She pretended to say, "I'm coming in. If you don't speak then you don't object, right?" "That's right, this is Qin Pingan's residence. I've known him for many years. Don't tell me you don't understand what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. We don't have anything to talk about anyway. I just came to see if there's anything missing. We're going to move out soon. There are many things that can be left for Qin Pingan. You don't know, but he's had a hard time these past few years." She was long-winded and hypocritical. It made her and Qin Pingan look like childhood sweethearts. After the maidservant GQ entered the room, everything was calm. She walked straight to the small table and sat on the stool. She kept looking at the sword out of the corner of her eyes. At the same time, the black-clothed girl also took out the 3 pieces of paper that the young Daoist left for Qin Pingan. She carefully studied them, trying to figure out something. Unfortunately, after carefully looking at them twice, she still couldn't figure it out. She said disappointedly, "These words, they really don't have any flavor." She clearly remembered that on the long wall in her hometown, there were 18 words intermittently carved by someone with a sword. Every word contained a majestic aura that could suppress thousands of monsters. When she was still a child, her favorite hobby was to stand in the middle of one of the strokes of those big words and look at it from afar. Therefore, the girl really didn't care about the 4-word plaque of the town, "Fighting Bulchi." The maidservant GQ turned around. She quietly straightened her slender waist and folded her hands on her knees. She was probably trying to make herself look more like a noble lady. Facing the black-clothed girl, she smiled and said softly, "Ah, miss, you are too careless." Ning Yao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" GQ exclaimed. She touched her chest and pretended to be surprised. "Miss, you can speak our dialect." Ning Yao asked again, "Do you have something to say?" GQ pointed at the long sword on the table. "Is this yours?" Ning Yao frowned and didn't say anything. The black-clothed girl didn't say anything. GQ didn't care. She stood up and walked to the corner of the wall. She looked at the bottles and jars on the wooden shelf. The maidservant carefully looked at those worthless belongings. When he was an apprentice kiln worker, Qin Pingan walked barefoot through all the mountains and rivers around the town. He went to the mountains alone to dig and chop firewood. He ran up and down the mountains very quickly. As long as someone was willing to teach him something, no matter if it was shallow or difficult to learn, Qin Pingan would put in 120% of his effort to do it. As for what level he could achieve in the end, Qin Pingan didn't care. Of course, he couldn't care even if he wanted to. Just like when Old Man Yao taught him the craft of burning porcelain. He was always stingy and was never willing to show his true skills. However, as long as Old Man Yao said something and did something, Qin Pingan would do it very seriously. Later, when Lu Xianyang taught him how to make wooden bows and fishing rods, Qin Pingan also learned meticulously. Song Jisun next door had always been harsh with her words. She said that Qin Pingan's habit, according to the books, was to do one's best and leave the rest to fate. Unfortunately, Qin Pingan didn't have a good life. Since that was the case, he might as well eat and wait for death. GQ waved her hand and said with a bright smile, "Let's go. Miss, take care of yourself. If you need anything, just call me. I'm GQ. I live in the courtyard next door." Ning Yao was expressionless. The maidservant left the room and walked to the courtyard. She muttered in a voice just loud enough for the black-clothed girl to hear, "It's not that interesting." Ning Yao also said softly, intentionally or unintentionally, "What a tacky name." When GQ closed the courtyard door, she slammed it with some force. Ning Yao closed her eyes again to rest. The strange girl's visit didn't affect Ning Yao's heart. However, she really didn't like this small town, especially the cultivators who came here to seek fated chances. They schemed against each other and were shameless. They were called Immortals, but that was only because they stood on the mountain, not because they were high. In Ning Yao's heart, the Great Way shouldn't be so small. After the straw sandals teenager walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. He covered his forehead with his right hand and gently exhaled. Then he began to jog. His steps were light. Even though he had passed through many streets and alleys, he didn't feel tired at all. After all, for a teenager who was used to going up the mountain and down the river, this journey was really not worth mentioning. The truly difficult thing was going up the mountain to burn charcoal. A dragon kiln used 20 to 30 kilograms of charcoal every year, especially when it was raining. Living in the mountain to cut firewood and burn charcoal was really a torture. The teenager once almost died in a charcoal kiln that collapsed during construction. What the teenager did these years was mostly physical work, and it also required some skills. However, after he entered the sect, he relied purely on his strength to survive. Therefore, the teenager's thin and weak appearance was just a facade. He had a kind of toughness that had been tempered thousands of times inside. Qin Pingon stopped at a crossroads. He leaned against the wall and squatted down. One of his hands was still clenched into a fist, while the other hand was fastening his straw sandals. At this moment, the teenager's heart was as still as water. He just missed his only friend in the small town. That fellow had once mysteriously shown off to Qin Pingon that his grandfather had told him a story. When his grandfather was young, he had personally seen someone standing by a stream. With just a few steps, he had jumped across the entire stream in one step. Later, Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon tried it themselves. They chose the narrowest part of the stream and ran back at the same time. In the end, Zhou Xian, who was a few years older than Qin Pingon, quickly fell into the water after the jump. Then he saw a black shadow above his head. With a whoosh, he continued forward and finally landed far away. After that, Zhou Xian didn't mention anything about the immortal who crossed the stream in a single step. After that, Zhou Xian knew that Qin Pingon would often go to the stream by himself, running, jumping, leaping and falling. The teenager got closer and closer to the other side of the stream each time, and he never got tired of it. Once he couldn't help but secretly watch from afar. When Zhou Xian saw that shocking scene, he felt that the swarthy teenager at that time was different from the idiot in his impression. When the teenager jumped over the stream, he was like a snake-hunting eagle that often hovered in the sky above the small town. Fu Nanhua saw that Xianxia was in low spirits, so he brought her to walk around. The two walked side by side, taking it as a distraction. During this time they talked about some anecdotes about the south of the eastern bottle continent. Xianxia still had a forced smile on her face, but compared to the irritation she felt after leaving the mud bottle alley, her mood was much better. Her impression of this noble son of Old Dragon City gradually improved. It should be known that although Old Dragon City had a profound heritage and produced many talented people, it was only one step away from the top sections. Logically speaking, it should be much higher than the second-rate Xianxia Mountain, which was at the bottom of the second-rate Xianxia Mountain. However, Xianxia Mountain was an orthodox immortal family with an orderly inheritance. Compared to Old Dragon City, who was a remote southern barbarian, they had an innate sense of superiority. If they met in the past, it would be considered good if they didn't whisper about southern barbarian behind his back. Xianxia said bitterly, "Brother Fu, although the cloud root stone is the lifeblood of the Xianxia Mountain, but since we have already agreed, I will not go back on my words. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will repay it to Brother Fu." Fu Nanhua comforted her. It is still hard to say whether the Gukan family's opportunity is already set in stone. Xianxia's face was gloomy. She shook her head and said, "Lu Jimao, the river-cutting immortal's reputation is not fake, but his methods are not weak. Otherwise he would not be able to have a place in the calligraphy lake. This opportunity cannot be forced. Once I annoyed Lu Jimao. How could I withstand the power of a great Jinren from an unorthodox school? I was afraid that Lu Jimao had already held a grudge against me. Once I left the small town without the protection of the saint and the restraint of the rules, God knows what kind of extreme actions Lu Jimao would take. I think Brother Fu must have seen some clues at the border. The retainers that came with me to search for treasures are not strong enough, they are not his opponent." Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if it is for the 10 cloud root stones, I, the Old Dragon City, will escort you back to the Xianxia Mountain safely." Xianxia turned her head and smiled at him. Her watery eyes were full of affection. Fu Nanhua was quite proud. He habitually wanted to touch the jade pendant, but when he touched nothing he remembered that he had already given his old dragon rain pendant to the young man called Zhou Xian. Xianxia was relieved when she walked. Her footsteps slightly leaned to the left, so her shoulder lightly touched Fu Nanhua. During the trip to the Mud Bottle Alley, Xianxia made an unplanned bet. It was a sudden decision, but she carefully weighed the pros and cons. But the fact proved that she lost the bet, and the price was 10 cloud root stones, which made her anxious about the next trip to the small town. Unconsciously she also developed a sense of dependence on Fu Nanhua, or rather a gambler's nature. 10 cloud root stones was a bet, but 50 cloud root stones was also a bet. If she won the bet she would make a lot of money, but if she lost, Xianxia felt that she would not lose. Absolutely not. She was the most talented person in the cultivation of the Yunxia mountain. Xianxia. On the path of cultivation, everything was smooth sailing. The level of cultivation was like a hot knife through butter. Xianxia did not believe that she would fail in this stinky ditch. At the same time that Xianxia's mood improved, Fu Nanhua, who felt that the overall situation was settled, also had the leisure to truly appreciate Xianxia's appearance and figure. It was undeniable that she was a woman with a natural charm. Once he became a Dao companion with this kind of woman, whether it was in cultivation or in bed, he would gradually enter the best state. Xianxia was once praised by a respected senior as cloud root mountain wind, heaven soaring posture. The implication was that she was actually an extremely rare Dao companion candidate. The Yunxia ancestors who relied on the mountain to live off the mountain and were used to doing business for these years, spared no expense in cultivating Xianxia. They were not without selfish motives, waiting for the right price. The marriage of an immortal family was a match made in heaven. Compared to the marriage of a rich family in the secular dynasty, it was more prudent, and it was more far-sighted. It was just that Fu Nanhua really did not have a good impression of the Yunxia mountain. To place the fate of the mountain on the shoulders of a woman like Xianxia, it was really unreasonable. This was also the reason why Fu Nanhua did not have a good impression of the Yunxia mountain. Fu Nanhua reminded her, if the young man next to Zhou Xian is also a person chosen by some outside power, and he still has that porcelain with his real name, then this time you make a move it will cause trouble. It will be easy for people to follow the vine to the melon and find you in Yunxia mountain. Moreover, Zhou Xian and his servant and Lu Zhimao, the true monarch of the river Severing, may be aware of this matter. Xianxia said with a smile, Brother Fu, you may be focused on the clues and did not pay attention to the unwritten rules of this place. For the people born in this small town when the boy is 9 years old, if he is not taken away by the porcelain buyer, who has been waiting for nearly 10 years, it means that his innate talent is not good enough and is not worth much. The older he is, the cheaper it is. Those sects and clans, instead of spending a huge amount of money to adopt them and being the spendthrifts, it is obviously far more practical to use a large amount of money to cultivate a few direct disciples. When Xianxia mentioned the straw sandals youth, her heart was filled with disgust. Ordinary people should have the awareness of ordinary people. Fu Nanhua tried to be careful with his words and persuaded her, that is reasonable, but that youth is short-sighted. How could he know the nobility of Yunxia Mountain's fairy Kai? Even if he offended you, teaching him a lesson is enough. There is no need to attack twice. Fu Nanhua felt that Xianxia's brazen attack was abnormal, and there must be something fishy about it. Perhaps there was a hidden mystery related to the opportunity, so he hoped to fish out some information and see if he could find any clues. He did not want to think that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In fact, she was the oriole. Beautiful women and beautiful scenery were all eye candy. Now that he could take a few more glances, he would take a few more glances. After all, after she left the small town, she was destined to perish in his hands. Killing people and arson are golden belts. Building roads and paving bridges leave no bones. Listen to these famous sayings from the bottom of the marketplace. They were true everywhere. Fu Nanhua's mind suddenly opened up. Xianxia turned sideways. Her voice was gentle and charming. She smiled and asked, Nanhua, what are you thinking of? Why are you so happy? She quietly changed to a more intimate form of address. Fu Nanhua shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eyes. A thin youth, as if he only used one step, crossed from that horizontal alley to Xianxia's front. His left hand quickly and violently raised. At the same time, his right fist had already smashed into the Wuxia mountain fairy's abdomen. The power was heavy, and the sudden strength of the fist was unexpectedly accompanied by a faint whistling sound. It forced the girl to bend down and lower her head. Even though the youth's strength in his right hand far surpassed his peers, but the youth was actually left-handed. Therefore, the youth's left hand held a sharp weapon, completely sinking into Xianxia's throat, directly piercing through the lower part of his mouth. The youth did not give up. His right fist smashed into the girl's chest. His left hand was still raised. He guaranteed that this sneak attack would not have the slightest accident. At that moment, the girl's originally slender and white neck spurted out blood. Then the youth's waist and ankles exerted strength. He used his shoulder to smash into the tall girl's chest, fiercely knocking her into the horizontal alley. Fu Nanhua's feet were rooted to the ground. He firmly stood where he was. This old Dragon City young master's mind was blank. "21. Fu Nanhua came back to his senses and looked around. He didn't even miss the roofs of the alleyway. He quickly took a deep breath and didn't move forward or backward. He subconsciously tried to grab the ancestral jade pendant again. When he failed, he quickly recited a fragment of Daoist incantation. This incantation wasn't a spell, but it helped him to calm his mind and condense his qi. The state of mind was like a small boat floating on a lake, then this incantation was like an anchor. He began to turn his back to a wall and walked sideways to the intersection of two alleyways. He tensed his muscles and took a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down and stared at the alleyway. In his sight, the straw sandals teenager stood beside Xianxia's body that was lying in a pool of blood. The teenager slightly bent his body and maintained a subtle attacking posture. He also stared at Fu Nanhua. They were like tigers and wolves. One wanted to solve the puzzle, the other wanted to survive. They both had different goals. The target of the boy who had appeared out of nowhere should only be Xianxia. When Feng Nanhua appeared, the boy from Shabby Alley instinctively displayed a posture that said, "If you don't attack me, I won't attack you." Fu Nanhua asked an unnecessary question, "Did you kill her?" The teenager didn't say anything. He still held the murder weapon in his hand. It was a broken piece of porcelain that was slightly smaller than his palm. The part that exposed his fist was extremely sharp. The teenager's hand was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was Xianxia's blood or the porcelain that had pierced his palm. The blood dripped onto the ground of the alleyway. After Fu Nanhua confirmed that there was no one around, he felt that it was absurd but also relieved. In the end, he cast his gaze onto Xianxia's delicate body. Even if she was in such dire straits, it still didn't damage her natural beauty. She was graceful, her ample chest rose and fell slightly, and scarlet red blood ceaselessly gushed out from her neck and mouth. Her vitality was about to be completely cut off, but her strong body that had been repeatedly tempered by her vital energy caused the pain she endured to be even heavier and longer than an ordinary person. A smile appeared on Fu Nanhua's face, but there was a chill in his bones. He asked, "Why do you want to kill her? You have no enmity with this sister. Are you going to kill her just because she played a joke on you in Mud Bottle Alley? When did the town become so lawless? Do you know that a murderer must pay with his life and a debtor must pay with his money? It's the same everywhere." The young man was like a mute, not saying a word. Fu Nanhua did not care about the young man's thoughts. He began to slowly move forward, his steps firm. He knew that Xianxia was going to die. This was not the Immortal's Cave of Immortals, Mount Wuxia, which was shrouded in immortal qi. This was the heavenly Dao cage where all spells were forbidden. Unless there was an earth immortal or a golden arhat, who was willing to exchange most of his cultivation for her life, it would be possible to suppress her soul and bring her back to life. It was a pity that Xianxia would never have such a heavenly blessing. The sage in the town had a heavy responsibility, overlooking the common people. He would never favor one and discriminate against another. He would only go with the flow. On the path of cultivation, there were people who died inexplicably in the Great Path, or died fighting for a chance on a single plank bridge. Although there were not many of them, it was definitely not a rare thing. If one could achieve immortality by progressing step by step without any disasters and enjoy all the benefits without taking any risks, then the immortal Wuyo in the eyes of the common people would be too worthless. Therefore, Fu Nanhua had even prepared for the worst-case scenario of a life-and-death battle in the town. But to say that in the town, under the eyes of the sage, he saw with his own eyes a temporary ally who was walking side by side with him being killed so quickly. This was the first time that the young master of the old dragon city had been killed by a lowly country bumpkin without dazzling magic weapon attacks or earth-shattering immortal skills. Fu Nanhua was shocked. He simply could not accept this absurd fact. If it were not for this small town, a small character like the straw sandals youth, whose life was as cheap as weeds, even if he could see Xianxia from Mount Yunxia from afar, it would be an unattainable extravagant hope. Fu Nanhua's expression was solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Although I did not have the time to save Xianxia, and also could not kill you to avenge Xianxia, since I saw you commit murder with my own eyes, if I did not do something, once this news spread out, the old dragon city's golden reputation would be ruined. Therefore it is reasonable for me to teach you a lesson. As for how Mount Yunxia will deal with this matter and how to give Xianxia justice, that is your business." The young master of the old dragon city's high-sounding words were said for the sage to hear. They were just polite words so that he would not be too ugly in the future and provoke the sage's disgust. In the future, there was also a possibility that these words would be said for the old ancestors of Mount Yunxia. Fu Nanhua simply wanted to put on the table the utmost benevolence and responsibility. Otherwise, Feng Nanhua, who had the intention to kill Xianxia since a long time ago, would really want to properly reward the youth before him. Because Xianxia had acted rashly and by accident, it had saved him a great deal of trouble, and it could really be said that Xianxia was his lucky star. Fu Nanhua walked forward while saying, "Seeing the way you killed someone, it means that your stinky body's instantaneous explosive power is only greater than that of an ordinary strong young man. This is actually quite rare. If there was no disturbance today, as long as you had the opportunity to join the army, daring to kill and fight, and with some luck and coincidence, you would be favored by a military elder or military general of an aristocratic family on the battlefield. They would give you a copy of the military family's body-forging mantra to slowly strengthen your body. 20 or 30 years later, you might be able to reach a whole new world." As Fu Nanhua walked forward, the youth began to slowly retreat, facing the laurel and big-sleeved young master of the old dragon city. The tall and slender Fu Nanhua walked in the small alley, handsome and elegant, with a natural temperament of wealth and grace. Fu Nanhua stretched out one hand, palm facing down, and put it on his waist. He smiled and said, "What a pity. Your life is not too good. Otherwise, according to what I said, you would have the opportunity to reach such a high achievement. It is impossible." Fu Nanhua was amused by his own joke, and his smile became wider. When he took a step forward, his foot suddenly hung in the air half a foot above the ground. Sorry, it should be this high. It was hard for Fu Nanhua not to be happy. After entering the small town, the first thing he did was to make a deal with the Mud Bottle Alley youth, Zhou Xian. His profit was enormous, far exceeding his expectations. Then there was Xianxia, who was most likely an obstacle to his path, suddenly dying in front of him. Not only could his hands be clean of blood, he could also obtain the 2 bags of gold and copper coins on her body for free. Maybe he could even find 1 or 2 secret treasures of the Yunxia mountain. Even if they were not the treasures of the Yunxia mountain, they would certainly not be too bad. He did not believe that Xianxia did not have any protective talismans on her body. For example, Fu Nanhua, other than the old dragon rain covering pendant, which was only a camouflage, he also had 2 extremely good quality, extremely high-grade small things. They could be considered as the treasures of the old dragon city. Therefore, among the unorthodox cultivators of the unorthodox path, there was a popular catchphrase: "Collecting a corpse for others will definitely be rewarded." When Fu Nanhua passed by Xianxia's corpse, he did not even look at her. On the contrary, it was the faint smell of blood that made his whole person in an indescribable state of excitement. One advancing and one retreating, the 2 were always more than 10 steps apart. Fu Nanhua only needed to make sure that the youth could not run out of the alley. At that time, if he wanted to catch the youth who was born and raised here, it would be no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the beautiful body behind him was still warm. Once he gave the youth enough time to breathe, the surprise might fall on his head. Fu Nanhua seemed to be like a cat catching a mouse, but in fact he was adjusting his body's rhythm. After all, after he officially stepped onto the path of cultivation at the age of 9, he had never had the opportunity to rely purely on close combat to determine victory or defeat. Of course, he did not need to fight to the death with the youth. That would make him lose more than he gained. Together with Xianxia, they were two opportunities that could be easily obtained. But he must make this unexpected youth obediently lie in bed in the near future, not giving the youth the slightest possibility of causing trouble. Fu Nanhua suddenly laughed and asked, "Oh right, what's your name again?" The youth whose hands were covered in blood did not answer the question. His dark face was full of toughness like native weeds. "You and she may not know, but my eyesight is very good. So in the mud bottle alley when she was talking to me, the way you looked at her was exactly the same as the way you look at me now." Fu Nanhua was stunned. This time he really looked at the youth in a new light. He clicked his tongue and laughed. "Interesting, really interesting." Fu Nanhua's words and actions seemed casual, but in fact he had been paying attention to the youth's left hand, which was still dripping blood. This showed that the youth's hand strength had not relaxed. An ordinary person would have already been unable to resist the piercing pain. At this time, Fu Nanhua felt that his previous casual comment of "what a pity" was actually accurate. Fu Nanhua felt that the time was right and asked the last question of interest. "You killed her so decisively. Someone must have tipped you off." "I'm not curious about the person's identity. What I don't understand is, as a child who grew up here, how could you cross the hurdle in your heart so quickly? Killing someone so at ease." Do you understand this saying? You should know that even for me, after the first time I killed someone, when the excitement faded, my whole body began to tremble. I recited the heart meditation mantra for a long time before I felt better. Unlike you, you were so calm, like you were eating and drinking. This doesn't make sense. The youth, who had been expressionless, suddenly showed a look of horror and panic. He looked straight behind Fu Nanhua as if the tall girl who died had come back to life. The cautious Fu Nanhua subconsciously turned his head. When his neck turned halfway, his heart was greatly shocked. When he turned his head, because of the difference in height, Fu Nanhua's line of sight was slightly lower than the youth's. There was no trace of the youth at all. In the nick of time. So, after making that expression in an instant, the straw sandals youth did not hesitate to charge forward. After 3 steps, his left leg suddenly exerted force and his whole body jumped high. Finally, his right leg stepped on the wall of the alley. After a quick turn, the youth raised his left hand towards the laurel man. The youth was like a snake-hunting eagle. "22. In a cottage without a plaque in the village school, the middle-aged Confucian scholar Qi Jingchun was sitting and playing chess. It was not a famous game that had been passed down for thousands of years, nor was it a review of the national chess competition. Just as he was about to place a white chess piece on the chessboard, he sighed. The Confucian scholar suddenly began to hesitate at the place where the chess piece had taken root. After he withdrew his hand, the chess piece was still hovering in the air about an inch away from the chessboard. Qi Jingchun was still sitting upright and still. As the current saint in charge of overseeing this place, as well as the former mountain lord of Cliff Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, even if he had been banished to this place to atone for his crimes, Qi Jingchun was still a well-deserved scholar of the present age. For the ordinary people in the small town, plants withered and flourished with each passing year. 60 years passed in the blink of an eye. The teachers had changed several times with different appearances and ages. Only the indescribable temperament of a scholar remained the same. They were old-fashioned, strict, and taciturn. In short, they were all very boring. No one would have thought that the few village teachers who came and went were actually the same person. Not only that, in the vast world outside the small town, Mr. Qi, who lived in seclusion, once had a transcendent and lofty status. He also possessed the supreme power of righteousness and awe-inspiring righteousness. The next moment, Qi Jingquan's primordial spirit flew out of his body like an immortal in a fluttering snow-white robe. He instantly broke free from the shackles of his body and floated to an alley in the town. Qi Jingquan came to the alley in the blink of an eye. He first went to see the woman lying in a pool of blood. Xianxia of Wuxia Mountain, whose 3 souls and 7 spirits dissipated like a candle in the wind. Qi Jingquan stopped for a moment and finally came to the 2 people. The young castellan of Old Dragon City leaned back a little and was stunned. On his handsome face with jade-like skin, there was a complicated expression intertwined with shock, doubt, and despair. The young man maintained his posture of leaping high and pouncing forward. His left hand held a piece of porcelain that was as sharp as a blade. Even at this critical moment of life and death, the young man's eyes were still firm and his face was calm. He did not look like an ignorant young man who was born in a small house and grew up in the mountains. Perhaps the only thing that matched the youth's identity was the helplessness hidden deep in his eyes. Scholars who had been out of the study room and the academy for many years were no stranger to this kind of helplessness. It was like looking at a farmer who relied on the sky to make a living, squatting on a barren ridge in the dry season and looking up at the scorching sun. In fact, one would not feel heartbroken but deep helplessness and bewilderment. As the temporary master of this world, Qi Jingquan naturally knew the ins and outs of Qin Pingan's family of 3. Even if he had not seen the young man's ancestors with his own eyes, he could still roughly deduce them from hundreds and thousands of years ago. The reason was very simple. For example, if the county magistrate really wanted to know the lineage of the people under his rule, he only needed to go to the household register and check the files. It was clear at a glance. After more than 3,000 years of development, the small town's branches and leaves spread out of the small town and intertwined with each other. Because there were a few amazing people in each generation, although they could not return home in glory, they were able to support the family through secret channels. Finally, the 4 surnames and 10 clans that were the most prosperous in the small town today. The history of Qin Pingan's clan was similarly long, and his ancestor had once achieved meteoric success and was extremely extravagant. But after experiencing 2 ups and downs, in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent that had countless vassal states and dynasties that were like a forest in a forest, the clan gradually fell into a state of decline and gave way to other clans. After 1,000 years, it declined with each passing day, and when it arrived at the generation of the young man's father, the Qin clan of the small town could practically be considered to have completely declined in the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. Not to mention the territory of the Dali dynasty that the small town resided in, it seemed as if they were officials that had been decreed by the king to be unable to take office for generations to come, and it was impossible for the clan to rise again. After Qi Jingquan came here to preside over the operation of the Big Formation, for more than 60 years he strictly adhered to the 4 words of righteousness and peace. He would never arbitrarily change the fate of the people in the small town based on his personal likes and dislikes. Otherwise, in the eyes of this scholar who once abhorred evil, there was too much filth in the large families of the small town, and too much poverty in the small houses of the small alleys. However, after Qi Jingquan's cold observation, he saw that the large families also had their futility and helplessness, and the small houses also had their viciousness and wickedness. Over time, Qi Jingquan was like a high and mighty statue. He did not enjoy the incense, nor did he accept any favors. He only sat upright with his hands folded in his sleeves, and did not care about the affairs of the world. Qi Jingquan was slightly surprised. He took a step forward, fixed his eyes on the scene and nodded lightly. It turned out that the poor young man with an imposing manner seemed to be determined to kill Fu Nanhua. However, based on the current situation, the young man's wrist heavily smashed onto Fu Nanhua's neck. It was much better than Kai Qinqian's ending. Fu Nanhua should have been heavily smashed, and his entire body slammed against the wall. Then the young man grabbed his neck with one hand and pressed the porcelain piece against his abdomen with the other. Qi Jingquan was somewhat curious. Why did the young man not kill him this time? It was a great opportunity, but it was fleeting and there would be no end to it. Qi Jingquan was a refined scholar. He scrupulously adhered to etiquette, but he would not cling to dogma. He was not the pedantic scholar who only shook his head and fell off the bookcase. He was very familiar with people like Fu Nanhua, whether it was their aptitude or temperament. Even if today in the small alleyway he was threatened by the young man to temporarily give up on revenge. However, this matter would definitely be the greatest humiliation of the young man's life. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his Dao heart would be possessed by a demon. When the time came, the one who would be calculative with the young man would not be Fu Nanhua himself, but the entire South Sea Lord Old Dragon City. The reason why Qi Jingchun came here to stop the young man from continuously killing people was because he had a certain selfishness, but it was also for the sake of justice. Right now the small town was like a cracked porcelain piece. Sooner or later it would explode. Qi Jingchun had to slow down this unstoppable process. He had to do his best to arrange a path of retreat for as many people as possible. It would be best if he could safely hand it over to the blacksmith, Master Wan. Then after the last 60 years, everyone would be happy. The people on the mountain would obtain opportunities, and the people at the foot of the mountain would obtain stability. It must be known that with the temperament of the majority of the people, every time the road collapsed, the old and the new were replaced, opportunities appeared everywhere, and immortality was within reach. What did the lives of hundreds or thousands of ants at the foot of the mountain count for? The ruthlessness of the secular dynasty's Tian family was not worth mentioning compared to the selfless Tao that many cultivators worshipped. Qi Jingchun pondered for a moment and then quietly concealed his figure. The operation of heaven and earth was smooth and unhindered. The previous limit had quietly been broken. The young man's wrist finally heavily smashed into Fu Nanhua's neck. The latter's head swayed and he fell horizontally into the alley's wall. He was dizzy from the huge force. After the young man landed, he quickly closed in and struck Fu Nanhua's abdomen with his elbow. Fu Nanhua did not stand straight. His back was against the wall. The young man's elbow strike almost caused him to vomit, and his body instinctively bent. The young man grabbed Fu Nanhua's neck with one hand and pressed the porcelain piece against the laurel young master's abdomen with the other. Fu Nanhua found it hard to imagine how the young man, who was a head shorter than him, could have such great strength in his 5 fingers. In particular, the sharpness and coldness of the porcelain piece against his abdomen made the young master of Old Dragon City feel that death was approaching him once again. The difference between life and death was the difference between life and death. Of course, Fu Nanhua didn't know that a young child who had to search for herbs all over the mountains and plains had an even stronger desire to live than himself. How amazing was the infinite potential that burst out of him was. When that youth had mistakenly ingested the herbs and was rolling on the ground in pain in the alley, that kind of obsession could even make a child who was supposed to be studying in the countryside want to crawl back home and put the bamboo basket of life-saving herbs back home. After that he had to chop wood and burn charcoal, burn porcelain, dig mud and taste dirt. There was not a single task that did not test the young man's physical strength and endurance. Outside the town, Fu Nanhua could casually use some immortal techniques and easily crush 100 or 1,000 young men. However, he chose to face him in a life-and-death battle in the town. He was really lucky to have kicked an iron plate. Fu Nanhua was hit by the pain and humiliation. He lost his mind and said with a ferocious expression, "If you kill me, you will die. If you don't kill me, you will still die. Little bastard, you will still die." Qin Pingon slightly raised his head and stared at the man with a face full of madness. He said, "You know, I don't want to kill you. I have no enmity with you. It's just that you wanted to harm me, so I retaliated." Fu Nanhua sneered and said, "Little bastard, you think you are worthy to reason with me, Fu Nanhua?" He tried to emphasize his tone. "Are you worthy?" Qin Pingon was silent for a moment and asked, "Do you have to kill me?" When Fu Nanhua saw the dark young man's eyes, he suddenly calmed down. Fu Nanhua, who was choked by the neck, flushed red. Very quickly his face turned green and then purple. Actually, the young man's 5 fingers did not increase the strength, but it was enough to suffocate a strong young man to death. Fu Nanhua said with difficulty, "If I say I won't kill you, do you believe me?" He struggled violently for a moment. But almost at the same time the young man increased his strength, causing one of Fu Nanhua's 5 slightly moving fingers to droop down. Qin Pingon shook his head. Fu Nanhua became more and more dizzy. Although he wanted nothing more than to slap this bastard's head, he still tried to maintain a pleasant expression on his face. He added, What if I swear to the heavens? People like us can't just casually swear. Fu Nanhua played a trick. Buddhists made great vows and cultivators swore in their hearts. It did indeed have a great binding force, but it was obvious that Fu Nanhua only spoke half of the truth. Even if he swore, he would only swear on his mouth. It was not a heavy oath of the heart like no words, but no different from engraving words on the walls of the pill room. So whether or not he would abide by it afterwards depended on his mood. Moreover, it was not like there was no way to break a cultivator's oath of the heart. It was just a matter of the price. Generally speaking, the price was related to the cultivator's realm and the weight of the oath. But to his surprise, the young man in straw sandals still shook his head. Fu Nanhua, who found it increasingly difficult to breathe, had already lost the spirit to bargain. For some reason he became a little absent-minded. Am I going to die? Am I going to die in the hands of that bastard Xianxia? Then when this bad news reaches Old Dragon City, will I become the laughing stock of the entire city? He did not even have the chance to reach out his hand to trigger the secret mechanism on the jade belt at his waist. The white jade belt on his waist was actually the remnant soul of an earth flood dragon. It's done. A heavenly voice rang in their ears. To Fu Nanhua it was like the sound of nature. However, he had just fainted, so he was not sure whether it was his imagination or not. Qin Pingon turned his head in shock. In the end he saw Mr. Qi, who was covered in snow and looked ethereal. The latter smiled and said nothing. Qin Pingon's eyes were firm and unwavering. The 5 fingers of his right hand never loosened. Qi Jingchun was neither annoyed that his good intentions were regarded as bad intentions, nor did he feel gratified that he had seen a promising talent. He just gently waved his sleeve at the straw sandals youth, as if he had scooped an item into his hand. The scholarly saint opened his palm and looked at it. He could not help but laugh. It was a blob of filth like ink. It turned out that the intentions that a certain someone had planted in the youth were dim and had clearly died long ago. Looking up at the young Qin Pingon again, Qi Jingchun felt a little regretful. He sighed and said, "No wonder Sir said that for those who succeed in the world, extraordinary talent is only secondary. Perseverance and indomitable will are the most important. Qin Pingon, you have taught me another lesson on behalf of Sir. It's a pity that I, Qi Jingchun, no longer have the chance to take in a disciple." "23. After saying this, the Confucian smiled self-deprecatingly. What was so valuable about being Qi Jingchun's disciple? The room was filled with children, and each of them received 300 copper coins a year. Some of the children who came from poor families only received 3 strips of cured meat. Qi Jingchun looked at the stubborn young man and asked, "Deep down in your heart you don't want to kill him. But the problem is that this person looks like he wants to kill you no matter what. So you kill him and get rid of everything. You can temporarily save your own life and leave tomorrow's matter to tomorrow. Or do you want to keep the peace and turn big things into small things? Am I right?" The boy who often listened to the students next door reciting poems blurted out, "How can you teach me?" Qi Jingchun smiled and said, "Qin Pingon, you might as well try to let go of your right hand first and then decide whether you want to walk around with me. There are some things that I can't absolve myself from, so I have to give you an explanation." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. After releasing the 5 fingers of his right hand, he found that Fu Nanhua didn't move at all. His eyes, hair and breathing were all still. After Qi Jingchun operated the big array, the town returned to the end. Qi Jingchun whispered, "Follow my footsteps, try not to walk more than 10 steps." The middle-aged Confucian with fluttering clothes and an ethereal body took the lead to walk to the end of the alley. Qin Pingon followed closely behind. During this time he looked down at his left palm. It was badly mutilated and bones could be seen, but the blood that was visible to the naked eye was no longer flowing. Qi Jingchun walked in front and asked with a smile, "Qin Pingon, do you believe that there are immortals, demons and ghosts in this world?" Qin Pingon nodded, "I believe it. When I was young, my mother often told me some old stories, telling me to believe that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. My mother said this sentence the most, so I remember it very clearly. For example, there are water ghosts dragging children in the stream, and in the broken ancestral hall in the north of the city, there are underworld officials who specialize in judging cases at night. She also said that the door gods we posted will actually come to life at night and help us protect the house. I actually didn't believe these things before, but now I think most of them are true. Qi Jingchun whispered, some of what she said is true and some are false. As for the saying that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil, it's hard to come to a conclusion because the definition of good and evil is different among the commoners, emperors, generals, ministers, and immortals. Therefore, the conclusions they come to will be very different. Qin Pingon hid the porcelain pieces and quickened his pace to walk side by side with the Confucian. He raised his head and asked, Mr. Qi, can I ask you a question? Qi Jingchun seemed to see through the young man's thoughts and said calmly, this town is the burial place of the last true dragon in the world. Countless flood dragons in the world all believed that this place was the most prosperous place, and that a dragon was destined to be born one day. In fact, for the past 3,000 years, the birth of a dragon had never happened. However, the children born in this small town were indeed far better than their peers outside in terms of bone structure, temperament, and opportunities. Many famous immortal abode Dao couples in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent had children who were just average. Of course, not every child in the small town has such amazing talent. Qi Jingchun smiled and didn't explain further on this matter, probably because he was afraid of hurting the child's heart. He changed the topic. Almost all the senior cultivators who participated in the dragon-slaying catastrophe were seriously injured. Many of them settled down here and cultivated. It can be said that they calmly faced death. There were also immortal couples who survived by luck, and there were also those who naturally formed a good relationship after fighting side by side. After more than 3,000 years of reproduction, the town has reached its current scale. In the territory of the Dali dynasty, this place was first called Great Swamp Village. Later, a saint personally changed it to Dragon Abyss. Later, to avoid the taboo of a certain Emperor Dali, it was changed again. The young man who had been holding back his words finally couldn't help but softly interrupt Qi Jingchun's words. He clenched his fists, full of desire and expectation. Sir, actually, the question I want to ask is about my parents. What kind of people are they? Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought. Since that Daoist faraway journey has already revealed the heaven's secret to you, I can also use the opening he opened to tell you something. In my memory, your father was an honest and gentle man with mediocre talent. He was not worthy of being taken away from the town. Naturally, he became a chicken rib in the eyes of some people and was seen as a losing business. Maybe it was in a fit of anger, or maybe it was because he was really poor. In short, the porcelain buyer outside the town did something to your father's natal porcelain. After that, not only was his life full of misfortune, but also you and your mother were also implicated to suffer. Later, for some unknown reason, he inadvertently learned the secret of the natal porcelain. He knew that once it was opened and taken away from the town, it would be reduced to a marionette for the rest of its life. He secretly smashed the natal porcelain that belonged to you. If I remember correctly, it should be a porcelain paperweight. Qi Jingchun said in a deep voice. You have to know that the babies born in the town every year have a code name that is stored in a secret file. There are also people in the town who will use a unique secret technique to extract a drop of heart blood and inject it into the natal porcelain that is baked in the future. The natal porcelain of a girl will burn for 6 years once it is baked, and the natal porcelain of a boy will burn for even longer. The kiln fire will not stop for a day and will continue to burn for 9 years. The child's talent is like the quality of the porcelain in the kiln. Can only be left to fate and luck. However, the price of porcelain gambling, after betting, is very high. Even though it can be said that your aptitude is just as mediocre now, when your father resolutely decided to break that porcelain paperweight, it is easy to imagine the anger of the porcelain buyers outside the small town. As for your mother, she is a woman with a quiet temperament. Qi Jingchun suddenly smiled when he said this. At that time when your mother married your father, many people of the same age in the town were very depressed. But to be honest, it is difficult for me to talk about the details of your parents' life when they were alive. After coming here, I have a lot of things to do in addition to teaching. The teenager nodded, gently turned his head and carelessly wiped his face with his hand. The teenager probably forgot the terrible condition of his left hand. His face was covered with blood, but he was reluctant to wipe it with his sleeve. The two of them passed by the 12-legged archway. Qi Jingchun didn't look at him. She told the young man frankly, when the real dragon fell here, the 4 sages showed up in person and made a contract here. They stipulated that every 60 years, one person would take charge of this place and help take care of the remaining fate left behind by the real dragon after its death. In fact, there were disputes about whether to eliminate the root of the problem or not. But telling you these unspeakable secrets of heaven would be harming you. Generally speaking, the people of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism as well as the school of the militarists, made up the 4 sides. As for the rest, the 100 schools of thought, blessed enclaves, immortal sects, tycoons and so on, they all had a certain share and opportunity to share the benefits here. It is funny to say that the quota of porcelain buying within 100 years has almost become the symbol of whether a sect or family has a first-class status. Qin Pingon said, I don't understand what you are saying, but I remember it all. But today I know that my parents are good people, so I am satisfied. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, I don't expect you to understand it immediately. It is just a foreshadowing. Otherwise, if I simply told you not to kill Fu Nanhua, you would definitely not listen. The reason why I don't want you to kill him is not that I, Qi Jingchun, feel sorry for the loss of one's own kind. It is also not that I am grateful to Fu Nanhua and old Longqing so that I can ask for more benefits in the future. It is not like this. In fact, it is the opposite. The disciples of the Confucian school advocate to enter the world, so they are the most resistant to the unscrupulous people of the cultivation world. The 2 sides have been fighting openly and secretly for countless years. If I, Qi Jingchun, was at the age when I first went to Cliff Academy to study, then Jinjuan Jiang Lu Jimao and old Longqing's young master Fu Nanhua would not have a chance to live. I would have smashed them into ashes with one palm. The young man found that although Mr. Qi's tone was still gentle and his walking posture was still elegant, he gave people the feeling that he was a different person. It was like when old Yao drank too much and said that the porcelain they made was for the emperor. Who could compare with him? When Mr. Qi said that he could smash someone into ashes with one palm, his tone was different from old Yao's, but his expression was exactly the same. Qi Jingchun frowned and raised his head to look in the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, as if he was listening to someone else talk. Although he did not show any annoyance, the displeasure in his eyes could not be concealed. Finally he said coldly, Leave quickly. Qin Pingon was confused. Qi Jingchun explained, It's that storyteller. His real name is Lu Jimao and his Taoist name is Jinjuan Jianglu. He is actually a Taoist from the unorthodox school. His cultivation level is not bad, but his conduct is bad. The grudge between you and Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua was mostly caused by him. In the end, he even planted an evil talisman in your heart. It was a 4-word mantra that secretly engraved the 4 words die with one heart, in your heart. His method was extremely vicious. Qin Pingon silently remembered the name Lu Jimao. Qi Jingchun sighed and asked, Aren't you curious why I didn't do anything? Qin Pingon shook his head. Qi Jingchun said to himself, This world is like an old porcelain that has been exposed to wind and sun for 3,000 years. It is about to shatter. You are an outsider after all, and you have the protection of the formation. No matter what you do, as long as you don't go too far, the porcelain won't shatter. But I am the one holding the porcelain. Any action I take will affect the cracks of the porcelain. In fact, no matter what I do, it will only increase the spread of the cracks. If it is only the porcelain that is broken, it will be fine. But the fate of the 5,000 or 6,000 people in this town is in my hands. How can I let my guard down? However, these words had been accumulated for many years. Mr. Qi spoke too softly and Qin Pingon could not hear clearly even if he pricked up his ears. Qi Jingchun looked at the teenager who wiped his face with his right hand from time to time. The 2 of them had already walked to the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. There was a woman bending over to draw water. Qi Jingchun asked, If a stranger falls into the well and you try to save him, he will die. Will you save him or not? Qin Pingon thought for a moment and asked back, I want to know, can I really save that person? Qi Jingchun did not answer the teenager's question. He just smiled and said, Remember, a gentleman does not save people. The teenager was stunned and asked doubtfully, A gentleman? Qi Jingchun hesitated for a moment. He squatted down and helped the teenager with straw sandals straighten his clothes. Then he wiped the blood off with his hand and said softly, "When you encounter misfortune, you will have compassion first. But a gentleman is not a pedantic person. He can go to the well to save people, but he will never put himself in a deadly situation." It seemed that this question had aroused his thoughts. The teenager asked seriously, "Sir, can I still live now? If I can, then how long can I live?" Qi Jingchun thought carefully and slowly stood up. He said firmly, "If you are not afraid of the bumpy road ahead and suffer great hardships, then you can definitely live." The teenager immediately smiled brightly and said righteously, "I am not afraid of hardships." Qi Jingchun thought of the teenager's calmness along the way and felt relieved. "Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Although I, Qi Jingchun, can't help you with anything, things have already come to this. Letting you pass this calamity is not breaking the rules. In fact, I should compensate you with an opportunity." The teenager was confused. The two of them came under the old pagoda tree. For some reason it was quiet inside and outside the town. Only this pagoda tree seemed to be the only exception. Its leaves swayed slightly and swayed gently. Qi Jingchun stood still with a dignified expression. He bowed and raised his head to ask, "Qi Jingchun, can I ask you for a pagoda tree leaf so that I can safely leave the town in the future and not suffer from the calamity for at least 3 years?" The 1,000-year-old pagoda tree was silent. Qi Jingchun asked again, "Qi Jingchun has been guarding this place for 59 years. Even if he has not made any contributions, he has worked hard. Can't I ask for a pagoda tree leaf? Besides, I am from your town. Why are you so stingy?" The pagoda tree still did not respond. The silence at this moment was like silent mockery. "You, Qi Jingchun, have great magical powers, but you are still a part of the circle of heaven and earth. You are also the pitiful person who presides over the core of the formation. We just don't want to give away this kindness for nothing. What can you do to me?" Qi Jingchun's expression was uncertain. In the end, he could only sigh and look down, full of guilt. The teenager grinned and comforted him. "Master Lu said that as long as I go to the south of the town and find a blacksmith surnamed Ruan and become his apprentice, there will be hope for me to live. Mr. Qi, without this pagoda tree leaf, I believe there will be no problem." Qi Jingchun asked with a smile, "Truth?" The teenager scratched his head and said shyly, "No." Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly. Suddenly, a fresh, verdant locust tree leaf floated down from the top of the tree. The teenager just stretched out his hand and the leaf fell into his palm. On the leaf there was a golden word that flashed and disappeared. Qi Jingchun was a little shocked. After a moment he said in a deep voice, "This word is Yao. Qin Pingon, are you willing to repay the Yao family's kindness, regardless of life and death? To be honest, even without this leaf you may still have a chance to live. I can tell you this clearly. So you must think carefully." The teenager asked, "Is it Master Yao's word Yao?" Qi Jingchun nodded. "Yes." The teenager put his hands together and gently held the pagoda tree leaf in his palm. He raised his head and said loudly, "As long as I am alive, as long as it is a person with the surname Yao related to you, as Mr. Qi said before, even if he falls into a well, even if he will die trying to save someone, I, Qin Pingon, will save him." The sound of nature was silent. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, "Let's go." When he left with the teenager, he quietly turned his head and looked at the top of the pagoda tree. Qi Jingchun's face was full of sarcasm. It was not that there were no pagoda trees with the surname Qin. In fact, there were more than 1 or 2. However, in the end, knowing that this place was about to collapse, they would rather find another host. It did not matter if the host's surname was not Qin. Still, there was not a single pagoda tree that was willing to look after the teenager with straw shoes in Mud Bottle Alley. Qi Jingchun turned around and patted the young man's head. She teased, "If it was Song Jisun, Zhao Yao, Gu Kan, and the others who made such a great wish like you did, it might have caused the resonance of heaven and earth." The teenager smiled brightly. "That's none of my business. I just do my own thing." Qi Jingchun asked again, "This time is it the truth?" The teenager smiled and said, "Yes." "24. In a house in Peachleaf Alley, there was a kind-looking old man sitting on a rattan chair under the porch. Beside him sat a cute servant girl. She was wearing a pair of yellow trousers and a light green gauze skirt. She was listening to the old man tell her a story while fanning herself. The old man suddenly asked, "Taoya, where's the wind? Are you dozing off again? I'm not trying to scare you. If you were in a big house outside of town, you would be punished for being lazy like this." There was no response. The old man, who had always been kind to his servants, was about to continue teasing them when his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked into the distance with a serious expression. It turned out that in the small courtyard, not only was there no movement from the fan held by the servant girl, even the invisible breeze had stopped. The old man hurriedly held his breath and recited the incantation. He entered a meditative state to avoid wasting his cultivation in this short reversal of the river of time. The old man sighed softly. Qi Jingchun, who had always scrupulously followed the rules and etiquette, had finally made an exception and made a move. As a result, a storm was brewing. In the Iron Lock Well, a burly young man squatted not far away and stared at the wheeled cart. However, from the corner of his eyes, he secretly glanced at the side profile of a plump village woman. She was bending over to pick up a bucket of water from the well. Her hips were shockingly curved and her breasts were heavy. Her entire body was slightly exaggerated and her exquisite curves were exposed. Her body was blooming with the wild aura of a plump wheat ear. It gave the woman, who was originally just an average appearance, a different kind of charm. When the young man realized that the surrounding environment had become strangely still, he did not move. He only gathered his courage and looked at the beautiful scene of the woman drawing water. The young man secretly swallowed his saliva and quickly turned his body, changing into a squatting position. No wonder his master said that the woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger in the forest. Her power was greatly reduced, but once brought up the mountain she would become a tyrant tiger in the mountain. He would eat people. After his master drank, he always said that all the heroes in the world had lost to his tiger in the mountain. There was no exception. But the young man felt that being a tiger in the forest was already very powerful. For example, the woman in front of him obviously looked ordinary, but she was so enchanting that it made his heart itch. If she slapped him without saying anything, it was completely unreasonable. The young man felt that he did not dare to fight back at all. If the woman smiled, he would also smile. Thinking of this, the young man was a little discouraged. He lowered his head and glanced at his crotch, cursing, "No bones, no bones." In Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisun was flipping through a thick and old local county record. Song Jisun figured out a lot of rules. For example, it was generally added every 60 years, so Song Jisun privately named this book Jiazi Records. Also, after the town's residents were taken away by distant relatives when they were young, almost no one returned to their hometown. It seemed that they did not like to fall leaves to return to their roots. Many family surnames spread their branches and leaves outside, and even grew into deep-rooted towering trees. Therefore, Song Jisun nicknamed it Book Outside the Wall. At this time, the young man was flipping through a page of biography, describing the life story of a person called Chao Shi. The stinginess of the pen and ink was another characteristic of this county record. Song Jisun had flipped through it at least 7 or 8 times, so he was already very familiar with this book. Therefore, when he flipped through it in his spare time, he would only pick some strange and colorful character stories and treat them as legends described by a storyteller. As for the authenticity of these stories, Song Jisun of course did not care. He only remembered the man in the official's uniform. Before he left the town for the capital to report on his work, he came here late at night alone. The man had a very solemn attitude and told the young man to remember one thing, which was to memorize the names of every person that appeared in the book, as well as the hundreds and thousands of people, and the roots of their ancestors in the town, especially the relationships with the 4 surnames and 10 clans. At this time, Song Jisun was motionless, just like the broken clay statues in the southeast of the town. One by one they fell into the grass or the mud. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, they just remained motionless. The light that shone through the window onto the desk maintained an abnormal state of stillness. In this house, the only people and things that could move were the servant girl GQ and the unremarkable 4-legged snake. She had long sensed that something was wrong. The first thought that appeared in her mind was to go to the courtyard next door and find the expressionless girl to give her a torrent of abuse. However, when the servant girl realized the existence of the sword, she dismissed this tempting idea. She first went to her young master's room and glanced at the contents of the book. When she saw the two words Chao Shi, she felt annoyed, so she helped her young master flip through a few pages. When she saw the section about Xianxia, she smiled happily. However, she quickly turned the pages back to avoid revealing the secret of heaven and exposing herself. All these years, the shrewd young master had only suspected her identity and origin out of curiosity. He had never caught any real conclusive evidence. She didn't want to fail when she was about to succeed. She followed her young master and often went to the village school. She felt that some of the words that scholars said were hypocritical and disgraceful, such as, those who sacrifice their lives for righteousness. But some words were not bad, such as, those who travel 100 miles are half of the time 90 miles. They really understood the truth. The khaki-colored four-legged snake was lying on the doorsill basking in the sun. At this time, when it was silent and still, it had returned to its true form. Under the light, one could see that it was flowing with brilliant colors, sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was like a piece of colored glass. In the house next door, the black-clothed girl Ning Yao had fallen into a mysterious fetal state. She didn't breathe with her mouth and nose like a baby in the womb. Her spirit returned to its origin and stopped thinking. In the snow-white scabbard, the flying sword seemed to have been pardoned. After it slowly came out of the scabbard, it flew around its master briskly. It was as gentle and intimate as a little bird depending on its master. It also had the beauty of a young girl's fluttering dress. It wasn't flying randomly, but like a talisman, it created the best feng shui place for its master who was healing. Sure enough, the girl who didn't have the slightest sign of breathing had the aura around her rapidly rush into her body. She was like a whale swallowing water, crazily absorbing the original spiritual aura between heaven and earth. So at this moment, the deathly stillness of the town and the wind and water of this house formed a sharp contrast. Outside the town, by the southern stream, there was a short man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a sharp aura around him. His chest was bare and he was holding a hammer in his hand as he hammered down. Sparks flew in all directions, filling the room with light. Countless sparks of fire scattered about in the spacious room, creating a splendid and spectacular sight. A single hammering could create a picture. In front of the man stood a young girl with a ponytail. She was petite and wore a cow-leather robe to prevent the sparks from splashing onto her body. Ordinary cotton clothes could easily be burned and holes could be seen in them. After a single hammering, the thousands of sparks suddenly stopped in the room. The ponytailed girl frowned and asked, "Father?" The man said in a deep voice, "It's your turn to hammer the sword. You can use this opportunity to temper your spirit." The young girl put down the old sword and pushed aside the sparks on both sides of her body. The sparks were pushed back by her. The sparks that should have been still in the river of time continuously collided with the sparks. They collided with each other again and again, causing the light in the room to become incomparably chaotic. Compared to the old seniors in the town who were like dragons in the abyss, each of them holding their breath and meditating, the young girl's actions were too tyrannical. Especially when it was her turn to hammer, her momentum was heavy and her movements were swift and violent. Compared to the experienced man, she was even wilder and more unruly. The sparks that splashed out from each hammering would not disappear in the end. So after overlapping again and again, the dense sparks were like bright stars, clustered in the air. In the sword forging room there were billions of sparks. The man stared at the red sword embryo and ordered in a deep voice, "Recite the sword forging manual, Shaking Dragon chapter, in your heart." The young girl's aura suddenly dropped and she said in a low voice, "Father?" The man said angrily, "What?" The young girl's aura dropped again and she said timidly, "I didn't eat much at noon, I'm hungry, I can't hammer anymore." The man was even angrier. If he was not forging a sword he would have scolded her, "I'm clearly asking you to recite the book, it's like asking for your life. Why are you looking for an excuse? Motherf asterisk her with your appetite, it's normal that you're hungry, it's really not an excuse." The young girl snickered. Although she said that she was hungry, her hands did not slow down in the slightest. In a flash, the young girl shouted and smashed the hammer down with all her strength. She said, "Come out." This time the sparks that splashed out were extremely numerous and especially dazzling. The man's face did not reveal anything and he thought, "It's done." In the courtyard of Gukan's house, the woman slowly woke up with a splitting headache. She sat back down on the bench with the help of her child. True monarch cutting river Lu Jimao was resting with his eyes closed, and his thumb and index finger in his sleeves were slowly moving. The woman, Madame Gu, pressed her son to sit beside her and asked softly, "Immortal elder, what happened?" The old man did not open his eyes and said, "This old man took in a good disciple, you have a good son. Madame Gu, you can be at ease and wait for your mother to rise because of your son." The woman was overjoyed and hot tears filled her eyes. She hugged her child and whispered softly, "Child's father, did you hear that? Our Gukan will definitely have great prospects." Lu Jimao suddenly made a sound of surprise, and opened his eyes to look at the lines on his palm. It seemed that a new path had been opened up and he said to himself, "Why is this? It shouldn't be. The young man didn't die, but that immortal disciple died inexplicably?" The old man had no choice but to stand up and slowly paced around the courtyard and quickly moved his fingers. "Trash. You fell into the hands of a common youth, and the 1,000 years of reputation that Xianxia mountain has painstakingly accumulated has been destroyed just like that." The woman said uneasily, "Old immortal elder, since our family's heir has already acknowledged a master, why don't you let Chen Pingon go?" The old man angrily shouted, "Soft-hearted. If you really had a merciful heart when you and I first met, you shouldn't have thought of killing him. At this time you're pretending to be a female bodhisattva in front of this old man. Do you have any shame?" The woman's face turned pale from the scolding and she stammered, not daring to say half a word. The old man was still angry and he pointed at the woman and scolded, "Countrywoman, your knowledge is shallow. In the future, when Gukan returns to Book Slip Lake with me, the number of times you and your son meet must not be too frequent, so as not to hinder his cultivation. Do you have any objections?" The woman hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I don't dare." The old man's eyes were gloomy. The woman was stunned and she quickly came back to her senses. With a sad face she said pitifully, "No objections, absolutely no objections." The old man vigorously waved his sleeves and coldly snorted, "This old man is so angry." Previously he saw that the woman had some unique charm, and just when he had the idea of taking her as his personal servant, she acted so vulgar and impatient. She deserved to miss a chance to enter the threshold of cultivation. The old man suddenly looked as if he was facing a great enemy and looked around. Sure enough, this world had been stopped by someone, and it was called the End Realm. The End Realm was one of the many small caves in the world, and even Earth Immortals and Golden Arhats could not open it. This kind of great magical power could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Although a large part of the credit was due to the big formation, it still made people feel awe and reverence. Imagine, as long as you were in this world, you would have to kowtow to me no matter if you were immortal, Buddha, God or devil. What kind of feeling would that be? Lu Jimao, the true monarch of the river Severing, wanted to reach this height even in his dreams. Powerful but useless? Go to hell. Lu Jimao wished that after he had this small cave he could pull all the third-generation disciples of Buddha, Daoist ancestor and Confucian sect leader into this place. He did not dare to ask them to bow their heads, but at least they would be on equal footing and address each other as peers. Lu Jimao spat out a mouthful of blood without warning, and blood also sputtered from his palm, as if someone had used a sharp weapon to cut a bloody groove. In his other hand the white bowl also appeared involuntarily. The water rippled chaotically and black lines ran everywhere, crashing into the walls. The old man did not hesitate at all, and folded his palm on the back of his hand. Although he was a Taoist, he bowed to Mr. Qi with the Confucian sect and said with a trembling voice, "I am Lu Jimao, the owner of Xianxia Island in the Book Slip Lake. I beg you, Mr. Qi, to take pity on my sincere pursuit of Tao. If I have offended you, please forgive me. After a long time. Leave quickly." The 4 words exploded in the ears of the true monarch like spring thunder. Lu Jimao said with ecstasy, "Don't worry, Mr. Qi. I will take Mrs. Gu and her son out of the town." The old man, who had always regarded himself as a junior, remembered something and asked carefully, "Mr. Qi, how should I deal with the 2 bags of gold and copper coins I have?" The majestic voice sounded again, "1 person and 1 item, exactly 2 opportunities. Just leave them in the courtyard. You are not allowed to leave the book slip lake for 30 years. Lu Zhimao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This time he did not try to flatter Qi Jingyan by purposely bowing like a Confucian scholar. Instead he made a solemn Taoist bow. "I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Mr. Qi's great kindness and kindness will be engraved in this junior's heart and will never forget it." After this, Qi Jingchuan's voice didn't appear, and the boundary also quickly disappeared. Lu Zhimao didn't talk nonsense and immediately had Mrs. Gu take Gu Can and leave the town with him. Mrs. Gu was about to speak when she was glared at by Lu Zhimao's extremely fierce eyes, scaring the woman into silence. Lu Zhimao took out 2 bags. Although he was somewhat reluctant to part with them, this unorthodox Daoist who aspired to have the title of true monarch still didn't hesitate to put them on the bench. However, just as he walked to the small courtyard, Lu Zhimao suddenly asked, "Did your family leave behind any old things?" Mrs. Gu was at a loss, and the sneaky Gu Can immediately reminded him, "Didn't father leave the treasure pavilion, the one under the bed collecting dust?" Lu Zhimao's eyes lit up, and without saying anything he asked the woman to lead the way to find out. Since the sage recognized Gu Ken as a fated chance, it meant that this child could take away his own fated chance. As for the final ownership of these fated chances in the town, even if the emperor came he would have to listen to Qi Jingchun. But in the book slip lake it was hard to say. Finally, Gu Ken, who was unsupervised, waited until the 2 entered the house. He grabbed the 2 bags with one hand, gently pulled out the door bolt and ran to the other end of the clay bottle alley. In the house, Mrs. Gu was kneeling on the ground, reaching under the bed to move the box. The box was not big, but it was very heavy. It was a bit strenuous and she was panting. As a result, her plump buttocks were kicked by true monarch Zhejiang. The old man teased, "Mrs. Gu, you have taken good care of yourself. But with this, you can be a second-class maid in the Verdant Canyon Island, but it is more than enough to be a third-class maid. I don't like you, but on the Verdant Canyon Island, there are a few guest elders who might like you. When the time comes you have to fight for it. Don't be shy and miss out on a fated chance." The woman's body was slightly stiff. At this time most of her body was still under the bed and her expression could not be seen. Walking to the entrance of an alley, Qi Jingchun said to Chen Pingon, "Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua, let me deal with them. Now that you have this ancestral shade scholar tree leaf, don't underestimate life and death. Living well is the greatest repayment to your parents. As for the forces of Xianxia Mountain Old Dragon City and true monarch Zhejiang, I dare not say that they will never find trouble with you, but for the next 10 years, they will definitely not find trouble with you. If you are lucky you will be safe and sound for 30 years even if you are always a commoner." Qi Jingchun said with a smile, "There is no need to be afraid of the small town. In the future, not long after, there should be no more schemes. If you want to live a peaceful life for 20 or 30 years, you might as well find a girl here and marry her and start a family. If you want to go out of the small town and see the real world, it is also a good thing. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles is something that scholars like us must do. You will find that in the future it is difficult to read books in the small town, but it is easy to walk. Outside, many scholars can buy books, read books and collect books easily, but they do not like to walk long distances and think that it is hard. The so-called traveling to study is just a car trip." The teenager said with surprise, "Mr. Qi, walking is considered hard?" Qi Jingchun laughed heartily. "Let's not talk about the outside of the small town, let's talk about the inside of the small town. Have you seen many people of the same age as you in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley, running around the mountains in the wilderness?" The teenager nodded and said, "That's true." Qi Jingchun thought for a moment, then reached out and pulled out a jasper hairpin inserted in his hair bun. He bent down and handed it to the poor teenager. "Take it as a parting gift. It is not an expensive item, nor is it an immortal item, so don't worry and accept it. In fact, I was like you, a teenager in a shabby alley. I studied hard and experienced many hardships and bumps. Of course, I also had all kinds of opportunities before I entered Cliff Academy. The time when I was apprenticed to my master was the happiest time of my life." Qi Jingchun. Later, when my master left the mountain, he gave me this hairpin as a kind of expectation and entrustment to me. Unfortunately, looking back now, I have not done well for so many years. I believe that if my master was still alive, he would be disappointed. The teenager did not dare to accept this gift. This jasper hairpin seemed to contain the master-disciple relationship between Mr. Qi and his master. Needless to say, it was a great gift. No matter how ignorant the teenager was, he was still a person who used porcelain. He still had some appreciation for good and bad things. Qi Jingchun said warmly, "If you stay with me, my master's relic will be buried with me, so I might as well give it to you. Besides, you should not accept it without any effort. I have stayed in this small town for nearly 60 years, and there has always been a knot in my heart that could not be untied. Unfortunately, my master has passed away. I originally thought that I would not be able to get an answer in my life, but you inadvertently helped me solve my confusion. Therefore I am giving this hairpin to you. It is very appropriate for me to give it to you. Qin Pingon can only help you ask for a locust tree leaf. He can't give you any more opportunities." The teenager took the ordinary jade hairpin with both hands, raised his head and said sincerely, "Master has already done a lot." Qi Jingchun laughed it off. Seeing that the teenager was persuaded to accept the hairpin, he felt less worried. The hairpin was indeed ordinary, but it was still his master's relic. It was very good to give it to a teenager who did not disgrace the inscription of the jade hairpin. Therefore, Qi Jingchun reminded him in the end, "Qin Pingon, remember, no matter what happens in the future, don't lose hope in this world." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.